still
Kinsey here with ABC15. We are looking at Times Square right now as everyone is gearing up for those election results, and we are going to dip in quickly to ABC National News as they give us an update on the election. In the meantime, I'm going to go collect Steve Irvin, who is going to sit down with us for the next half an hour and give us an overview of the national and local election, things to look forward to, results, expectations in regards to things like Sheriff Joe versus Paul Penzone, Prop 205, and then this national race. You're looking at Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump right there on Times Square. What is to expect for the rest of the evening as polls begin to close throughout the United States? So a lot to look forward to this evening, and I'm going to go collect Steve, who's going to be with me in the next few minutes for that breakdown.
Hours from now, you will see the next president at one of those podiums. A night of history starts right now.
The time has finally come. They've made their case.
We will make
America great again.
We're going to prove to the world we are stronger together.
So who will be your next president? Right now, live from Times Square, the crossroads of America, with our country at the crossroads. This is ABC Election Night 2016. Now reporting from ABC News Election Headquarters, George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening and welcome to Election Night 2016. What a crazy campaign this has been. Bitter, ugly, always unpredictable. The debates, the rallies, the ads and attacks, they're all done now. The decision in your hands. Our whole team is here all through the night as the votes are counted and the first states are in, so let's get right to it. The polls have now closed in 6 states with 60 electoral votes, and ABC News can project that Donald Trump has won the state of Kentucky. That was a state won by Bill Clinton twice, 1992 and 1996, Republican ever since then. Donald Trump the winner tonight. Up in Vermont, 3 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins those 3 electoral votes. Of course, that is the home state of Bernie Sanders, her rival in the primaries. Solid blue state. Hillary Clinton gets that tonight. And in the state of Indiana, right in the middle of the country, Donald Trump wins that as well. That was won by Barack Obama in 2008. It's gone Republican every other time since 1964. And of course, Donald Trump's running mate, Mike Pence, is from the state of Indiana. So right there we see 19 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 3 for Hillary Clinton so far. Those first 3 states we can call. Polls have also closed in the state of Georgia. That went to Bill Clinton in 1992. We do not have enough votes in to project that yet. It's been a solid Republican state ever since 1992. Not enough votes in there yet. State of South Carolina, also solid red. Went Democrat only once in the last generation to Jimmy Carter in 1976. Not enough votes there yet either. And we also have been paying special attention tonight to 12 battleground states. Those are the states that the candidates spent the most time in, spent the most money in. Those are the states that are going to determine this election. One of the key ones, polls just closed in the state of Virginia. They voted for Barack Obama in the last 2 elections. Of course, Hillary Clinton's running mate, Tim Kaine from the state of Virginia. That is a key part of her strategy, but we do not have enough votes in to project that. So we have some votes in, 3 states called so far. As I said, our entire team is here. World News anchor David Muir. We don't have a lot of results. We do have exit polls.
Exit polls, and these are preliminary, as you know, George, but we're already seeing some incredibly fascinating signs about the makeup of this country and some of the key issues as they headed to the polls today. First, take a look at the issue of race in this country, and in particular the racial makeup of the voters. 70% of the voters are turned out today white, 30% non-white. That number is up from 28% 4 years ago, and that number has tripled since 1976. It's going to be interesting to see the racial makeup in these key battlegrounds. On the question of honesty, so much attention paid to Hillary Clinton, the emails, that private server, when they were asked which candidate is most honest and trustworthy, 37% of voters saying Hillary Clinton, 32% saying Donald Trump is the most honest and trustworthy. This is a key question, as we know, which is most qualified to be president. Which candidate? Hillary Clinton, 53% at this point. Donald Trump, 37%. This is preliminary data. And on the final question, and George, you remember we asked Donald Trump about temperament. He said, I have the best temperament to be commander-in-chief, to be president. Voters were asked this question: who has the best temperament? 56% saying Hillary Clinton. At this point, 34% saying Donald Trump.
Temperament and qualifications, 2 issues Hillary Clinton went right at. I'm also joined by my This Week colleague, Martha Raddatz is here as well. You spent a lot of time during this election on the road, in your car, going out and meeting voters, and you really did hear this distaste for both candidates.
Absolutely distaste for both candidates, and different parts. Pennsylvania, I was just back from Pennsylvania. In rural Pennsylvania, big Trump country, Hillary Clinton in those cities, but the voters would tell me, I'm not really voting for that person, I'm voting against the other. And that was everywhere I went. Undecided voters, even though solidly for one of the candidates, it was more a vote against the other.
Not a ton of enthusiasm. We'll see if that changes tonight. Our chief political analyst, Matthew Dowd, also here. What's the one thing you're watching for?
I'm watching, as David said, I'm watching the demographics. If these hold, it looks much more like a presidential year. Donald Trump wanted it to look much more like a midterm year. I remember a tied race in 2000. 18% of the vote was non-white in 2000, and it was a tie. This year, it looks like around 30% is. To me, that's the history getting made tonight, besides the potential history at the end, who's declared president. The history is this country has fundamentally changed over the last 20 years.
And John Carl, you've been doing a deep dive in all the states. I want to put up again these 12 states we are watching most closely, these battleground states. There they are right there. Which two are you paying most attention to?
I'm paying attention to the ones that the candidates paid the most attention to. North Carolina, one of the big battleground states that was visited and spent heavily in, and then Florida. No state had more candidate visits and more money spent than the state of Florida. And here's the thing, George, with both of those states, Donald Trump simply has to win. With North Carolina, it is very difficult to see how he gets elected president if he loses. With Florida, it is virtually impossible to see how he's elected. And if I can tell you one more item here, if you're looking at Florida, if you want to look at one place on this entire map, look at Hillsborough County. That's in Tampa. No Republican has carried Florida without carrying Hillsborough County since Calvin Coolidge.
That is the bellwether county right there. Okay, you know, we're in kind of an odd place tonight, right here in Times Square. We consider it the crossroads of America. We're on GMA. I'm also joined by my GMA colleagues, though, who are at both headquarters right there. Robin Roberts is with the Clinton campaign. That's at the Javits Center. That's the Clinton headquarters tonight. 10 blocks away from here. Amy Robach at the Trump campaign up at the New York Hilton, 10 blocks up from here. And Robin, what's the mood there right now?
Oh, it's growing. The crowd, you can see, is coming in. There's even a bigger crowd, George, outside. It took us about an hour and a half to gain access here. It's usually a short distance from our studios, and we saw police presence virtually at every block. But the crowd is beginning to grow, and there is a large projector that is showing the results as they come in, and the projector is hanging from a glass ceiling, and people have noted the glass ceiling here and wondering if Hillary Clinton will be able to indeed shatter that glass ceiling, becoming the first woman to be president. But you've been to these things, George. It's starting to pick up. It's a little early yet, but you can feel the energy building.
And no accident they picked that hall with the glass ceiling. Cecilia Vega, you of course have been with the Clinton campaign from the very, very beginning. And one of the things they've been telling us in the last couple of days is it seemed like they were getting momentum coming into Election Day, is they really look back at the convention and the debates as the turning points.
Those are the two moments in this campaign that basically gave them their biggest bumps in some of the polls. Of course, that first, the convention, the con moment, that Gold Star family that ended up going at it with Donald Trump, telling him to read the Constitution, and Michelle Obama's line, "They go low, we go high," that became a campaign point for Hillary Clinton. She mentions it almost every day. And of course, that first debate where they just went at it, Hillary Clinton turning that issue into Alicia Machado, took that out on the campaign trail, and you really saw her shift in her campaigning, turning it then to an issue of women, one that she started running on and has not stopped since, George.
And how about the lowest point?
I got one word for you, emails, and it did not let up. She started her campaign on the issue of emails at a low point, and she almost ended it on one. The craziest day we had on the campaign trail is that day that James Comey announced again that they were investigating her emails. Of course, we know what happened with that. Nothing came of that investigation, but that was definitely one of the low points. They were basically gloating about how well they were doing in the polls when that happened, and boy, that took the air out of that.
At the very end, and David Muir, she had such a hard time figuring out how to talk about the emails. The first time she apologized was in an interview with you.
Yeah, and it was really interesting, and you had a sense going in that she knew she had to address the email question, George. We asked her that September day. She said, "I'm sorry," and we talked about the book that she wrote right before the campaign, and in that book she talks about how important it is that a candidate acknowledges that they make mistakes, that a politician's able to call it a mistake. And I said, "Would you call it a mistake?" And she said, "I absolutely would." It's very interesting, though. Fast forward a year later, we sat down with her in the middle of this investigation, this question mark, and I said, "Can you believe we're still talking about your emails?" You could tell she knew it really dogged her. Tim Kaine came to her defense, and I think she welcomed him in that way, in particular that issue, because she was so exhausted of trying to defend herself.
She needed some bolstering on that, no question about it. Look at Amy Robach right now at the New York Hilton. You're not at the Trump Tower, Amy, but you are at the Trump rally.
Right. Yes, this is the biggest venue closest to the Trump Tower, and that is why we are here at the Hilton. A few of the 1,000 expected guests have started to arrive. Probably one of the most exciting things we've seen is Omarosa, of course, of The Apprentice, taking selfies with some of those guests who have begun to come here. But something interesting, as those guests walk through the doors of this ballroom, they can each pick up one of those Make America Great Again caps, those red caps. And if you take a look behind me, I'd like you to look. There is one of those hats, the Make America Great Again hats, right behind me in a glass enclosed case. There are actually two of them on either side of the stage. They say the reason why is because it has become the iconic symbol of the Trump campaign. George?
It certainly has. And Tom Yamas, you've been with the Trump campaign from the start. You and I were both there in Trump.
All right, and Kinsey Schofield here with Steve Irvin. We are at 53rd Avenue in Maryville. These are long polling lines. Joe Bartels is actually right there at the scene checking it out. Are you surprised by this at all? We're an early voting state.
We are an early voting state, and we've seen some record numbers of early voters. About 1.7 million early voters have turned out so far. That represents more than 60% of the ballots cast. But a lot of people like to wait till Election Day. You know, a lot of people like to see if there's going to be one more October, or in this case November, surprise that might cause them to change their vote or change their decision at the last minute. We've even heard from people who cast early ballots at some point who said, well, what about that email investigation? Maybe I want to change my vote on that one as well. But at that point, the votes had been sent in. And in Arizona, if you send in an early ballot and it is received, you can't go back and change your vote. Some states you can. Here, you definitely cannot. Once it's sent out, it is your vote, whether you like it or not. So, is it surprising to see this many people in some of these places? This is 53rd Avenue and Maryville right now, another West Valley location. A lot of these West Valley locations we've seen have had long lines for early voting. They've had long lines on Election Day, and a lot of issues and problems as well. What it shows, I think, is that in at least some of these polling places, we're talking about a majority-minority district, and it shows that there are a great many Latino voters heading out to the polls in Arizona, which is a trend that we've really seen across the country. In some places like Florida, North Carolina, for instance, they literally doubled the number of people who are Latino or Hispanic who are voting, and Arizona now the 5th largest voting bloc in the country of Latino voters.
Oh, that's interesting. And I have to say, I was an early voter, and I don't feel like I voted because all I did was drop it in the mail. So I feel like I'm excluded from this exciting
Even when you were filling it
experience.
out and making those decisions?
Well, there's something special and intimidating about being in those booths with these people around you, and doing it at home was obviously very comfortable, you know, from your pajamas, but I feel like I'm missing out on the experience. I did not get a sticker.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going for the sticker, then you're not going to get a sticker. I think they should probably mail you a sticker. You know,
Absolutely.
With your ballot, just get a sticker with it, and it says "I voted," and then you know, once you can demonstrate you've actually sent it in, you can wear the sticker. I mean, that's been a long time tradition, and I think a lot of people, you know, they just want to do the thing that they do, or that they've traditionally done, which is go to the polls, stand in line, cast that ballot, and feel like you're part of this sort of collective process, and you don't get that when you vote early. But it certainly is more convenient for a lot of people, and it's also something that you can go back and check online. I checked today to make sure that my ballot had been received.
Oh wow, I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do it at the Secretary of State's office, or at the Maricopa County Recorder's office if you're in Maricopa County. I believe most of the Recorder's office have some sort of mechanism where you plug in your name, your address, birth date. You usually have to have either the last 4 digits of your Social Security number or your voter ID, and then you can check to make sure that your ballot has been received and counted. And we're still waiting to get word from Maricopa County as to what about these 7,000 ballots that they received, where there was a signature on the ballot, and for some reason in the Recorder's office they determined that the signature didn't quite match the signature that they had on record.
Wow.
So they've been calling those folks for the last week or so, telling them, we got to resolve this in one way or another. About 2/3 of them, it was not a matching signature, and so people had to answer some different questions. We don't know how many ballots are still out there that might have been, you know, still sort of in limbo, I guess, because of those signature problems. But I think that the number of people in long lines is a real reflection of just the record number of people who've registered to vote. We're up about 5.5% in Arizona. Democrats outpacing Republicans a little bit. Republicans still the largest voting bloc in our state, but I think it's a reflection of the interest in this election, certainly. We see this every presidential year. 4 years ago, we saw the same thing with a large surge in voter registrations, and there's a lot of other things on the ballot, too, that I think people are interested in weighing in on. Certainly the two propositions, 205 and 206, which have to do with legalizing marijuana and raising the state's minimum wage. There's a big Senate race. There's a couple of really hot congressional races, and not to mention a number of cities and towns with some important council races, bond issues, a sales tax increase in Mesa as well. And so there's a lot of things for people to vote on, and having that presidential race at the top of the ticket really brings people out.
Well, I love national news, and a name I heard multiple times this morning and this afternoon on all of the national platforms was Sheriff Joe Arpaio. The nation is watching to see if he, with all of the controversy that surrounds him legally, can he beat Paul Penzone this time around, because it was so close the last time around. And it's so interesting to have all eyes on us. And I noticed, I watched every single Donald Trump rally this election season. I noticed that he specifically stopped mentioning the support he had from Sheriff Joe after they decided that they were going to pursue their charges against him, and all of a sudden he was no longer bragging about that endorsement. I mean, I don't even know what to expect this time around.
Well, I think, you know, for certain, Joe Arpaio is facing the toughest political battle of his political career. He was elected in 1992. He's been there for 24 years. He's seeking an unprecedented 7th term, but he's doing so at a time when his approval numbers have been dropping. Obviously, he's facing charges for criminal contempt of court. And there's also an unprecedented amount of money that's pouring into the campaign to defeat him. Billionaire George Soros donating about $2 million of his own money. And between the two sides, we've seen upwards of about $6 million spent on advertising and campaigning for both sides. There have been some polls that suggest that Paul Penzone is ahead. And there are a number of people who believe pretty solidly that Joe Arpaio will go down to defeat tonight. And if that happens, it would be the political story of the night, and it would be a national news story, because Joe Arpaio has raised his profile to a national profile. He isn't just a local sheriff, because when you think about it, is there another local sheriff's race anywhere in the country where, you know, John Legend weighs in and does a celebrity endorsement, and we've spent millions of dollars? There really isn't. But Arpaio is bigger than just the Maricopa County Sheriff. He's a symbol to many people, good or bad, however you view him. He's a symbol to many people and nationally known. And he's the kind of person who has gone out and spoken at different conventions and gatherings of various conservatives. He's campaigned for Donald Trump nationwide. He spoke at the Republican National Convention. So there are, he's a symbol for a lot of people of the state of Arizona and its immigration policies. And when you look at some of the politicians who were involved in the original SB 1070, for instance, Russell Pierce, who was ousted in a recall election, Andrew Thomas, who was a close ally of Joe Arpaio, who's now been disbarred and has run unsuccessfully a couple of times for statewide office. Arpaio is that one remaining symbol from SB 1070 signed into law 6 years ago. So it would not be a surprise to me if Arpaio loses tonight. But it's difficult to say, because the polls have been a little bit conflicting, and Arpaio still has a very, very strong base, especially in suburban Maricopa County communities, places like Sun City and in Mesa, traditional communities where Republicans tend to do very well. So that will be the story of the night if he loses, but it really remains to be seen, because I don't think anybody can really predict anything in this election season. It's been one of the most bizarre I've ever seen.
There's a great documentary about him, and I'm spacing on the name right now. Maybe you know it, but there's this great documentary that teaches or displays how he turned bad PR into good PR, and how really there's no such thing as bad PR in the case of Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and how he would kind of deflect. If something negative came out about him, then all of a sudden they were doing a roundup of deadbeat dads, and just kind of a master at the media.
Yeah, I mean, he has been, I think one of the things that maybe bothers some people about Sheriff Arpaio is that when he was elected in 1992, he was wildly popular because he was, in many ways, a reformer. If you look at Tent City, for instance, Tent City came along when the jails were overcrowded, and prosecutors and the courts were literally looking at the possibility of having to release people who really should be in jail because there just wasn't any space for them. And Arpaio came up with the idea of Tent City. He adapted a number of really populist measures as well in terms of treating inmates, the famous bologna sandwiches and the pink underwear and all those kinds of things. And it made him wildly popular. And even if you go back 2 election cycles, he won re-election with something like 66% of the vote. So he's been wildly popular for a number of years. But at some point, he became more of a politician. And politics became a greater role in how he did his job and what he did. He employs something like 3 different media people for the sheriff's office, and they constantly churn out photo ops and news releases and that sort of thing for the sheriff's office. And a lot of people have started to look at what he's doing, particularly in the area of immigration, and say, is this really law and order, or is this a sheriff who is enforcing certain laws selectively, ignoring investigations on other laws, and does that make him then somebody who's really doing his job the way it was intended to be done? Those have been some of the questions that have been raised. You know, the East Valley Tribune a few years ago did a great Pulitzer Prize winning story on how cases of sex abuse went uninvestigated because the sheriff was devoting so many resources to immigration and immigration sweeps and that sort of thing. And that's bothered a lot of people when it comes to the sheriff and how he does his job. And so combine that with the immigrant community, the rising number of Hispanics in the area, his dropping numbers even among some conservatives and moderates, and it could spell defeat for him tonight.
Wow. Okay, I'm showing you. This is a look inside of Donald Trump's headquarters. I don't know why he couldn't. What was Trump Tower?
I'm not sure why
available?
he's having it at the Hilton instead of Trump Tower.
Exactly.
I'm not really sure. Maybe it's a larger room. Maybe he just wanted to accommodate a lot of people. We do know this is only a few blocks away, though, from Trump Tower, and that's where Donald Trump is apparently hanging out and watching results right now.
And let's take a look at inside Hillary's venue. Absolutely stunning, don't you think?
Yeah, you know, the staging has been pretty incredible. I think the Democrats may have outclassed the Republicans a little bit in terms of showmanship and staging and that sort of thing, both at the DNC and RNC, and again on election night. You see that stage that's shaped like America. I've been told that there is literally a glass ceiling in the room, symbolic of Hillary Clinton possibly becoming the nation's first female president.
Right, and that was a huge deal at the Democratic National Convention right before she took the stage.
Right.
You heard the glass ceiling break.
Yes.
And that was a very...
I mean, Donald Trump had his moment, too. You know, everybody remembers his first entrance at the RNC where there's this fog coming out, and it's like a rock star kind of entering the arena, or maybe, you know, a wrestler or a boxer or something like that. And so, you know, the Republicans certainly did their own staging here, but, you know, when you look at both venues, obviously a huge number of people watching all of this from New York City. What's interesting is, you know, we've had some terrorist threats apparently in New York City and some other places, and we have both people who either one of them is going to become president, and both of them are in Manhattan tonight. And you know, God forbid that there's a serious attack. We know that there's tons of security, but they're both there.
Right.
So one has to
wonder.
Does
that happen very often, where both candidates are so close to one another on this night?
Typically, no. Typically, when you look at the candidates tend to stick close to home, and they will have their campaign headquarters in different places and their election night deals. I mean, President Obama, for instance, in Chicago, when he was first elected and had his huge rally in Grant Park, John McCain was here at the time. So no, typically they're in different places in the country.
No, John McCain is another one, and we're going to break in pretty soon for some national, so we'll keep this short. But John McCain is another one that I think everyone has their eyes on. Do you think that Trump will negatively or positively affect some of the people lower down on the ballot?
You know, that's been the big question is whether it helps or hurts.
Right.
You know, Donald Trump has energized arguably a different base for the Republican Party, not a traditional base. Certainly, many in the Republican establishment abandoned Trump after the Access Hollywood tape, of course we know. And, you know, does that energize other people? I think for Trump supporters, there's been a huge backlash against John McCain, especially when they were feuding early in the campaign. McCain was reluctant to endorse him. Then Donald Trump claimed that McCain begged for his endorsement. So McCain endorsed him for a while, or at least endorsed the Republican nominee. Then the tape comes out. McCain, like a lot of other Republicans, said, sorry, can't go there, won't do this. But every indication tonight is that John McCain is going to pull this one out and pull this out big time. It would not surprise me if this is one of the first races that's been called. He's been leading in most polls by a wide margin.
Wow.
Some people are predicting a double-digit victory for him over Ann Kirkpatrick, which is a bit surprising given the amount of money that the Democrats have really poured into this race. They originally saw John McCain as vulnerable, but he appears to have a real solid base of support here, and most of the smart money is betting that he's going to come out with a victory tonight.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Let's dip into ABC National and get an update on where we stand nationally.
Lines, college educational lines, and Republicans have, for the most part, tried to draw on votes from what I think are shrinking groups of voters. They'll need to expand them among these groups that are growing, like the college educated and like Latinos, to thrive in the future.
Okay, thank you all. We'll be coming back to you as well. Got to take another quick break. When we come back, the polls close in North Carolina and Ohio, two big battleground states.
Wednesday, we're bringing a huge night of new comedy that has it all. And action-packed Goldbergs.
I'm commando. No, go put some undies on. You're going to chafe your little gumdrops.
A suave Speechless.
You want to come over?
Yes, that's a yes. Hold on. Yes.
A steamy Modern. And an A+ Blackish.
All right, Steve, it's you and me again.
Okay.
Let's see here. I also have our results page, Arizona election results. It's ABC election results right here that I can show everyone. And I'm going to show you too, Steve. I'm going to share. It's actually changing a bit. Can you see?
I can.
And you said Kentucky was an obvious. You said that that's not a big deal, that he had it in the bag.
Indiana and Kentucky both expected to go for Donald Trump. You know, when you look at battleground states, Indiana and Kentucky never really made the list. Obviously, the home of Mike Pence, so that is very likely going to go with the Trump column. A very conservative state. Kentucky the same way, and you would expect that with most of the southern and mid-south states, as well as a lot of western states. So you can sweep right through the south and click off Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Missouri, Kansas, you know, and up through the plains states, the Dakotas, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. Those will all go for Trump. Those are heavily Republican states where he's likely to do very, very well. And so, you know, you can, when the entire electoral map is filled out, you're going to see a huge swath of red right across the middle of the country. But you have to look at where some of the big electoral votes are. Certainly, California and New York tend to almost always go for Democrats, and so those are states that are likely to go for Hillary Clinton. Oregon and Washington the same way. And then it really boils down to those battleground states. So we talk about Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, which has been a big focus as well, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado. All of those are big battleground states. One of the things is if you do the math on some of this stuff, Donald Trump has to win a lot of those states. In fact, has to pretty much run the table on all of those states in order to get to that magic number of 270. So the results that we're seeing so far, Indiana and Kentucky going for Donald Trump, Vermont, no surprise, going for Hillary Clinton, Vermont, very liberal state, home of Bernie Sanders. So that's not a big deal as well. These are not unexpected results so far. I think what most people are tuning in for and wanting to know is where does Florida go? Where does North Carolina go? Where does Colorado, Nevada, those types of places?
Look at the board right now. Donald Trump now has 24 electoral votes to 3 for Hillary Clinton because he's just won the state of West Virginia. Solid Republican state, voted Republican in the last 4 elections. Of course, Donald Trump made a direct pitch to the coal miners in that state, very turned off to Democrats. That is a win for Donald Trump. We're also closely following these battleground states. Polls have closed in 2 battleground states right now, including that state of North Carolina. You saw Hillary Clinton close out the campaign last night in the state of North Carolina. We do not have enough votes in to project that right now. Of course, Mitt Romney won that in 2012. Barack Obama won it in 2008. And this, John Carl, this was a really hard-fought state. Robbie Mook is even saying that he's the Clinton campaign manager. It's so close, they're not even sure it is going to be decided tonight. And Barack Obama went in there heavy in the last several days.
Went over there huge to try to boost the turnout among young voters and especially African-American voters. The state that we've also watched in Florida, George, a lot of returns are coming in Florida. I'm tracking. So look at this. We have 40% of the vote already in Florida. It's been going back and forth. I've been watching right now.
So much early vote there.
Yeah, so much early vote. That's why we're seeing so much come in. And neck and neck, it's been going back and forth between Clinton and Trump. If you look at some of the key counties, we still don't know. I mentioned Hillsborough County, the one that's been the bellwether forever in Florida. We don't have anything in from there yet. But look at Miami-Dade County. This is a county that is 2/3 Hispanic. Obama won it by 25 points back in 4 years ago, and it's almost exactly the same margin that Clinton is winning right now.
And that's really interesting because the Clinton campaign told us that that was right on the bubble. They said they would have to win that by about 24 or 25 to have a chance of winning the state. It's just about right there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's going back. I'm telling you, every minute or so it goes back and forth between.
I know you're going to keep an eye on that. The polls have also closed in the state of Ohio, such a key state for so many different election cycles. As we've said, no Republican has ever won the White House without winning the state of Ohio. Not enough votes in to project what's happening there yet. This was one of Donald Trump's best states through the campaign, one he returned to again and again. And David Muir, I know you've been going through the exit polls. What are we learning from them about that state?
Part of his pitch is the working class blue-collar workers left behind in the Rust Belt in Ohio. As you mentioned, the Republicans need. Take a look at these 2 questions. First, voters in Ohio were asked, and this is preliminary data, your job situation versus 4 years ago. 38% said the job situation's better today, 35% about the same. Only 27% said it's actually worse today. But then look at this issue that Donald Trump really doubled down on, trade. He really went after Hillary Clinton on this and Bill Clinton, his time on this and the trade deal struck by under the first Clinton administration. It takes away jobs, 47% concerned about trade deals. Only 32% in Ohio say it actually creates more jobs. So these are issues key to Trump's success in Ohio.
And Ron Claiborne in Ohio for us tonight. And Ron, I want to go to, this has been such a competitive state for Donald Trump, despite the fact that the Republican governor of Ohio, John Kasich, is against him.
That's right, George. Donald Trump's effort here had a lot going against it. Now, John Kasich is very popular here. He very pointedly did not endorse Donald Trump. The Senate candidate, Rob Portman, the GOP Senate candidate, endorsed him. And then after those remarks that were recorded on that bus that came out about a month ago, Portman withdrew his endorsement of Trump. Also, the Get Out the Vote effort here by the Trump campaign considered weak. A schism in the GOP party here. And yet Donald Trump expected to do very well here. The last polls we saw in the recent days showing him slightly ahead of Hillary Clinton.
Martha Ratz, you were just there this weekend.
Ohio, again, just like Pennsylvania, it is that divided America. There are parts of Ohio that none of us would recognize as America. There is absolute blight. There are people who are desperate, and those are people who've turned to Donald Trump. And what they hear from him, I can ask voters, say, do you believe that he'll make a change? Do you believe Hillary Clinton could make a change? And they'll say, I don't really believe either of them. But Donald Trump gave them some sort of hope. They didn't believe he could really make change, but it gave them hope. He said what they wanted to hear.
And Matthew Dad, one of the signs of how much America is changing is right now Ohio is a state that Democrats can win the presidency without winning Ohio.
Well, and I think we're going to see over the course of the night a few switches over that. Oh, you have to win this state in order to win the presidency. I think that's going to switch back and forth. The other piece of data that I think is really important is how much Barack Obama mattered in this election. If you take a look, one, he campaigned in the last 10 days feverishly and I think helped build turnout. You take a look at his approval rating, which over the course of this campaign is one of the few things that has risen. People felt better about the president. But when you look at his approval rating and how it breaks, if you approve of Barack Obama, you voted overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton. If you didn't approve of Barack Obama, you voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump.
Okay, of course, the polls have also closed in the state of Virginia in the last half hour, one of those battleground states we're looking at. Let's take a look at it right now. We do not have enough votes in to project what's happening there just yet, but as you see on that board of the votes in right now, Donald Trump has a pretty good lead. Of course, Hillary Clinton came into this campaign considering that one of her safer states with a pretty healthy lead in the polls. We'll be following that all night. But right now, I do want to go to Donald Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, who's joining us this evening. I think you're at Trump Tower, maybe at the Hilton. Thank you for coming on. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
We're feeling great, George. We like the fact that in some of these states it looks like a jump ball. We're trying to protect our core 4 and add to that to get to 270. And as you know, in the last week or two, we've had a really aggressive campaign to try to flip a blue state or 2. And in doing so, we look at Michigan. Pennsylvania is always what I call our reach state, like your reach college when you apply. But it's one that really, to Martha's earlier point, really is attracted to Donald Trump's message about trade and illegal immigration and job creation and patriotism. And then, of course, we're looking at a big day of vote turnout in places like North Carolina, Florida, Nevada, where the Democrats generally do a very good job earlier on, and we'd like to make up those gains today. Then you look at Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, 3 states that don't have a very robust early vote. Absentee voting would be the key in those states, and so that's why we've been deploying Governor Pence and Mr. Trump back to those states where there'll be basically almost 100% day of voting.
Secretary Clinton's team said earlier tonight that they were working on 2 speeches, a victory speech and a concession speech. You working on 2 as well?
Mr. Trump is prepared to address the results tonight as he sees them, and I was with him until we arrived back at Trump Tower 4:30 a.m. this morning from the Manchester, New Hampshire, and Grand Rapids, Michigan rallies, historic crowds in both places, and he's feeling really great. He's feeling buoyant, and he's very pleased about the movement he's created, the fact that he has given voice to a lot of those forgotten men, forgotten women that Martha was talking about earlier in Ohio, for example, and I feel really good about the campaign in going tonight, too. We're competitive with a candidate, Hillary Clinton, who's very well known, who has the advantage of a very popular president, a former president who's also popular, happens to be her husband. A lot of celebrities campaigning for her, and we didn't always have Republican elected officials. We're going to win a couple of these states tonight without the Republican governors or senators voting for us.
I want to ask you about that, because we now know that former President George H.W. Bush voted for Hillary Clinton. George W. Bush said he left his ballot blank but did not vote for Donald Trump. Your 2 previous nominees, John McCain and Mitt Romney, both did not vote for Donald Trump. How much did that hurt you?
It doesn't help, and it's very personally disappointing, even though I respect all 4 of the people you just mentioned and respect their right to vote the way they'd like. What I would say to that is that we were all there for them, certainly, but secondly, in growing a party, you have to count on being able to keep the party as it is together to be able to grow it. And the irony for Donald Trump is he's been able to grow this party in places and among voter groups without having the full support of some of these elected officials. As a party, as an infrastructure, we've worked hand in glove with Chairman Reince Priebus and the RNC. They've been nothing but fantastic to us here at the Trump campaign. But at the same time, we don't have all the senators, governors, former presidents. The irony, George, is tonight we are poised to win states that neither Romney nor McCain won, and we're winning those states without Romney or McCain's support. So, but Donald Trump is really growing the party. I think he's taken the party away from dangerously veering close to being the party of the elites and to the party of the working man and working women, and that's a huge accomplishment.
Mr. Trump had complained a lot about it, had talked a lot about before tonight the possibility of some problems at voting sites. Are you seeing any big ones?
We're hearing reports of some, but nothing that's tangible enough to me to raise flags. But we do have folks giving reports anecdotally. We also have a lot of positive information from the polling places today. Very long lines with people in their full Trump regalia, their famous now red hats. And so people are excited. I think you are going to see some record turnout in some places. That's a great sign, great for the health of democracy. But we will assess that as it comes due. If it comes due, I know in some counties I'm reading that they might extend voting because they had some glitches, maybe Durham County, North Carolina, for example. But we're keeping an eye on that. But right now we're really focused on people who are still voting in some of these states after work, looking at the data inputs we have here in our data and digital war room to try to see if we can piece together 270.
I know you have a lot more work to do. Thanks for joining us, Kellyanne. I want to bring that to Pierre Thomas. Right now you're keeping an eye on ballot security.
All right, Steve, you and I are checking in with ABC7. There were 2 killed, 2 injured in California, 2 nearby schools on lockdown. Let's see. The police in California initially described it as an active shooter situation. Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies and firefighters responded shortly after 2 p.m. to the area of 4th Street and Orange Avenue after police officers were met with gunfire and took cover. 1 person died at the scene. These were initially described as voting areas.
I think the school's on lockdown. At least one of them was a polling place.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
No, that's exactly what I had heard originally too.
Yeah.
But in this updated story from ABC7, it doesn't look like they were in association, but that is what was originally reported via ABC7 out of Los Angeles. So
I think there've been a number of little glitches here and there across the country. One thing to note, I think, is that there's a couple of stories out tonight where Donald Trump gave some interviews earlier in the day, not necessarily giving 100% pledge to accepting the results of the election. And he's pointed to a number of these small glitches to bolster his claim that the entire election is rigged. So far, we haven't seen anything that suggests that there is widespread voter fraud. And you might argue in California, for instance, even if these polling places are shut down, California is going to go for a Democrat, and it's pretty much a lock for Hillary Clinton. So 1 or 2 polling places having to shut down temporarily while police investigate a shooting is not going to have a major effect on the election. The question is, in some of these states where it's very, very close, like in Florida and North Carolina, for instance, if we start hearing reports of voter fraud in those places or widespread voting problems in those places, that bolsters the argument a little bit more that perhaps there's some funny business going on here. But at this point, in this one instance, I don't think that this is going to be a huge deal. I think for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton in terms of affecting the results of the election. And we haven't seen anything like that. We've been watching very closely here in Arizona just some of the issues, mainly because of all of the issues and problems that we had back in March with the presidential preference election, and some of the issues that we had even in early voting with the number of computers that are available to print ballots and that sort of thing, the long lines that people are facing, the issues with people going to a polling place and not being set up registered there, not having the name on the list, having to cast a provisional ballot. We've been monitoring all of those here, and provisional ballots will certainly come into play if Arizona is extremely close. I've seen different things on Arizona. I'm kind of scanning through 538.com right now, and for people who aren't familiar with his website, this is the website run by Nate Silver, he's an election prognosticator, I guess you'd call him.
you mention him a lot on your Facebook page.
I do, because it's a neutral website. It involves a lot of math, basically. Nate Silver looks at polling numbers and looks at all the data that's coming in, and then makes a forecast based on that. And his claim to fame is 4 years ago he called correctly every single state in the presidential race, and he makes some interesting forecasts for election night. For instance, in the presidential race, he believes Hillary Clinton is got about a 70% chance of winning. What's interesting is I've been following his forecast for control of the Senate which will be crucial for whoever's elected. And over the last couple of days, he has gone back and forth, giving a slight edge to either party. Right now, his election night forecast says that Republicans have a slight edge, 55% chance of maintaining control of the Senate. Keep in mind, there's a bunch of Senate races around the country, and Democrats have to win about 5 of them in order to gain that 51 vote majority in the Senate. And at this point, Silver's giving them less of a chance even than he did yesterday.
Wow.
And you look at some of these races where it is extremely close, or at least a possibility of a Democrat winning here. Nevada is one of them. New Hampshire is one of them. Kellyanne in New Hampshire, who has again done this dance with Donald Trump of supporting him and then not supporting him and that sort of thing. She's got the slight edge in New Hampshire right now. It appears that the incumbent in North Carolina looks like he's got a pretty good chance of winning. Pennsylvania, a very close race there as well. Democrats, like Donald Trump, has to win a lot of these battleground states. Democrats really have to run the table in all of these very close races in order to regain control of the Senate. And at this point, Silver's giving them less of a chance than he did even a couple of days ago. And I follow this pretty regularly. Throughout most of the race, Silver's given Democrats a pretty good chance of winning the Senate. But as we often see late in an election cycle, it gets closer. The race tightens, and those undecided start to show up and make their voices heard, and that generally tightens a race, and that's certainly what we've seen here. And so at this point, if Silver's right, Hillary Clinton gets elected president, but then faces a Republican-controlled House and Senate.
Wow.
Which sounds like a recipe for gridlock in Washington. You can draw your own conclusions here.
Mm-hmm.
If Silver's wrong and Donald Trump wins, it's kind of what we'd like to call an overwhelming mandate from voters, and a no excuses scenario for Donald Trump to carry out his agenda, because he's going to have a Republican Congress, he's going to have a Republican Senate, and a Republican in the White House, and so if he wants a bill passed, it'll get passed. In a case of Republicans controlling both houses and Hillary Clinton in the White House, it's going to be difficult to get things out of the Senate, out of the House, and on to the White House for Hillary Clinton even to take action on them, assuming that that's the scenario we see tonight.
Did we see Barack and Michelle vote today, President Obama? I don't know. I saw Trump and Melania.
Not that I recall, but
Yeah.
I may have missed it. I know we ran some video earlier of the president playing basketball today, which is
that's his tradition.
That's what he does on election day, and I seem to recall perhaps that they voted early, but I don't know for sure whether they voted. I'm sure that they have. I'm sure it would be a huge snafu if somehow the president of the United States didn't actually cast a ballot, but I don't know for sure how they voted.
And again, a live look inside of Hillary Clinton's venue. You can actually see, I'm going to drop the lower third here for 2 seconds. You can actually see that the venue is starting to fill up on the right side of your screen. An audience starting to assemble. So that's interesting that they're already filling the venue. And we should have a shot again here pretty soon of Donald Trump's venue at the Hilton. They were calling it an undisclosed location. So Steve is who let me in on the secret that it was at the Hilton. I'm lucky to know him.
Yeah.
He knows a lot of secrets. The undisclosed location is a Hilton. And
I hadn't heard that it was an undisclosed location. It'd be awfully hard to disclose it, because you'd have to basically keep everybody in the dark. All of his supporters, all of the reporters who were there to cover it.
Isn't he having multiple? He's having multiple events. He has a private event, and then he has his formal election night party. Is that regular too, where you have a private meeting with, I guess it's supporters and donors, and then you go on to a more public affair?
I think, generally what I've seen is that, the candidate, usually it's in a hotel or something like that, where a candidate can hole up in a suite, with their family, friends, probably some close supporters and that sort of thing. It's really up to the candidate how many people they want in the room, and they sit back and watch election returns, and then, when it comes time to go downstairs and, make a phone call or receive a phone call one way or the other, whether they won or lost, then they go ahead and do that. I haven't heard of an event, as it's been called, where you actually sit around and talk to a lot of your closest supporters and that sort of thing. But let's keep in mind, Donald Trump has broken all the rules in terms of the way a campaign ought to be run, the things to say on the campaign trail, all of that. He has definitely changed the tone and changed the spirit of campaigning in America, for better or worse. Some people say for better, because he is looser and doesn't always stick to the script, and often says what he thinks off the cuff. And for a lot of his supporters, that's what they really like about him. They feel like he's not politically correct. Not by a long shot is he politically correct, and he's not an establishment candidate. And I think if you see any trend in this election that sort of crosses party lines on both sides, it is this frustration with the establishment of the two time-honored parties that we have, Democrats and Republicans. We saw a ton of that in the Bernie Sanders campaign. There are a ton of left-leaning voters who don't want to vote for Hillary Clinton, desperate to find any other candidate to vote for. Bernie Sanders was their guy. There was even talk that some Bernie Sanders supporters might switch their support to Donald Trump simply because
I think
they
Donald
don't like
Trump
that.
started that rumor.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard for me to see too, because when you really look at their platforms and their policies, you couldn't find two people more polar opposite. Bernie Sanders wants to increase taxes on the wealthy. Donald Trump wants to cut taxes on the wealthy. Bernie Sanders wants to expand Obamacare. Trump wants to repeal and replace Obamacare. So how you could make that switch is a little bit beyond me. It seems to me that, your core values politically are going to come into play at some point there and probably override your anti-establishment sentiment.
All right, well, I'm going to show this video that was produced for the Democratic National Convention. This is kind of a recap of Hillary Clinton's life. I'm going to show that quickly, and we're going to regroup, get you some additional information, and I'll see you on the other side.
So there are
Senate race on the ballot there as well, and the governor's up.
You're right, George. So in theory, the polls were supposed to close throughout the state of North Carolina at 7:30, but because of some problems that occurred in Durham County, what they're describing as computer glitches that essentially shut down voting for a period of time, they have extended voting at a few locations in Durham County. But as you mentioned, yes, I'm calling this the tight trifecta, right? Because you not only have a tight race for the Senate, for governor, but also for president. According to the most recent polls here for president in North Carolina, you have a tie between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And this is the epitome of a swing state, right? Because in 2012, North Carolina voted for Mitt Romney. In 2008, they voted for President Obama. And what was a huge help for President Obama in 2008 was that extremely large black voter turnout. The thought is that Hillary Clinton will need a repeat of that in order to win the state of North Carolina again. But based on early voting here, the black voter turnout is 9 points down this year compared to where it was in 2012, of course, a year that President Obama lost. Then also just to look at that Senate race, this is being called one of the core four. Obviously, Democrats need 4 seats in order to win control of a majority in the Senate, and Democrats are looking very closely thinking that they could get a win here.
Okay.
Then you have that race for governor here, where the incumbent Republican, people are suggesting that there may be a referendum on his bathroom bill, which some estimate has cost the state billions of dollars in lost revenue, George.
A lot of controversy in that state. Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. Let's keep North Carolina up there right now. See the results as they are coming in. That's Florida, but let's bring up North Carolina. And John, I want to go to you to dig inside what we're learning from the counties.
By the way, just a minute ago, Trump was up in North Carolina, so it's going back and forth. But if you look at what's happening here, the big Democratic stronghold in North Carolina, of course, is the Raleigh-Durham area. It's one of the big strongholds. This is an area that Barack Obama won by a double-digit margin. Not any vote has come in yet from Raleigh-Durham.
All right, Steve, I'm going to temporarily lose you, but you're coming back, right? You're not going to leave me all night.
No, I'm going to come back, but I'm going to leave you in capable hands with Rudy Espino from ASU, who arguably knows more about a lot of this stuff than I do, because it is his job and his specialty. We do want to note one, we just sent out a push alert on this, and this is sort of interesting. The Arizona Democratic Party apparently is asking or requesting from the Maricopa County Recorder's Office that they extend voting hours for another 2 hours, and that's based on some long lines at the polls and some problems with the e-books that we've heard so much about during the early voting at this point. Apparently I know that I read a report that was an independent report that came out about 2 weeks ago, which said there were concerns about not having enough of these e-books because of the computerized nature of all of these different polling places. And we've heard scattered reports throughout the day that e-books weren't working, that there weren't enough of them, that people didn't know how to operate them properly. Keep in mind, a lot of the people that are working election day, they're volunteers, they're people that come in and they're trained for all of this, but the best laid plans don't always happen. So there have been a few glitches in Maricopa County voting, and Democrats now weighing in saying we want extended hours to vote. Whether they will get that, I would say probably not. But,
I know, I was going to ask, based on your experience just covering this kind of content, what is the likelihood?
Not likely, just because it opens up all kinds of other possibilities for court challenges and election tampering and that sort of thing. But I think the message for people, if you're frustrated, if you haven't gotten out there, if you haven't been able to cast a ballot yet, if you're standing in line, you're watching this on your phone or whatever, the important thing to remember is if you're in line, if you show up before 7 o'clock, you will get to vote. Now, can we guarantee that you won't have to wait 3 or 4 hours? No, we can't. But it's important to get in line and be there and stay in line and make sure that you are committed and ready to vote before 7 o'clock and then stay there. If you show up before 7 o'clock, get in line, say this is ridiculous, I'll come back later, you're not going to get a chance to vote.
Wow,
so
all right.
That's the most important thing, I think, for voters to remember right now.
All right, I'm going to take everyone to a bump shot of the White House. That's where everybody would like, well, Hillary wants to move back in, and Trump wants to head in that direction, and we're going to get Rudy in the seat next to me. We'll see you all in a few minutes.
For the Democrats. As we noted earlier, they left the polls open a little bit longer in Durham County. We still have nothing from Durham County, and this is a big basket of Democrats.
Let's go to Ohio quickly, John, because all of a sudden we're getting some significant numbers coming in from Ohio. Hillary Clinton is in the lead. Right now,
this is a Democratic county. That's a big, healthy margin for Secretary Clinton. That's what you want to do here. Let's scale it back in time. 61% for the president 4 years ago when he won Ohio. A lot of this year has been even the Clinton campaign conceding in the final weeks that Ohio was one of the toughest for them to hold. They don't count on it in their map. They would love it, but they don't count on it. So now as we're watching what's happening here, one of the things you're going to watch is in the Youngstown area here, this is where Donald Trump is trying to sell, hey, the factory's closed. Hey, I'll run after my trade message. A Youngstown area like this, she's getting at the moment, it's not a big percentage of the voting yet, but she's getting 59%. Let's go back and check. So she's running a little bit below the president there. So if we got a ways to go in Ohio, if we watch it fill in at the moment, the Clinton campaign's happy with what it sees, but we also have nothing yet, absolutely nothing out of Cleveland, so we'll be counting for a while in Ohio next week.
You certainly will. We're getting ready for 16 states. 16 states and the District of Columbia. They're going to be closing all polling stations right at the top of the hour, including Florida. All the polling stations in Florida will be closed. That is emerging as a critically important state. Pennsylvania closing right now.
So who will be your next president? Right now, live from Times Square, the crossroads of America, with our country at the crossroads. This is ABC Election Night 2016. Now reporting from ABC News Election Headquarters, George Stephanopoulos.
And welcome back to Election Night 2016, 8 p.m. here in the East. And the polls have just closed in 16 states plus the District of Columbia. Let's take a look at where things stand. Right now, you see there 68 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 37 for Donald Trump. The magic number is 270. Here are the states that have closed. We can say now that Hillary Clinton has won the big state of Illinois. Of course, she was born in the state of Illinois. That is her home state. She is the winner there. Democrat has won by double digits in the past 6 presidential elections. Hillary Clinton wins the state of Illinois. Hillary Clinton also wins the state of New Jersey. That is a state that has not voted Republican since 1988 for George H.W. Bush. A state also, one of the states where Donald Trump has a home in Bedminster, New Jersey, but that one has gone to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton also wins the true blue state of Massachusetts. Right there, it's 11 electoral votes, has voted Democrat in the last 7 elections, last voted Republican in 1984. Of course, also the home of Senator Elizabeth Warren, one of Hillary Clinton's allies, perhaps Donald Trump's most determined foe on Twitter. Hillary Clinton wins the state of Massachusetts and the state of Maryland, and it's 10 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins that as well. Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake, I see you cheering right there, the Democratic mayor of Baltimore. You also have a new senator.
Yeah, we do, and I'm very, very excited about Senator Chris Van Hollen. He's got such a wonderful reputation in the House, and he is going to do an amazing job. And as this is all coming together, I'm very excited about what this Clinton coalition is going to be. I'm excited about the numbers that we're hearing, and I'm very optimistic.
More numbers are coming in. Rhode Island, the state of Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Again, one of those solid blue states, the last Republican to win Rhode Island, Ronald Reagan in 1984. Another one, state of Delaware. It's 3 electoral votes. The Northeast filling in blue right now. Last voted Republican in 1988 for George H.W. Bush. District of Columbia, no surprise there. That goes to Hillary Clinton right there, and it's 3 electoral votes. And now one for Donald Trump, the state of Mississippi, and it's 6 electoral votes. Jimmy Carter, the last Democrat to win that in 1976. Donald Trump campaigned in Mississippi. He wins that state. And the state of Oklahoma, 7 electoral votes, voted Republican in every presidential election since 1968. And Matthew Dowd, before we move on right here, I want to show you what you're starting to see here is the way tradition has gone in so many of the last elections. Democrats have won so many of these solid blue states for the 6 out of the last 7 elections. Appears to be continuing tonight.
Yeah, if you take a look at the map as it fills in, it's very much similar to a map that we saw in 2012 and very similar to, for a few exceptions, to 2008. So you see, we've seen it in the demographics, we've seen it among race, and now we're seeing the geography, which is pretty much settled out in the country, where vast swaths are red, and then there's coasts that become blue.
Okay, let's put up the map again one more time. We see where the scoreboard stands right now. 68 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 37 electoral votes for Donald Trump so far. A lot of states coming in right now that we don't have enough votes to project yet, including the state of Connecticut, and it's 7 electoral votes. It last went Republican in 1988 for George H.W. Bush. Of course, that was his home state. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump both won their primaries in April. We cannot call that one yet. Tennessee, the state of Tennessee, not enough data in yet on the state of Tennessee. and it's 11 electoral votes. Hasn't voted Democrat since 1996. Even Al Gore, when he ran in 2000, could not win his home state for the Democrats. We don't have enough data. This is a little bit of a surprise to me. Maybe the vote is just coming in slow, but the state of Alabama, and it's 9 electoral votes. Not enough data to project there yet. Not enough data to project in the state of Maine either. It's 4 electoral votes. And John Carl, while we're on the state of Maine, might as well stop right there because there's a little twist in Maine, one of 2 states where they split the electoral votes.
That's right. So the 2nd Congressional District of Maine is way up north. They say the people up there speak with Canadian accents, but they vote a little bit more like they're from Alabama. So it's more conservative, and it's a part of the state that the Trump team has put a lot of effort in because one of their paths to 207.
All right, Rudy Espino, you and I were just catching up on ABC National coverage. Why don't you give our audience kind of a description of what you do, why you are ABC15's expert?
Well, I'm an associate professor of political science at Arizona State University. I've been here since 2004, and I've observed the change in Arizona politics since I've been here.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, and you were kind of catching up with me on some of these battleground states, the battleground zones. So last week I heard Arizona, all of a sudden, surprise, Arizona is going to be a battleground state, but I'm not really hearing national talk about us very much right now. Are we still considered a battleground state, Trump versus Clinton?
Well, we're slowly going into that category.
Okay.
And we can see this with our demographic trends. Compare us to Nevada, Colorado, for instance. The Latino electorate is increasing in its voting power here in Arizona. We've seen this in Nevada, we've seen this in Colorado, and it's expected to occur here in Arizona.
Wow, and I heard that there was a huge Latino vote that is happening in Nevada, and the Trump campaign is really concerned about that.
Yes.
Should they be concerned about that in Arizona?
Yes, if I were working for the Trump campaign, I'd say you have to pay attention to the Latino electorate here in Arizona.
And that one dime spent on Spanish or, those ads, that outreach from the Trump campaign, what would you say about that? Tim Kaine came out and did an entire speech in Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah, and that appeals to Spanish voters or Hispanic voters. Just the fact that you can even speak in Spanish is going to appeal to the Hispanic electorate. And you see this last-minute effort from the Trump campaign to try to appeal to the Latino electorate. But given the fact that he said so many negative things about Mexican Americans and immigrants, I think he's already sunk his ship here in Arizona.
Do you think that was a demographic that is becoming engaged specifically because of those comments, or is that a demographic that sincerely has been engaged throughout,
Both.
Okay.
Right. They've been engaged because on the if you look down the ballot, there is an infamous person for the Hispanic community, Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And that's already engaged the Hispanic electorate. Now you have an increasing Hispanic electorate that is becoming more engaged because of the comments that Donald Trump has made.
Has Paul Penzone done a lot of outreach to?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
Yeah, more so than he did 4 years ago.
Really?
So, yeah.
And what type of? Can you give me any examples?
Airing, just increased advertisements and increased outreach, and especially increased outreach with door-to-door, get out the vote efforts.
Wow.
And so political science research shows that one of the most effective strategies to get Latinos to the polls is just go knock on the door.
And just introduce yourself and be a familiar face.
Yeah, and don't even talk about presidential politics. Just talk about Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Wow.
And talk about immigration, and that gets Latinos to the polls.
Wow, that's very interesting. Is there anything else in regards to the state of Arizona specifically that makes us shine nationally during this election?
Well, I think it's the fact that we have not yet shifted into the purple state category, like Nevada or Colorado.
Yeah.
And we are now moving into that swing state category. The very fact that Clinton is sending her surrogates here.
And she came here. We finally got to see her.
Yeah. So that's a big sign that we're now a state to be watched.
And the last time we did turn blue was
1996.
with her husband. What is it about Clinton, or is it just the anti-Trump vote that attracts the Latino community?
Both.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's the name recognition,
Mhm.
right? So with Clinton, you have the name recognition, and then there's the divisive comments that Trump has been making since 2015 that Latino voters will not forget.
Right.
So.
All right, you and I are going to dip into some national coverage, and then I'll have you react to that. Are you
Sure.
comfortable with that?
Yeah,
Okay, let's do
Great.
that.
Out of her campaign over the last few months is this coalition of big-name celebrity surrogates, and she had this huge rally down there with Jennifer Lopez and Latino stars, and really she's trying to galvanize the Latino community down in Florida. To her, that's the ticket. But you know, Donald Trump says he spends half of his time in Florida. That's his second home. Hillary Clinton's trying to get in on some of that
And
ground.
Tom Yamas, he did very well there in the primaries.
That's right. He won 66 of the 67 counties in Florida. The only county that he lost, though, Miami-Dade. I can't tell you enough how important Florida is for the Donald Trump campaign. It's part of their core four. It's where he spent the most money. It's where he had the most visits since he locked up the nomination. But look at the ad spending. The Clinton team, $92 million to $41 million for Donald Trump. Now, Kellyanne Conway has told me there is one path to the nomination for them without Florida, but many people believe you're entering Don Quixote territory and you're chasing windmills at that point.
And we've got another big announcement out of the state of Florida right now. Marco Rubio, of course, he was running for president earlier in the year, decided to go back into the Senate race. He will come back as a senator. He has won that race right there, 51 to 46 right now over Patrick Murphy. And John Carl, we're seeing a real gap here between Marco Rubio and Donald Trump.
All right, a lot of people, Marco Rubio, Florida. Marco Rubio could have been the presidential candidate on the Republican side and would have absolutely, without a doubt, attracted the voters that you are saying are completely rejecting Trump. What happened? Why do you think more people were attracted to Trump than Marco Rubio?
Well, divisive comments. I mean, it just. Well, he appeals to a certain Republican base.
Right.
But he also has turned off a certain Republican potential electorate, namely the Latino electorate. And we can see that certain, with Rubio, just putting himself further away from Trump. And we see this here in Arizona, in fact, with McCain, distancing himself from Trump.
Right.
Right? And a lot of it just surrounds the rhetoric that Trump has pushed out there with respect to what he's been saying about the Latino, or these Latino immigrants.
Right.
And it's offended a lot of Latino voters.
When they do distance himself from Trump, does it seem like they are more, what is the word I'm trying to look for, establishment, the establishment that they're telling us we have to reject?
Yeah. Well, that's what Trump has been campaigning on.
Yeah.
However, in order to run government, you have to be part of D.C.
Mhm.
We know this.
Right.
And we see this with members of Congress. They run against Congress, yet they're members of Congress. And that's the most effective strategy. And Trump has been using that, but has sort of abandoned that message lately.
All right, I'm going to refresh quickly. This is ABC15.com/results, so that, and I'm going to drop the lower third, so that you and I can kind of get a sense of Oklahoma taken by Trump.
Not surprising.
Not surprising. And I don't think I saw him campaign there very often. Is it just kind of in the bag so you don't have to stop in and say hello?
No. It's a solid red state. So.
And when you are, as an expert, when you're trying to get these results, what are your sources?
Well, 538 is a big one.
Right.
So I look at the aggregation of polls.
Mhm.
And 538, Politico, any source that aggregates the polls, I pay attention to.
All right, interesting. And Kentucky, obviously, for Trump, Mississippi. What are you thinking in regards to Florida? Because Florida, both Hillary and...
attention at Florida,
right?
North Carolina,
and
then later in the night, Nevada.
Okay.
Yeah.
But with Nevada, they're already concerned that they're saying that they left the polls open, but Nevada's like 2 hours late, and Nevada's arguing that those people were in line prior to the polls closing, so they slowly let those people go in and vote. And that's a typical...
So I have a feeling that these election results, if Hillary Clinton does not win North Carolina and Florida, that we're going to have some potential lawsuits.
Oh, wow.
Well into the week.
Right.
Yeah, this could be a repeat of 2000.
So what do you think the odds are that by the end of the night, when our heads hit the pillows, we're going to have an idea of who our next president is?
Well, I have a feeling that we should know, but frankly, I wouldn't be surprised. They just called South Carolina, no surprise. But the key states to watch right now, well, the key state to watch is going to be North Carolina, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
If Hillary loses North Carolina, this is going to be a long week.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so South Carolina, we're calling that for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And North Carolina, the last 2 weeks, we saw them both spending a lot of time in North Carolina. Does it matter, because this was a huge argument throughout the election, does it matter the size of the venue and the bodies within the venue? Because Donald Trump would always say, look at this huge crowd, the media won't show you these huge crowds.
No, it does not matter.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you think, I mean, like common sense, you'd think all of these people within this venue are going to vote for this person.
A lot of those people that show up have already voted.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Yeah, so in North Carolina is going to be important to pay attention to when we come, later into the night.
All right, and I want to give you a look here. We've got a couple of different shots from Hillary Clinton's venue.
Which, it's amazing because both of their their campaign watch events are only 2 miles apart, I think.
I know. Steve was telling me that this is like a rare event, that that not only are they so close, but they're even in the same state.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here's another shot from within Hillary Clinton's venue. I'm limited on my shots. I don't have Donald Trump's right now. Let me see if I have it on any of my other satellite feeds. Let's see. Yeah, if I could get live channel 1, that would be great. So we could take a look inside of Donald Trump's venue. But this is also within Hillary's venue. You could see that they have flooded the venue with bodies. We have been watching it since earlier this evening.
What's the Electoral College count right now? 68, 50. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
68 to 57. Hillary Clinton is 68. Donald Trump, 57.
So we want to pay attention to North Carolina because we'll expect New York to go Hillary.
Right.
Also, East Coast, Pennsylvania is a key state.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina. As those polls close, want to watch that count.
Okay.
And
let me see. I think.
That's we hear about firewalls, but on the East Coast, it's going to be Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, and key states to watch.
All right, and let's see.
And she's
look here.
She's already won New Hampshire.
All right, we're going to hear from Marco Rubio in just a few minutes. So you and I are going to pay attention to that.
Sure. So New Hampshire is a good sign for Clinton.
Tell me why.
Because that was a state that was pretty tight, and the fact that she's able to close
One re-election
is a sign that she's probably going to win some of those other firewall states.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn the volume up here on this Marco Rubio event, and I'm going to turn it up for you too so you can hear it.
Sure.
And Marco Rubio is set to take the stage any moment for his victory speech.
Endorse Donald Trump. That was a big thing, but he's still. Being ahead in the polls, but especially in recent weeks, this was a close race. mean, I don't know when he's going to come out, so I'm just going to have to. Okay. Am I listening to the cut-in now? What?
We just want a live picture.
Oh, okay.
Web went to a break.
So it's just a live picture for this cut-in?
That's what they say.
Oh.
Cut your mic out. Shut your mic off.
Worries you most. They said that we're going to be close and that we're going to look at the election results and wish we had our own get out the vote operation. And we don't, which means in certain respects, in certain precincts, certain states, we don't know as much as we need to know. And Scott, I can tell you this was a conversation that went on and on in the Trump campaign. And Trump was absolutely adamant. He wasn't going to invest in it, didn't believe in it, didn't think it was as important as what he saw in the adoring crowds, thousands of them he kept encountering on the campaign trail. What he may learn tonight in these very closely contested states like Florida, no Trump get out the vote operation there. North Carolina, a small one, but not nearly large enough. Other states that will loom large in the evening, Pennsylvania, Virginia, those are day of voting states. Not a lot of early voting in either one of those states. The Trump campaign not well positioned to get out the vote and identify the key constituencies that they need in those states. So across the board, Scott, the great lament from Trump and those who support him come tomorrow, if he loses, may be we should have invested where we didn't.
All right, right now we're waiting for Marco Rubio to take the stage and to thank everyone for voting for him. He's had a successful evening tonight. I am going to dip into some local coverage in just a moment, so you might see some familiar faces in Steve or with Steve Arcady on the screen, but we will go back to Marco Rubio once he takes the stage. Thanks so much for your patience.
By so many measures, our country is stronger and more prosperous than it was 8 years ago. We know the progress we've made, despite the forces of opposition, despite the forces of discrimination, despite the politics of backlash. That doesn't stop you, my presidency. We're just getting started. That's why I'm so fired up. That's why I'm so ready to go. So if I hear anybody saying their vote does not matter, and it doesn't matter who we elect, read up on your history. It matters. In fact, if you want to give Michelle and me a good send-off, get people registered to vote. If you care about our legacy, realize everything we stand for is at stake. All the progress we made is at stake in this election. My name may not be on the ballot, but our progress is on the ballot. Tolerance is on the ballot. Democracy is on the ballot. Justice is on the ballot. Good schools are on the ballot. Anti-mass incarceration is on the ballot right now.
2016 election results trickling in nationwide as we watch this map light up. The red states going for Donald Trump, blue called for Hillary Clinton. And those aqua states you see, partial results coming in and some very close races that we are watching right now. The presidential race could also be up in the air here in Arizona. Late word tonight, Maricopa County expects to have more than 350,000 early ballots left to count by the time the polls close.
Yeah, that's in 35 minutes, but the Democratic Party just filed a lawsuit to keep the polls open an extra 2 hours. They were citing earlier issues, including long lines and computer problems. In fact, the Maricopa County Recorder's Office tells us 4,000 calls have come in to the troubleshooter hotline just today, still less than half of the 10,000 they saw from the last presidential election, but that has just been denied.
At this very second, workers are scrambling to tally those early ballots. We're watching this live webcast from Maricopa County. 831,000 have been counted, we're told. Statewide, we're told more than 1,700,000 early ballots have been turned in, which is a record for Arizona. In addition to the presidential race, we're closely watching the Senate race between John McCain and Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick. Our ABC 15 teams at both camps tonight. We're going to check in with Faye Fredericks and Stephanie Hockridge in just a moment.
But first, let's go to Navita Fergani as McCain supporters waited out over at the Herd Museum.
Yeah, guys, this party's going to kick off in about an hour, and McCain's not expected to make an appearance until this race is called. Now, he is fighting to keep his seat for a sixth term, and in this election, the main focus was keeping or getting that Latino vote. He even had his Spanish-speaking call center for the very first time in this election, and of course, he distanced himself from Donald Trump, and he's hoping all of that paid off, so we'll see what happens when those votes come in, and of course, we're going to keep you posted when he gets here tonight. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Let's head it out to Faye Fredericks now, who's standing by at the Democratic Party headquarters. Faye?
Yeah. Steve, I want to tell you very quickly, when we just saw those 7 states called by CNN for Hillary Clinton along with the District of Columbia, a cheer went up in the room. We're also watching that Senate race between Ann Kirkpatrick and John McCain very closely. Let's bring in ABC 15's Jason Valentine to tell us what he's hearing from the Kirkpatrick campaign.
And I've been talking to Ann Kirkpatrick's campaign manager throughout the afternoon and evening here, and they're very confident. They like the fact that Latino early voting is coming back strong. We've seen estimates saying that it's definitely higher than it was in 2012. Democrats say maybe double 2012. That is maybe a little bit high. That's maybe a little optimistic, but either way, they believe that Latino vote skews toward Ann Kirkpatrick. They're also seeing independent voting coming back very strong, and they believe Kirkpatrick, a more moderate Democrat, they believe that favors her, and she's been all over the state the last 24 hours. She was in Tucson earlier today, then in Phoenix around noon, shaking hands outside polling places, and it was interesting. Her message not necessarily against John McCain as it was anti-Trump in the last push for the election.
I was in Nogales last night, right at the border, and they're concerned down there because a wall in Nogales is not good for us in Arizona.
Now, all of that said, Faye, the Kirkpatrick campaign realizes unseating John McCain will be a monumental task tonight.
Yeah. All right, I know you're going to be watching it for us.
Absolutely.
We have you covered here at Democratic campaign headquarters. Guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Now to the Arizona GOP. That party's watching the results as well.
Stephanie?
Hi, Katie. Yes. Here's what's interesting. Election 2016. We've been told to expect the unexpected, and that is certainly the case here at the Republican Watch Party. Tyler Hudgens with Social Tech Consulting joining me now. You've been hired by the Republican Party of Arizona to do all of this. Explain what all of this is.
So this is the Arizona Republican Party's social media war room. As you know, social media has literally changed the way that we're able to communicate online. As you can see up here, we have a lot of bubbles. This is a real-time conversation that's going online right now by local media in Arizona. The green bubbles mean positive sentiment, red means negative, and blue means neutral. So we're able to literally know.
We're already out of time, but we'll be back in 30 minutes as the polls close here in Arizona.
I'm David Goldstein. You know, if you need cash these
All right, Rudy, a lot has happened since you and I were off air let's talk about Florida, because I saw a reaction from you when we started getting some of those numbers out of Florida. And kind of give us a better understanding of what's going on in Florida.
Yeah, my reaction was, I just hope it's not going to be a repeat of the 2000 election.
Right.
Where it really came down to one county in Florida.
And that map was messy.
Yes, it was. So there's some concern, especially from the Clinton camp, as to the fact that the race is as tight as it is in Florida. Because the expectation was that the Hispanic vote was going to push Clinton ahead in Florida, and we don't see that happening right now. Another state to watch with a non-trivial Latino population, surprisingly, is going to be North Carolina. And if Hillary Clinton does not win Florida and North Carolina, it's going to push this election count way into later into the week. And there's certainly going to be court challenges if she does not secure Florida and North Carolina.
All right, we got an updated map. Look at that big, beautiful map. Hillary Clinton with 68. You can see there in the left-hand corner. Donald Trump, 66. So this, let me drop the lower third really quick.
Yeah.
So it's tight all around, it feels like, up at this point. When do we get down to really seeing some numbers that will shake things up?
Well, the firewall on the East Coast is going to be Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio. And then if Hillary Clinton is able to secure those states, she's got it wrapped up. And then we don't have to stay up too late
Right.
and wait for results come in from Colorado and Nevada, for instance.
What we do know is somebody that we became very familiar with throughout this campaign. Marco Rubio won Florida, and we are watching this podium waiting for him to take the stage. I'm also seeing some activity, and let me confirm what this venue is on my satellite feed. We're going to just dip into this while I find out exactly what we're looking at.
And all humanity. You are the God who believes in new beginnings. You are the God who calls us to aim high in our dreams and our hopes. You are the God who forgives us when we miss the mark of your high calling. You are the force that helps to break the glass ceilings of sexism and racism, ageism, and really any ism that holds people down. You are a God who calls all people to love each other, even to lay down their lives for one another. Lord God, this evening, one of the most divisive and unpredictable presidential races has happened in modern history, but it has reached its end. We need a new beginning. Father God, bring order out of the chaos of these last few months. Mother God, set us free from the turmoil. Lord, we need your healing to end the hate and fear, to challenge us that we can be stronger together as we work for the progress of all people in our beloved country. That united we stand, and divided we fall. May our nation serve as a shining beacon of unity, freedom, and hope around this world. We are grateful that your child, Hillary Rodham Clinton, was willing to take on this challenge of making our nation better, of moving forward and not backward, of bringing hope and equality to all people. We are grateful for a leader who celebrates diversity and sees it as a blessing instead of a curse. We are grateful for a leader who lives out her faith daily and joins people of other faiths in the common thread of respect for others and helping the least, the last, and the lost. Empower her and us, O God, to bring our nation together for the common good of all your children. We are indeed thankful that Hillary and Tim have placed themselves in this race to guide our nation as they respect and implement your call to seek mercy and justice. Help them to continue to lead us in showing kindness and compassion to our neighbors. They will need to help us to love those who are most difficult to love. They will need to help us to express empathy and empowerment to the widow, the fatherless, the motherless, and the poor. They will help our nation to offer hospitality and justice for the sojourner and the immigrant. And they will continue to lead us in reconciliation with hope for the future, regardless of today's outcome. Lord, send your spirit of healing, peace, justice, and freedom upon us. Break down the walls of political partisanship and help us to build bridges for the future and make us one. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio.
Hello, New York City! And hello, America! And to all of you gathered here, a lot of you have been here hours and hours, but it's worth waiting hours for a victory party, isn't it? Tonight, America, we are going to make history. And not just because we're going to shatter that stubborn glass ceiling. And shatter it we will. Not just because we're sending to the White House the most experienced, the most qualified candidate to run for this office ever. But because tonight we will send to Washington a proven fighter with the most progressive agenda in generations. Hillary Rodham Clinton has spent a lifetime advocating for all of us, standing up for all of us, fighting to lift up those who weren't getting a fair shake. And when those returns come in tonight, we will have elected a president who stands for us, for our families, for our communities. A president committed to creating an economy that works for all of us, not just those at the top. A president devoted to building the middle class again, because she understands America grows when our middle class grows. And this is important. A president dedicated to restoring basic fairness when it comes to taxes, making sure the wealthy pay their fair share. We believe in an America where those who are well off and the corporations and Wall Street don't get to pay a lower tax rate than the rest of us. And a president who will make sure we end tax breaks for companies that ship our jobs overseas. The president understands that the crush of college debt must be lifted from our children and our families. President who fights for the things that we've been fighting for in New York City and in cities all over America, the fairness we all deserve. President Hillary Clinton will raise the minimum wage across this nation, just as we did for our city workforce here in New York City. She will establish something that may have waited a long time, but it's about to finally change. She will establish equal pay for equal work for the women of the United States of America. Just as we did in reforming our hiring practices here in New York City. She will fight for universal pre-kindergarten for every child in America. Just as we did when we provided kindergarten for 70,000 children in New York City. Every one of them went to school yesterday and got kindergarten for free. Shouldn't every American child get that pre-kindergarten for free all over this country? She will work to guarantee that someone who has a sick loved one in their family will not have to choose between the needs of their loved one and their paycheck. She will fight for paid sick leave for all Americans. These are the kind of changes that will lift up working families all over this country. These are the kinds of changes we've needed for years. And it's going to take a tough leader, a resolute leader, a leader who understands our lives. And that leader, in just a few hours, will be declared the victor of this election. Now, to all of you here tonight from New York City, and to all of you who come from great cities all over this country, Hillary Clinton's agenda recognizes the fact that more and more Americans are living in cities. And this is a wonderful thing for our nation. And it's time for our federal government to invest in our cities again. To help us do the things that make our cities work. Affordable housing, mass transit, repairing our roads and bridges, policing reform that keeps our people safe and respects the dignity of all. And immigration reform that leaves none of our neighbors in the shadows. These are the things that Hillary Clinton will fight for. These are the changes she will achieve. Finally, with the election of Hillary Rodham Clinton as our 45th president, America will send a message to the whole world about who we are. We will say very clearly, no to hatred, no to division, no to intolerance. And we'll say yes to some things.
All right, Rudy and I, we're going to jump into Marco Rubio. It looks like he's about to take the stage.
There he is.
And hopefully we hear him once he gets on that mic, because so far I'm not hearing the crowd. If not, I'll get a tape playback for you. I'm not hearing him. Come on. Uh-oh. All right, I'm going to take you back to Bill de Blasio. I apologize. I will have that speech for you later.
Donald Trump.
Our United States Senator from New York. Tonight I'm here as a New Yorker, feeling the same pride, the same hope, the same inspiration,
and I congratulate
knowing
him on a good race. Congressman Murphy's a young man with a bright future, and I thanked him for his willingness to step forward in public service. Guys, running for office is hard. Putting your name on the ballot is hard. And I congratulate him and his family, and I look forward to seeing the ways he is going to serve our country in the future. I want to begin by acknowledging what I always do, and that is, absolutely, you should, Patrick ran a great race. All the glory and the praise belongs to my Creator, to God, from my personal faith, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He has carried us in every moment of our life, in the good times and the difficult ones and the twists and turns, and there's been a number of twists and turns this year, and so I always acknowledge God, and I thank God because the greatest blessing He's given me after the opportunity to be a citizen of the greatest nation on earth is an extraordinary woman to share my life with, my wife Jeanette, and my 4 children. I'm so grateful for them. We had a great campaign team, and I wish I could mention all of their names. There's so many great people, but I do want to acknowledge someone who came here and helped us run this campaign and did a phenomenal job. There is no one better in the country right now, in my opinion, at running these things than the person who ran mine. His name is Clint Reed, and I want to thank him for his work. He did fantastic. I want to thank the staff in my Senate office. I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said, you know, I'm not a Republican, but I'm going to vote for you because you guys helped me. You helped me with a Social Security claim. You helped me with an issue at the VA. And that's the work we do. We are honored to do it. And that is the people that work in my offices in Washington and all across Florida. We have the best Senate staff in America, and I'm grateful to them. And, of course, I want to thank the people of this extraordinary state for giving me another opportunity to continue to serve them in the United States Senate. This is an extraordinary place, Florida. It is the collection of all of the things that make us the greatest nation on earth, of people who have lived here for decades, of the descendants of slaves, of the children of immigrants. Florida is America, and it's such an honor to be able to represent this extraordinary state. I want to say a few words in Spanish because I know people get their news in Spanish. A lot of people that vote for me learned about me in Spanish. Y quiero empezar por reconocer, si no sé si están aquí, pero quiero empezar por reconocer a nuestra población de puertorriqueños, los boricuas que nos ayudaron, y a nuestras amistades en la isla de Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico está aquí hoy. También el pueblo de Venezuela, estamos con ustedes y le doy las gracias a los venezolanos aquí viviendo en esta comunidad. A los colombianos también, porque mi esposa y su familia son de Colombia, así que le doy. Y obviamente los cubanos de la Florida, los cubanos. Le doy las gracias. We have been through an interesting year as a nation, and we await the results of tonight's election. But here's what I know for sure. Here's what I know. There is still no nation on earth that I would rather be. Despite all of our challenges, there is no country and there is no people on this planet that I would trade places with. I am glad that I'm an American in the 21st century. America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around. I have faith. I know God is not done with America yet. He has great plans for our people. In the days and weeks to come, I hope that we as a people here in Florida, I hope we will set the example in this great state.
And for
That
some
while
reason
we
we're
can
having
disagree on
audio
issues, we
issues
cannot
with
share a country where people hate each other because of their political affiliation.
Marco Rubio, but you were talking about how it's interesting that we've already called Rubio for the state of Florida, and you and I were just reading on ABC News, just over 100,000 votes separate Trump and Clinton in Florida. So this
is an unusual result because typically what we observe is that there's what we call presidential coattail effects.
Mhm.
That when a state goes for a president, there's down ballot effects.
Right.
So we would expect that the first race that would be called would be the presidential candidate,
Mhm.
and that would have an effect on down the ballot effects. But we're already calling it for Rubio.
And you were also talking about him speaking, what was it, Spanish that he was speaking?
Yeah.
I gave you my earphones so I couldn't hear. And that is...
And he was speaking not just to Cubans. He was which is a dominant population in politics in Florida.
Uh-huh.
But he was extending a hand to Puerto Ricans, a growing population in Florida, Colombians, Dominicans. So he was speaking to many Latino populations.
What are you thinking watching this? I don't think that anyone can say that really monitored this entire election that he does not have a presidential appeal. But and he also said immediately following him dropping out of the race that he was considering not even continuing to run for this position, and Trump encouraged him to please continue. Are you looking at him thinking that this could potentially be a president in the future? I feel like
absolutely.
Yeah, his posture. He absolutely could be a future president.
Absolutely. He's more presidential than Trump has been,
right,
by far. And he dropped out early and was gracious in dropping out. And he still has a lot of years ahead of him. So I don't think that it won't be surprising if we see Rubio run again in, say, 2020 or 2024.
And do you think that he will be older and have a little bit more respect, because he kind of looked and seemed like the new kid on the block, in comparison to a Jeb, who's everybody's familiar with that last name, Lindsey Graham. Everybody was familiar with Lindsey Graham because he's had, aside from his career, he's had such a good relationship with John McCain, and you've seen him out there a lot.
Yeah, I think this result for Rubio bodes really well for him and his future. I expect that, now that he's secured the Senate seat, I wouldn't be surprised that if he runs again in 4 years.
All right, let's just take a peek. This is Donald Trump's headquarters in New York City. We are waiting to see some activity there. A lot of activity already happening at Hillary Clinton's event, which you can see right here. And we're kind of dipping in and out with Bill de Blasio's speech earlier, who is a familiar face. This is, I believe, outside the venue. Inside the venue, it is a completely different, beautiful setup. The glass ceiling, the United States of America shaped floor. So that's going to be quite the production. Again, a live look at inside Donald Trump's venue. And let's take you back to the map. Also, I don't want to forget Hillary Clinton. Rhode Island was called for Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Let's get an update here as well. Let's refresh this while we take a look. Hillary Clinton leading Donald Trump 68 to 66. As of 3 minutes ago in regards to the electoral votes. Republican Todd Young winning Indiana. And did I just overhear them saying that Republicans expected to keep control of the Senate?
I don't know if that's true. It really comes down to results in Nevada, Illinois. Well, Florida has already gone for the Republicans for the Senate.
All right, let me give you a look at our map here. Our up-to-date map. I don't know. I think if I was a viewer at home, watching it so early to me would almost make me nervous. I think I'd almost just kind of pop out of bed at midnight just to see where we stood.
Yeah. It's going to be I think it's not just going to be a very long night. I think it's going to be a very long week.
All right, waiting for that page to refresh. And I will take you back to that map. Here we go. So tell me, do you think that there's anything surprising about this map? Are you surprised by anything, or at this point in the game, everything is as expected?
Everything is as expected. But I'd really be curious about the Senate results in Illinois.
All right, let's see. We're going to dip in quickly to Hillary Clinton's event, and I'm going to change that lower third. But we're going to dip into Hillary Clinton's event, see what they're saying, and you and I are going to check out what's going on in Illinois.
Okay.
We want to make sure that each and every person thinks about their children and the children, our young people that are in your lives, and just touch your heart, because that's the most important part of your body, is your heart. And we got to make sure that we practice love and not hate. Thank you so much.
about my daughter right now. No little girl will ever again have to wonder whether she too can be president. That has been retweeted over 1,500 times in just 20 minutes. Meantime, Donald Trump Jr. has tweeted, "Final push. Eric and I doing dozens of radio interviews. We can win this thing. Get out and vote. Make America great again. Hashtag election day." Retweeted 6,000 times since this afternoon. More after this.
It is a divided country, and at least as far as the votes are showing us as they're coming in now, that is playing out. I mean, there's no question about it, especially and incredibly so in the purple state of Florida.
Let's walk over to John King and take a closer look at Florida right now. John, some of those Democratic-leading counties in the southeastern part of Florida, there's still a lot of votes outstanding.
There's still a lot of votes outstanding. The question is, are there enough votes outstanding? So you go through them as you look. And you look at Palm Beach County, we've been stuck at 53% of the vote counted for quite some time, 57 to 40. So reasonable to assume there are a lot more votes there for Secretary Clinton if the margin holds up. It doesn't always. It could be some more Republican-leaning precincts out there. We don't know exactly what's out there, but if you watch as it's built, it's been pretty consistent. The question is, what's left? Jeff Zeleny was just talking about this. We're only up to 13% in Broward County. Secretary Clinton has targeted this quite a bit. He's at 70-30 almost right there. Let's just go back and look at it comparative in time, 67-32. So at the moment, she's running a little stronger than President Obama was 4 years ago when he eked out the narrowest of victories in this one county before. The president won statewide narrowly. We come down to Miami-Dade, which is the biggest place for Democratic votes, and this one's almost counted 91%. But again, that 9%, when you're talking about, look at the numbers of votes here, that 9%, a decent amount of votes. So we've got some more counting to do here. And the other thing you start looking for, Wolf, is where the Republican votes still out. So you're looking at DeSoto County, 100%. A lot of these smaller counties, the rural counties where Donald Trump runs it up, still Polk County, we have nothing. So there's some.
We are learning, based on new information we're getting from the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, is that the presidential race in Arizona, possibly the sheriff's race in Maricopa County, and any other races which are expected to be close may be up in the air by night's end. You just saw a picture there from Air 15. Polls close in about 3 minutes or so. We still have hundreds of people waiting in line in many of these places, and now we are learning hundreds of thousands of ballots have not been counted, have yet to be counted, and likely won't be counted by the end of the night.
Yeah, you're looking at those live pictures right now as people wait in line. Let's check in with ABC15 Sonu Wasu. She's been there asking some of these tough questions, trying to get to the bottom of what's happening at the county recorder's office right now. Sonu?
Yeah, they've already counted 800,000 early ballots so far. You can see them in the boxes behind this glass wall here. But the work here is just beginning. They got a record number of early ballots in, more than 1 million so far, and many of them still coming in as people have been dropping off early ballots all day at those polls. Staff here tell me it could take 10 to 12 days to count all of these ballots. They have to verify every signature. They can count up to 100,000 ballots a day. So if there are races, as you mentioned, Steve, that are tight, these uncounted ballots could make all the difference. Staff here tell me that some races may be too close to call if there's enough of a gap here tonight. Back to you.
So yeah, a number of races that we're talking about here. Certainly, Arizona's been labeled a toss-up state in the presidential race. And what's interesting, Maricopa County, the largest county in Arizona, and a county with a majority of Republican voters here. And when you match that against Pima County, where there's a large number of Democrats, we very likely won't have any idea exactly of what the results are going to be from the presidential race tonight.
Yeah, 10 to 20 days, and a lot of people have an expectation that that should happen much faster. And when you're looking at those cameras that we were just showing you inside the tabulation area, you don't see people in there. And when they're saying 100,000 each day, we want Arizona to put the best foot forward. And if we have races waiting to be called till far past today, it's going to be pretty unsettling for people.
Yeah, could be a long night. We're going to continue to gather more information on this.
Hi, I'm David Goldstein. You know, if you need
All right, Rudy and I have a lot to say about the long lines, but we are going to go ahead and start a new feed on Facebook, and we're going to delve far more into some of these results coming up. So what I'm going to go do, hi Josh, everybody say hi to Josh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this. If you can refresh your Facebook feed, that's great. If you're watching us on YouTube or ABC15.com, you don't have to do anything. But if you're watching us on Facebook, refresh your Facebook feed here in a minute. And Rudy and I are going to talk about some of those long lines, and actually let me show you them. And you're saying as long as you are in line within the next 15 seconds, you are still going to be able to vote this evening. But we're going to go ahead and shut down this Facebook Live if you're watching us on ABC15.com or YouTube. You're fine. Don't do anything. Facebook, refresh your page, and we're going to have a new live feed up in a second. Rudy and I are going to be talking about those long lines, and we're going to give you some national updates. Thanks so much. I'll see you in just a second.
Take a look at where things stand right there. Donald Trump with 123 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton with 97. Of course, 270 is what you need to win. We are paying so much attention right now to those battleground states, especially that state of Florida. Let's take a look at where the vote stands in Florida right now. There you see it. Just about 100,000 some votes separate Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump in the lead, 49-48. And Rebecca Jarvis, our senior business correspondent, is here. You've seen an interesting development as this news comes in.
Yes, George, with those polls so close in Florida right now, we're actually seeing a sell-off in the Mexican peso. It's been...
Okay, see, Rebecca's microphone went off. You're saying you're seeing a sell-off in the Mexican peso about 1%.
The Mexican peso is now down about 1% since that news has come in about...
Okay, Rebecca, we'll come back to you. 1% drop in the Mexican peso, and John Carl, those votes are so close right now.
It's unbelievably tight, and Trump has got a lead over 100,000 votes, well over 100,000 votes. But I see reasons here to think that Hillary Clinton will bounce back in Florida, and here's why. I've mentioned Miami-Dade County, of course, which is so important. There's still vote coming in there, but 93% of precincts reporting. But look right north of Miami-Dade, in Broward County. This is a county that went overwhelmingly for Barack Obama in 2012 and 2008. Only 16% of precincts are reporting. There are a lot of Hillary Clinton votes left in Broward County.
Big catch right there. Let's also take a look at the state of North Carolina. It is a close state as well. Let's put up that board right now, see what's happening there in North Carolina. 49-49, just about 4,000 votes separate Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And Byron Pitts, another one of these changing states.
Oh, George, remember earlier Jonathan was talking about the Raleigh-Durham area. Well, the halfway point between Raleigh-Durham is a town called Apex, where my family's from, the apex of good living. In 2000, Apex had about 20,000 residents. It was 90% white. Today, Apex, a town of 42,000, the Hispanic population is up 300%, the black population up 80%, the Asian Pacific population up 600%. So this is no longer Jesse Helms' North Carolina. Also, one final point, and how important the ground game is in North Carolina. Donald Trump had 3 offices in North Carolina. Hillary Clinton had 33.
Okay, Byron Pitts, thanks very much. A lot of results coming in right now. Let's go through them. Starting out with the state of Texas, 38 electoral votes, one of the biggest prizes on the board, and Donald Trump, the projected winner in the state of Texas. Matthew Dowd, that is your home state. Democrats hope that state is changing as more Latinos come into that state, but not quite yet.
No, there was a huge increase in the Latino.
All right, we just saw, and we lost our long lines. No. So Donald Trump wins the state of Texas. You said that wasn't a surprise. Let me tell you what I think of when I think of Donald Trump in the state of Texas. I think of him standing on the stage. I think it was a building Mark Cuban owned. Mm-hmm. Mark Cuban offered him this building to hold this campaign rally. Right. And so for several months, we were under the impression that Mark Cuban was Team Donald Trump because Donald Trump would say at every venue, Mark Cuban offered me his venue because there wasn't enough room at this next venue. So now all of a sudden Mark Cuban is so Team Hillary, on the plane with Hillary. Mm-hmm. What happened there? I don't.
Well, I think it's just that
Did everybody think this was a joke, is what I'm trying to say? At the beginning of Donald Trump saying, I'm running for president, did everybody get on board because they thought maybe it was a joke?
No, I think that they did. I think people that did support him initially thought he just was an outsider.
Right.
Analogous to perhaps Barry Goldwater here from Arizona in 1964. Just to shake up the establishment a little bit, just to ruffle people's feathers.
Right.
And somehow Donald Trump continued to persevere and rise to the top.
And Josh, are we going to go live on Facebook soon? Yeah, you're not. Okay, well, we are on YouTube and ABC15. That's why I'm still talking. Do you want to let me know when you're going to go live on Facebook? Okay. So you and I were talking about those long lines, and unfortunately, we've lost our feed of those long lines. But you were just, and here's another one of our local shots. I will figure out exactly what venue this is in just a second. I'll take you to inside Hillary Clinton's live event, and then really quickly Donald Trump's, because there is a correspondent, so we'll get out of that, and back to the map. But you were talking about those long lines that we're dealing with in Phoenix, Arizona. They were wrapping around that building, and we've seen long lines throughout the afternoon.
Well, even before the polls even opened.
Right.
Yeah.
And what would you consider that? Who's to blame for that?
I think it's the county recorder, and that's why she's under fire right now, Helen Purcell.
Right.
So she's facing a tough re-election battle, in part because this is not the first time this has happened. And you have to ask the question, why are there fewer polling locations now than there were 10 years ago, given that there are more voters here in Maricopa County?
And you know, it's so surprising because we had such issue during the initial, what was that, 6 months ago?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was on the cover of every newspaper, the lead every night, that those lines were outrageous. And it's kind of unsettling that it's not been fixed.
Yeah.
And why would we cut back on locations here in Arizona?
Well, the argument would be that it saves on money, that you have access to voting early, just be a permanent early voter, just vote by mail.
Right.
But there are some people that just don't utilize that. And it's a right to vote in person on election day.
All right, you and I are we're going to stare at this beautiful map, but let's get an update. Duckworth elected to U.S. Senate in Illinois.
Oh, goodness. So that's been called.
That has been called. That was 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
Schumer reelected in U.S. Senate in New York. Schumer has been very aggressive in regards to gun control out of New York. Trump wins Texas. We just saw that. Clinton wins New York. That was also expected.
Yes.
Especially since, and here's just a live look at some of our screens, live look at Hillary. Especially Trump today got out to vote in New York, and he was met with some boos, which I was kind of surprised about.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Hoeven reelected to the U.S. Senate in North Dakota.
Not a surprise.
Burgum elected governor in North Dakota.
Yep.
Warren reelected to U.S. Senate in Kansas. Trump winning Kansas. Trump winning Wyoming. Now,
no surprise there.
I do have to say that while watching this as just a spectator, it always feels like the Republican numbers come in sooner.
Well, yeah, because some of these red states are very, very red.
Right.
Right. And it's, but the country is shifting, especially with these swing states. In swing states, what we see is we observe over time, they're swinging blue.
Right.
Right. They're moving from red to blue. And so it takes a little bit more time for some of these swing state results to come in. And so we want to keep an eye out for North Carolina and Florida.
And you're telling me that we might just need to get our Snuggies out for Florida.
We might need to keep the Snuggies on for a few days.
So Florida, you keep referencing the previous election. Oh, and look, we have Ann Kirkpatrick's headquarters, which Steve was telling me not very confident in regards to Ann Kirkpatrick, even though she had almost a ridiculous budget compared to John McCain.
Yeah, but John McCain is a household name here in Arizona.
He's a legacy.
He's a legacy.
Yeah.
And that matters.
All right, let's see here. Back to Hillary Clinton headquarters, and we can give you a peek inside of Trump's. And we were on such a good. I had another question waiting for you, and I've lost it,
That's
so
okay.
I
That's okay.
apologize.
I'm the same way.
But in Florida, with the last go round, where it was chaos in Florida,
yeah.
how long did it take for us to get answers there?
At least a couple weeks.
Okay,
Yeah.
at least a couple of weeks. Okay, so you
Yeah.
you were serious about the Snuggies. You
Yeah.
okay. Okay. All right. So that's Trump. We're going to go back to this live look at the map, and it was outdated a second ago, so I might need to refresh it here pretty soon. Donald Trump 129, Hillary Clinton 97.
And my fear is that, given what we saw in 2000, with Gore at least being, gracious in defeat, I don't see Trump being gracious, even if Florida is like a toss-up. I anticipate this is going to go all the way into January.
Arkansas, Trump projected winner,
No
coming
surprise.
from ABC News. Yeah, so we have a couple of live shots here.
So that one will be up shortly.
Okay.
It isn't up yet. TV2, Denver headquarters. Maybe flip it around on the back.
Okay.
You've got some other
Oh, wow.
options for you as well. So 201 is.
Is that local or is this is national?
This is national.
Okay, so we have our national feeds up. That's Hillary's very well produced headquarters, which compared to what Donald Trump gave us throughout this election, Donald Trump gave us a production every campaign stop. It was an hour of entertainment.
Yeah, you did not know what you were going to get.
Exactly, and Hillary Clinton's events were much smaller and humble, and in high school gymnasiums.
And well produced.
Yeah,
very
yes.
well organized.
Yes, scripted.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's were in arenas. So it's a little surprising to see the finale being kind of Trump's humble Hilton versus this. I mean, it looks like the Democratic National Convention all over again.
It does. You're right.
So let's see what updates do we have. Boozman reelected to U.S. Senate in Arkansas.
No surprise.
And Trump winning Arkansas. Again, that map just looks so red to me.
Well, yeah, but a lot of those red states have so few votes for the Electoral College.
All right, let's check out ABC News. And we'll go, you can see, let me see if I can, looks like Donald Trump's crowd, they're chanting something. Let's see. Republican Doug Burgum will win North Dakota. Did we already go over Doug Burgum?
John Thune.
John Thune, is that a surprise in South Dakota?
No. He's one of the more moderate Republicans, actually.
What about North Carolina? Is North Carolina going to be as much drama as Florida?
With respect to this, with respect to both the president and the Senate race.
All right, let's see. Back to Clinton has the most produced feed. We're kind of limited with our Trump feed. Oh, but look at that. He's giving us options. And, I've noticed, actually, let me share an email that I received. This, we're on all of these lists as journalists, and the Trump campaign sent out an email that said, urgent, did your early ballot count? Arizona, did you vote early? Was your ballot properly counted? And we're hearing, I don't even remember the number of the amount of ballots that haven't been counted.
Oh, yeah.
Confirm that your mail-in ballot was accepted and counted by clicking here, and they offer you a link.
Right.
If you mailed your ballot or if you voted at an early voting location and your ballot was not received according to the above website, please contact your county recorder. Thank you for your efforts. And so, I mean, they're seriously concerned about people's ballots not being counted.
Yeah.
Is that something that's typical? Am I going to get the same email from the Hillary Clinton campaign?
I think it's more likely that you're going to get it from the Republican campaign.
Oh, no, you can talk.
Okay.
You're allowed to talk.
Okay.
We want you to talk.
All
So you're saying that...
I think it's probably more of a concern from the Republican Party campaign.
And is that typical with any...
No, it's typically the concern of Democrats.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump says he used to be a Democrat.
Yes.
So maybe he's taken a page out of that playbook.
That playbook, yeah.
Yeah, so that's an interesting, and do you think that's specific to Arizona or, well,
he's been sending this message not just to Arizona, but almost the whole nation, that, this election process has been rigged. And, and it sends...
And is that why you're concerned about how he's going to react this evening?
To the results.
To the results.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's see here if we...
Potentially, again, it's not guaranteed that the margin stays the same in the rest
So
of
it looks like at these events they just are watching. It looks like Trump's got Karl Rove and Fox News on, and then Hillary's got CNN playing at her event, and everybody's reacting to things that are going on the screen. So I'm kind of jealous that we're not there right now. That seems kind of like a fun party. Unfortunately for you, it's just you and I in this small box.
That's fine, but I anticipate that these parties, we're not going to get results declared anytime soon. So it's going to be a very long, not just night, but I anticipate a very long week.
All right, in that frame, let's see here. Hillary jumping to 104, you can see there in the left-hand corner, and Donald Trump at 129.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is... So there has been growth there, but where?
For Hillary?
Yeah, so
New York.
Connecticut.
New York and Connecticut
Yeah.
were big electoral votes that came in.
All right, let's see. And I'm going to take you to Ann Kirkpatrick's headquarters for 2 seconds.
And it changes everything. But if you're the Trump campaign, did you think, or the flip, if you're the Democrats, did you think 2 weeks ago on election night we would be looking at Virginia, but as the count got up above 70%, and we were counting the votes?
The states that President Obama carried twice.
Carried twice. Now, it used to be a red state, but it has been moving, especially because of the growth in these suburbs and the fast-growing Latino population. So the fact that Trump is so competitive, even if he narrowly loses this state, right now he's winning, and he's in position to potentially win it, even if he narrowly loses the state, it tells you he is performing in a way that is going to surprise some Democrats, and that's why when you
go to North Carolina.
North Carolina, you just move it just
the same thing for us in North Carolina. The 71% of the vote is now in, and Donald Trump still has a lead. You see a lead of about 20,000 votes.
So we move it back again, and we're not 75%. And what are you missing? We got a long way to go here. We got a long way to go here because you've got a lot of places where, and these are largely Democratic areas. So this is, but I'll show you the population centers here are Democratic. You see Durham County here, where the Democrats are looking for some votes. You come down here, Cumberland County, Fayetteville, only. This is the absentee vote. This means we don't have a big dump of real election day votes as yet. This is a smaller county, Robeson County, but still, that's more competitive. 5-point race there in that county. So you're looking at what's left out there. There are some Republican areas. Let's go through them and look. They tend to be a little bit smaller, but this one's not bad. There's some votes for Trump potentially here. We don't know what's coming over here. I want to move over to Wilmington. I showed you this before. Clinton was narrowly ahead. Now Trump is very narrowly ahead, very competitive. So North Carolina, again, there's enough out here that you can't make any leaps. We have a very close race, and we're going to have a very close race as we come.
Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are back now here in Times Square. Let's take another look at where the map stands right now. The Electoral College count, you see it there, 104 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 129 for Donald Trump, the magic number 270. Let me check back in with Amy Roback, who's about 10 blocks north here at the New York Hilton. That is the Trump headquarters tonight.
That's right, George, and we are seeing a very different scene here than we were just about 30 minutes ago. There is a lot of cheering, a lot of energy in this room as those results start to come in. Anytime anyone starts talking about Florida, you hear the crowd here erupt with cheers, chanting USA, USA. I'm seeing smiles, I'm seeing laughter. That is something I was not seeing an hour ago. So you can just feel the energy in this room increasing as people are now becoming a lot more hopeful than it seems they were earlier in the evening, George.
And Matthew Dowd, if he's in the game in Florida. I want to bring this question to you and then have John Carl start to pull up some electoral college maps, possibilities right here. He's in the game. Donald Trump is in the game if he can pull out that state of Florida.
Yes, he's definitely in the game. It was going to be basically if she won Florida, it's slam dunk. There was really no path for him. Florida is the pillar of the game that he needs to keep running, and then he needs to pick up. If he picks up Florida, he needs to pick up North Carolina. And then he starts needing to pick up across the country. Yeah. But Florida's the first one.
Let's illustrate that now.
But not Hillary Clinton, not pivotal.
Let's illustrate that right now with Donald Trump. Show the states that he's got to win to put himself in contention as we go into this night or later into the night.
Well, if you look at it, it's basically 12 battleground states we've been looking at. And if you look at the ones that going into today, Hillary Clinton had a lead. As you can see, she's already got over 270. So what Trump has to do is to win all the ones that we had as toss-ups. He has to win Florida. He has to win North Carolina. He has to win Ohio, win New Hampshire, and win Arizona. And then he needs to find a way to pick off one of those traditionally blue states. It could be Nevada. If he does Nevada, he gets there as long as he also wins that one congressional district we mentioned up in Maine.
So what we're going to be doing all night long as we watch Florida, as we watch North Carolina, those two states that are so close now between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, if he manages to win those two states, then we have to start to focus on those blue states, those Midwestern blue states up in the north. He's got to find something there to pick off.
Yeah, if he's not going to win in Nevada, if he's not going to win in New Hampshire, he has to get one of the biggies. He has to find a way to win. I think the one that they are most focused on, they feel the most potential, is, as you mentioned, the state of Michigan. It's also a state, by the way, that Democrats feel good about, but we're the most nervous, if you could say, about any of those, industrial Midwest states.
And David, you picked up one of the signs for why Donald Trump is sort of hanging in there in Florida.
Yeah, if Donald Trump wins in Florida, you can bet that the Clinton campaign is going to look at women voters in Florida. Take a look at this. We zero in on the exit polls, and Clinton is getting 51% of female voters in Florida to Trump's 44. And I pointed out only because so far the exit polls show her doing much better with women in Michigan, New Hampshire, Ohio, Wisconsin, Georgia, Colorado, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, where she's doing the best among women. But in Florida, of all the battlegrounds, is where she's performing at this level. She's surpassing this level in every other battleground.
Stephanie Cutter, John Carl mentioned there was some sign of a little bit of nervousness in the Democratic camp on the state of Michigan. Take us through those states in the Midwest. Which ones are they worried about? Which ones could show some weakness?
Well, I think in Michigan, they do think it's going to be much closer than 2012. They think white, college-educated women, like much of the Midwest, will bring them over the top. It looks like the African-American vote is down a little bit in Michigan, and the rural vote is significantly higher than it was in 2012. So it's going to be...
Thank you. Arigato. Thank you.
Now we're taking you to the GOP headquarters here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're expecting a speech from Governor Doug Ducey. So hopefully he's going to take the podium any minute now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Arizona Republican Party, Robert Graham.
Hey, thanks. All right, we're so thankful that everybody's here. We're grateful for the media to cover the Arizona victories today, so thanks for being here. Hey, I want to say, first and foremost, thank you to everybody in this room. There's an electrifying energy in this room. That energy has been happening statewide from over a year ago because we want to win as Republicans, right? So with that being said, when you think about leadership in our state, you think about all the different things that are important to people. Jobs.
To count the combination of early ballots, which still have yet to be counted, in addition to all those ballots cast today at 742 polling places all across the county. Now, recorder Helen Purcell telling ABC15 the county's only capable of counting 100,000 votes per day. Maricopa County is the state's largest county with the largest number of voters, so that means close races, including, it could mean the presidential race in this case. It could be up in the air until well after Election Day.
And with Arizona's 11 electoral votes is still unknown, it is unclear how this will affect the national picture with so many close races right now in so many battleground states.
So it's been nearly 30 minutes now since the polls closed, 25 minutes now since the polls closed here in Arizona. Still long lines out there.
ABC 15's Joe Bartels is live in Maryvale at the Church of the Nazarene. And Joe, people have to vote before they can actually be counted.
Yeah, Steve, exactly, and they're going to be in line for quite a while. Let me get out of the way here and get you a look at the line. We were here around 6 o'clock tonight, and the line had about 50, maybe upwards of 100 people. That line still hasn't dwindled, although people continue to kind of show up here and try to cast their ballots, but they do have the volunteer at the back of the line kind of telling people, no, you weren't in line, so your vote, unfortunately, you can't get in line to vote. But we're told that there's only a limited number of polling spots inside, which is causing this backup here. So these folks here, their votes will be counted, but unfortunately people who are still showing up, their votes will not count in this election. Back to you guys.
Joe, thanks. Here's a look at the presidential election results map as it stands right now. Hillary Clinton has 104 electoral votes, Donald Trump 129. Also, Trump did just win Nebraska, even though it's not showing up just yet in red on our map.
Meantime, we're following all these developments with both parties tonight as they await more results.
Yeah, let's check in with ABC 15 Stephanie Hockridge now over at the Republican Party. Stephanie?
Yeah, Katie and Steve, as you can see behind me, we have Governor Doug Ducey taking the stage, the podium rather, and talking to the crowd out here who's very excited and eager about the results that are coming in on the national stage. Meanwhile, as we wait for the results to come in from Arizona, we are all talking about Sheriff Joe Arpaio and whether he can secure a 7th term as Maricopa County Sheriff. Dave Biskuping has been following this race. I know the DOJ, they were able to file those contempt of court.
Made the phone calls are the reason that we enjoy a majority in this state. It's the reason that we're going to enjoy victory tonight. It's the reason that we've been successful in the past, and it's the reason that we are going to keep Arizona red. We're off to a good start. We've got some good news in the returns. We're going to see a lot more tonight. I want you to keep the faith, stay positive, and keep pressing. Look forward to the positive results, and then what we have to do tomorrow. Thanks for what you do. Enjoy the night.
About this challenge to Sheriff Joe Arpaio in the polls coming into the election. He's been up somewhere 10 points or so. They'll watch for the Hispanic vote tonight as well as for the vote coming out of the Southeast Valley where Penzone's campaigned heavily. They say that he gained points in 2012 with a day of vote. They're hoping he'll do that so they won't be too worried if he is lower on the early vote, higher day of.
And he is expected to be here in the Grand Ballroom later on this evening, probably later in the night.
Exactly. We expect once some of the vote comes in that he will come and talk to the crowd, talk to his supporters here in maybe an hour or two.
Yeah. All right, Melissa, thank you very much. Guys, we'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, Faye, thank you. Meantime, the big story, Arizona's vote may be delayed, and could that affect the presidential race as well?
Yeah, not to mention that sheriff's race. For now, we're going to go back to ABC News and the presidential race.
Have you reached the point in your investment?
More years, I hope the voters of America will bless us tonight with a Democratic majority in the Senate, so we can do the work the American people are calling out for. Raise the minimum wage. Make college more affordable. Create millions of good-paying infrastructure jobs. Tackle climate change and safeguard our planet. Make America self-insecure. Pass comprehensive immigration reform. Criminal justice reform. And get a functioning Supreme Court with 9 judges. A Supreme Court that will protect women's rights, voting rights, and undo the evil decision, Citizens United. And my fellow New Yorkers, we can do this and more with Hillary Clinton as the next President of the United States. I know because I've seen her work up close. As you know, U.S. Senator is the only job. 2 people have the same job. We each represent the state. Hillary and I shared it together for the better part of a decade. Now, when she first came to the Senate, all eyes were on her, just like now. It could have been tough if she had been partnered with someone who liked to have the spotlight, but luckily she got me. But you know, Hillary, all the attention and scrutiny never stopped her, never slowed her down. She rolled up her sleeves and got to work right on day one. I'm known for visiting every corner of the state, visiting 62 counties, each metropolitan area once a month, and when Hillary was senator, she worked just as hard all over New York. She created a bipartisan force in the Senate to boot. She is a progressive who likes to get things done. And boy, does she know how. So my friends, nobody is more poised, more ready, more qualified to be president than Hillary Clinton. Not just because she's better than the other guy, although she sure is. Nobody is more ready or qualified to be president. And so, my colleagues, my friends, as millions of Americans cast their ballots across this great country, I believe our friend, our neighbor, our former senator, our warrior for children and families will break through that final barrier. Braced by the trailblazers who preceded her, from Betsy Ross to Elizabeth Cady Stanton to Susan B. Anthony to Harriet Tubman, to Eleanor Roosevelt, to Sonia Sotomayor, fueled by the energy.
All right, I'm going to take you to Arizona GOP headquarters. For a second, we're just going to check in. Louisiana. All right, I'm going to take you here. We're looking at Hillary Clinton out of New York, her headquarters. And quickly, I'm going to give you a look at down.
Please welcome the School of Indian Classical Dance.
Electoral votes. Trump with 128, we need 270 to win the White House. And you see what's going on. Trump is doing remarkably well.
We have said from the beginning that for Donald Trump to win, he would need to run the table.
So Trump's venue obviously filling up there in New York. And keep in mind, just a few miles down the road from Hillary Clinton's headquarters and election result party. A lot of activity happening, though, at the GOP headquarters in Phoenix. And I'm going to take you back there right now.
It seems entirely possible that Donald Trump could end up having
Trade Cafe and Fair Trade Community Kitchen. I'm also the business chair of Proposition 206. But my favorite title that I wear extremely proudly is Mom. Thank you. I vividly remember at the age of 21 being a full-time student at ASU while working a full-time job making $2.13 an hour waiting tables to independently care for my 2 young children. Upon completion of my college degree, I soon after signed my first contract as an educator, agreeing to educate the youth of the Santa Maria community for $26,000 a year. One day, while passing out free and reduced qualification forms to my 8th grade students, I realized that my own children qualified as well. When I was asked to stand up and be the voice of Proposition 206, my initial response was a very firm no. While I'm very proud to pay my team at the cafes a livable wage like many of my fellow small business owners, we, the small business community that is 350 strong, unfortunately, we're the exception and not the expectation. But today, we change that. While reflecting on my own personal story as a young mother, looking back with now an even better understanding of my own parents' struggles and all of the stories shared along the way, I know that a statewide policy would ensure that our neighbors, our friends, children, and perhaps even my former students can now better provide for themselves and their families. As a mother, I've told my children to work hard and hone on their skills so they can grow up and achieve their own version of the American dream. Now, we all have our own idea of what that means, but it undoubtedly includes being able to care for oneself and maybe one day a family. It also means having a place to call home and a shot at success. I stand here today looking back at what is considered a short journey and celebrate being a community who is moving forward. I challenge each and every one of you to take this celebration and this energy into tomorrow and the following day and the next month and year, and continue to be a community rising. I'd like to leave you with a quote to consider. If we all do better, we all do better. Thank you.
My name is Desiree Favela, and I am a home health aide. I am a single mother of 3 children, and I want to ensure that people know that Prop 206 will bring light and an end to suffering for more than half of the people that work in Arizona. Our children are dependent upon us and upon us being able to be healthy and to do our job. At no point in time shall we have to choose between our health and going to work to pay the bills. Every person deserves to be able to be healthy, to be a healthy family, a healthy community, and a healthy Arizona.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what you voted for. That's what you voted for. Also this year, I'd like to bring up a couple of the congressional candidates. One thing I've heard a lot of from a lot of Republicans and Republican friends of mine is that one of the problems with the Democrats is that we really don't have a very deep bench. And that's changing. And this year's election is a fairly good example of that, because we were able to put up candidates in some traditionally very difficult congressional races, and proud to say that our folks made a good run, a respectable run. And I'd like to introduce from AZ District 4,
Michael Weiser, and from AZ District 5, Talia Fuentes. No, Michael, I don't think you need it, but maybe I should use it.
Hey, great to see you guys. I just got down here from Sohi, Arizona. We've been traveling all over the western part of the state getting people excited because not only am I a congressional candidate, I'm one of the authors of Prop 205, Ending Prohibition in Arizona. Yeah! We've had a strong year of Democrats doing things I never expected. My district has been languishing outside the Kingdom of Maricopa, but now I feel that the whole state is on fire, and it's turning blue right now tonight. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for all the time and energy and sweat and tears and holding your breath that it's taken to get here. This is the best year ever to be a Democrat in Arizona. Thank you all. Like that, right?
Here's Talia.
Hello, my name is Talia Fuentes. I'm an applied biologist and my background is science. I've traveled the world helping in wildlife conservation and even spaying and neutering dogs in Nicaragua. Who is excited to turn Arizona blue for Hillary Clinton? I could not be more excited, but one of my favorite people is President Obama. I am really sad to see him go, but the great thing, I'm actually running in a district that is a gerrymandered red district. So if we win tonight, it will be the most epic win ever. But I am excited because President Obama has made it his mission to go out and fix these gerrymandered districts so that our elections can be competitive and we are no longer just going to have these solid red districts, and elections can be fair and we can take back our government. I am so excited. Tonight, we are going to have history happen. We are going to elect the first female president, and that is going to impact all over the world. Thank you guys so much. We couldn't do this without you. Our numbers have been huge. The volunteers, the calls that we've been making. We couldn't do it without you. So when this happens, pat yourselves on the back. Give each other hugs, because this is how it's happened. Thank you guys so much. We're turning Arizona blue!
And out of District 6, CD6, Mr. John Williamson.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't think I've ever spoke to so many people at once. But out in District 6, we got our work cut out for us. But with my, I want to thank my daughter, Marianne, for helping me out a lot. She's one of the lights of my life and a great inspiration. And my sister, Nancy, who's my treasurer, and my mom. But we cannot give up as Democrats in District 6. We got to keep plugging away, which is what I've been doing. And we're going to elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States. We're going to turn.
I'm just going to temporarily lower the volume. We are looking at Democratic headquarters in Phoenix, where they are gearing up for additional results this evening. And then take a look at the GOP. This is GOP headquarters in Phoenix. Now I'm going to switch you to our map where you can see Hillary Clinton currently 104, Donald Trump 137. So it does look like we are in for a long evening. We're going to continue to give you updates as we get them in. Let me see what I can tell you now. Hollingsworth elected to U.S. House in Indiana. Let's see. Ryan re-elected to the U.S. House in Wisconsin. You saw a lot of animosity between Paul Ryan and Donald Trump throughout this election, and it was just towards the end of Paul Ryan's campaign that he actually joined Donald Trump and started campaigning with Mr. Trump. So Ryan re-elected. I'm going to send you back to the Democrat headquarters in Phoenix.
At that time, Phoenix had the charter form of government. We didn't have the districts that we have now, and the mayor's job was essentially handed down from one Republican to the next, to the next, to the next. Terry Goddard and the firefighters broke that by going to the districts, and ever since then we've had Democrats as mayors. There's a good shot that we'll have a Democrat as mayor in Phoenix. Okay. And I say that because one of the best of the Democrats who has served as mayor of Phoenix is our next speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and present to you His Honor, Mr. Mayor Greg Stanton. Greg.
Good to see you, Frank. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. You look great out there tonight. You look great. I have been an Arizona Democrat for a long period of time, but I have never been more proud to be an Arizona Democrat than I am right here, right now, on this night in downtown Phoenix. Now, Frank, they have cut off the lines at the polling sites. They have cut off the lines, but there are still people in line waiting to vote. Get out your phone right now and send an encouraging message. Stay in line. Every vote's gonna count here tonight. Give them an encouraging message. Stay in line. Don't get out of that line. Don't worry about what you're reading on the internet. Tonight is gonna be a long night. Cancel your plans. Did you have any plans later on tonight? Cancel them. It's going to be a long night nationally and a long night locally. Because it's a long night, that means it's going to be a great night for Arizona Democrats right here, right now. And I'm telling you, it's going to make history tonight. We are going to shock the world by electing Hillary Clinton, President of the United States, and she's going to win right here in Phoenix, Arizona. And I could not have been more proud to work so closely with a woman that I admire and will be a great United States Senator. Our friend Ann Kirkpatrick is going to be a great United States Senator. And you know what we're going to shock the world tonight, Frank? We're going to shock the world and send a message that the black cloud that's been hanging over our county for so long, sending a bad message to the world. Tonight, we say, adios, Arpaio. Paul Penzone is going to be the next sheriff. Our friend Paul Penzone has run a great race, and he's going to be a professional sheriff, and he will stop the civil rights violation. That's going to be a great thing. Look, I've been there side by, I've seen how hard you're working, knocking on hundreds of thousands of doors, making hundreds of thousands of phone calls. The Democrats in this room have worked harder than I have ever had Democrats work in this state, and you deserve a great night tonight. And I also want to say thank you. I was hanging out with my friends at Lucha earlier. Proposition, there you are. You look good, Lucha. Because of them and their hard work, tonight with Proposition 206, we're going to give Arizona a raise. Thank you so very much. We're going to raise that minimum wage and support working families across this city and across this state. And we owe a huge thank you to the sheet metal workers and to USCW and AFL-CIO and our family and friends in labor who have stood with us through so many battles and fights. We owe you huge debt of gratitude. All right, I've gone over my time. Tonight,
the results of key Arizona races by the end of the night. That question hangs in the balance as we get word Arizona's largest county still has a long way to go in getting votes counted.
Yeah, very long way to go, Steve. Maricopa County Recorder Helen Purcell is saying this could take days to count hundreds of thousands of ballots, which there they are sitting in boxes right now inside the recorder's office. You're looking live at those ballots right now, and the county has received more than 1 million early ballots. Now, they've counted about 831,000 during last week. Officials also have to count, though, ballots cast at more than 700 county polling places today. That's expected to take several days, leaving the outcome of the presidential race, possibly the county sheriff's race, other key races hanging in the balance, Steve.
Yeah, we now want to get to ABC15 Sonu Wasu, who's live at the county recorder's office here. And Sonu, you've been talking with Helen Purcell throughout the night. She says this is normal.
That's right, Steve. Helen Purcell tells me that there is nothing unusual about this. Races are never called on Election Day. It's pretty routine for them to continue to be counting these ballots for several days until after Election Day. Those early ballots, again, in those boxes behind me, behind these glass walls. They've been counting these ballots since November 1st, and as you mentioned, about 830,000 of them counted so far. 170,000 or so not been counted yet. Staff here tell me that they've been counting these ballots non-stop, and they actually stopped at around 4 o'clock this evening. We asked them why they stopped. Why aren't they in there counting them right now? Staff tell me it's because they had to leave these machines free to generate numbers that we are going to be giving you tonight, and it takes about 4 hours for them to print out all of those numbers. We should expect to see them a little bit after 8 o'clock tonight. I'll have more for you coming up then. Back to you.
Okay, we're gathering reaction from both parties on this.
Yeah, and Faye Fredericks is standing by right now, live at the Democratic Party headquarters. Faye, I know that a lot of people are waiting for results there. They may not get them.
Doesn't mean we're done. She has a tiny,
Hi, you guys, very loud in here right now, so forgive me if I'm not answering questions. I can tell you that there are a lot of people in this room, and they are very excited about some of the potential for tonight. And one of the races in particular that they're interested in is the Maricopa County Recorder. Helen Purcell has had that job for more than a quarter century now. Let's bring in Melissa Blasius to talk a little bit about Adrian Fontes, her challenger, the Democrat. You just spoke with him. What did he have to say?
Sure. Well, first of all, about all of these early ballots that were mailed in that won't be counted tonight. What they are saying now is, what he's saying now is that he's upset that there are so many uncounted ballots. He says that Helen Purcell's office was not ready for that influx. He says it is the latest in a lot of mistakes she has been making lately. Here's what he had to say.
She is not a fit leader for this office, whether it's training poll workers or making sure the public gets the right information. At the end of the day, she's a nice lady, but nice doesn't run one of the most important offices in our democracy.
That's what I was waiting for all night long. Again, we're not done.
All right, so that was just Adrian Fontes, the Democratic challenger to Helen Purcell. We will send it back to you guys as we continue to watch results here at Democratic Party headquarters.
Thanks so much, guys. Meantime, on the Republican side, we're going to check in with ABC15's Navita Fergani, monitoring the Senate race tonight.
Yeah, actually, she's live at John McCain's camp, waiting confirmation that this race may soon be called.
Yeah, folks out here are super eager. Take a look behind me at this very packed house here at the Herd Museum. A lot of the folks are keeping their eyes on the big screen. They are watching all the races come in from across the country, but the race they are pulling for is obviously John McCain's. In about 4 minutes, we're going to start seeing those results come in from the Secretary of State's office. Now, this is one of the toughest races for John McCain, and so we're going to try to find out what those results are, and we're going to keep you posted. Again, he's going to speak here tonight. He's accompanied with Lindsey Graham, and we'll keep you updated.
Again, we're going to be following results coming in throughout the night. Stay with us.
Welcome back to ABC News coverage of Election Night 2016. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And it is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast in Times Square. Let's take a look at where things stand right now in this very close race for president. There you see it. Hillary Clinton has 104 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 140. You need 270. Polls have just closed in 4 more states with 21 electoral votes. And we can say right now that Donald Trump has won another state, the state of Montana, 3 electoral votes. Republicans carried that state in all but 1 election, 1992, since 1964. But it is going to Donald Trump, the Republican, this time around, and 3 electoral votes. Polls have also closed in the state of Iowa, one of our battleground states. Not enough vote in yet to say what's going to happen there with the 6 electoral votes. Voted for President Bush in 2004, close in both 2000 and 2004. Barack Obama won it twice. It's been a tough state for Hillary Clinton. We don't have enough votes in there to project it yet. And the state of Utah. State of Utah, 6 electoral votes. Not usually a battleground, usually solid red. But you've got Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, Gary Johnson, of course, Evan McMullen, hometown favorite there, running as well, a Mormon in a very heavily Mormon state. Not enough votes to call that yet, but we are keeping an eye on these very, very close battleground states right now, including Nevada, another battleground state, 6 electoral votes right there. Not enough to project yet. A lot of early vote in that state. It last voted Republican in 2004 for George W. Bush. Not enough to project there yet. And Cecilia, I want to bring you in on this because we did see a heavy Latino vote, an early vote in Nevada, and Democrats had been very encouraged by that.
It was one of the most encouraging signs, I think, for the Clinton campaign this weekend coming into Election Day. A market, a Latino market in Las Vegas where people waited an effort for hours to vote, to cast a vote. We saw a really strong ground game from the Clinton campaign in states like Nevada. And one number that jumps out at me as we headed into Election Day, the Clinton campaign, since early voting started, knocked on and made phone calls. They contacted 45 million people. This is a well-oiled, very well paid for machine that they've got going into this Election Day, and they're banking on that right now, especially in states like Nevada.
Democrats had also been banking on this Latino surge in Florida, but boy.
I don't know, George. Take a look at this. It's still very close, but Donald Trump with a 130,000 plus vote lead. And I've been talking a lot about Broward County, just north of Miami. Look what's happening in Broward County. 98% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump still has a big lead in the state of Florida. It looks to me like he is trending towards winning the state of Florida.
Tom Yamas, what are they seeing in the Trump war room?
George, you know, one of our Trump metrics is to measure Twitter. The Trump campaign is sending out more and more photos of thumbs up of Donald Trump himself smiling inside that war room. I got one text, this is a wild night so far, and I just got another one from inside that war room. The mood is energetic and upbeat. Brooklyn must be nervous.
Brooklyn must be nervous. Amy Robach, you're over at the New York Hilton where Trump campaign hoping to celebrate tonight.
That's right, and there are a lot of people already celebrating here, a lot of shouting, a lot of chanting, and we've also heard from inside that Trump war room, one senior top aide telling us that the mood in that room could be summed up with one word: fireworks, and another one, intense. And we have tweets showing inside, actually, Trump's D.C. brand new hotel popping champagne already. People are in the mood to celebrate, and certainly at Trump headquarters, we are waiting for him to make his way here over to the Hilton at some point. We don't know when that's going to be, but a dramatic shift in mood here in the past hour, and we are all watching very closely as these returns come in.
Robin Roberts, what are we seeing at the Javits Center?
Well, just as Amy said, a drastic shift in the mood here at the Javits Center, though people are trying to stay upbeat, and you can hear every time they just saw that she's the...
All right, I'm checking Rudy's mic.
Is it working?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Now, Rudy, where I'm going to take everyone now is these results. These are local results out of the state of Arizona. You can see here, Rudy, and help me through this, walk me through some of this. You can see here that right now, it's looking like Donald Trump is going to take the state of Arizona, which you and I were talking earlier, how we were becoming a battleground state. Is this a surprise, or was it expected that we would lean this way?
It's not necessarily. I think it's actually going to tighten up as the Election Day votes come in, because those are going to be primarily Democrats, Hispanic voters, who are going to close the gap for Clinton. But right now, this is no surprise, because we know that early voters tend to be more conservative, Republican, and white voters.
All right, and we're going to scroll down here, and it looks like John McCain taking the lead. Obviously, you were talking about the fact that he has such a familiar name. He's got a legacy. He has such a familiar name, and this is no surprise to any of us.
No, but this is definitely one of the tightest races that he's faced in his career in the Senate. But this is not a surprise, given that he's such a household name here in Arizona.
All right, and let's see. And obviously, this is just kind of like the numbers that are currently in. This is not 100%.
Yeah.
We're going to continue to watch these numbers change throughout the evening, which is expected.
Yeah, Paul Paul Babu has been under fire. He's been under criticism for certain scandals recently. So in some ways, he's already a tarnished candidate. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing this, but we still want to see these the election day results come in.
And he's very similar to Sheriff Joe in the sense that he has worked the media. He's very good with public relations.
Yes, and he's taken that strong stance against immigration.
Right, yeah,
reform.
we saw that.
So, and I suspect that given these early vote results, that he's probably going to lose this election.
So you don't think it's going to be a tight race?
No.
Because he's a Republican candidate?
Yes, and I expect the gap to grow, actually.
Okay. And then here are some other interesting things. We're going to scroll down. Tell me to stop if you see anything that pops out at you.
Proposition 205.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of skipping to.
Yeah. So we have
I don't think this is surprising, because if you're saying that it's Republicans that vote early, Republicans are probably going to be pretty conservative when it comes to marijuana.
So the gap is going to tighten, but look at how big the gap is already based on early votes.
Right.
So I just don't think that Prop 205 is going to pass. And there's been a lot of ads. Most of the ads, if you've just been watching TV, have been
people from Colorado that are saying that their state is crumbling.
Yeah, anti-205. You know, so there's been a really strong anti-205 movement.
And it wasn't it Discount Tire, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, you know, locally funding a lot of this anti-205.
Yeah.
The wife, I believe, of the Discount Tire. I should say allegedly, since I don't have everything in front of me. But you know, locally, do we know who's fighting this and what the objective is? What their objective is?
I think it's just a conservative electorate.
Okay.
That it's just really opposed to anything that is considered to be
edgy,
yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then Proposition 206, what are this is in regards to minimum wage. We were just talking, or we were just listening at the Democratic headquarters. Greg Stanton was really proud of this. He really felt like this is something that they were going to see happen. They said we were going to give Arizona a raise. So do you think that this is a no-brainer and that this is something that's definitely going to pass?
Given the numbers that are in right now, it looks like it is going to pass.
So that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But really, Proposition 205, seeing how close that actually ends. And again, these numbers are very early on. Us just getting a peek at some early voting statistics here. And I'll give you a recap of the big one up here. Obviously, the entire country watching to see if John McCain is reelected, as he has been in the headlines due to his kind of scuffle with Donald Trump.
And I think most people out there should be paying attention to Senate races rather than the presidential race.
Right.
Because it's expected, most pollsters predict that Trump is going to lose. Clinton's going to win. But Clinton's ability to govern is going to be a function of who controls the Senate.
Right.
So these Senate races really matter for Clinton.
Well, a lot of the pundits were saying within the last few weeks and or months that the Republican Party secretly, that being, you know, Paul Ryan specifically, they were saying, was let's watch those Senate seats. Let's not, you know, everybody kind of back away from this guy and let's focus our energy on the Senate.
Congress.
All right. So,
and also, too, control of the Senate will affect control of the Supreme Court.
Oh.
So
that's been a huge message throughout this political campaign, more so for the Republicans and Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Then, I mean, I think I've heard Hillary mention it several times, but not to the extent that Trump has made this a huge talking point.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, we're going to take you to this live look at Hillary's campaign headquarters. Let's listen in.
I don't know if you saw those pictures from upstate New York, from Rochester, New York, where all those women took their daughters and their mothers to Susan B. Anthony's gravesite. That woman was made of steel. She went to vote before she actually had the right to vote, decades before she had the right to vote, and led the suffragette movement. And now almost 100 years later, we will finally elect a woman president of the United States. Just like those women in Rochester today, I was fortunate enough to grow up with strong women role models. My grandmother was a young woman who never went to college. She was a secretary in our state legislature in Albany, but she realized that her voice was important. And even though her voice might have been important, the voice of many women was even more important. So she got other women involved in politics. She asked them to go door to door with her. She asked them to stuff envelopes and make phone calls, just like you guys have been doing for months and months and months and months. And she learned that together they could make a difference, that women's voices mattered, that what you do with your time matters, that grassroots activism matters. And my mother was a great role model too. She worked outside the home when a lot of women didn't. And she was my role model. She taught me never to give up, and she told me to dare to be different. And so as a little girl, I dreamed big. I actually wanted to be a senator. But the funny thing about that, a 7 or 8 year old girl, the funny thing about that is I lost that girlhood bravado like so many young girls do. And I didn't admit that for about 30 more years that I wanted to actually serve in Congress. And so we need our role models, and we have to understand what this moment means for the world. Hillary Clinton is the one who got me off the sidelines. I was just a young lawyer in New York, and I saw that as First Lady, she went to China. Do you remember that moment? She stood on that stage. She said, women's rights are human rights, and human rights are women's rights, once and for all. That took courage. It took vision. It took leadership. But it got me off the sidelines and got me engaged. So when she ran for Senate, I campaigned for her because I knew she would make a difference. And when I ran for Congress, she campaigned for me and made a difference. So Hillary Clinton continues to inspire us all. She inspired me. I know what's possible because of Hillary Clinton. And I'm not the only one. The next woman that I'm going to introduce is a woman who also got off the sidelines. The next woman I'm going to introduce needs no introduction, but Hillary Clinton inspired her. Hillary Clinton inspired her to write songs. Hillary Clinton inspired her to sing songs. Hillary Clinton didn't just inspire her to use her voice. Hillary Clinton inspired her to roar. Katy Perry, ladies and gentlemen.
If you are in a state and you're watching this and your polls are still open, you must vote for Hillary Clinton tonight. Tonight will be proof that America is great. What a great country this is that gives us the freedom to express our differences, our opinions, our hopes, and our fears. And tonight, my parents voted for Trump. But you know what? We will still all be sitting at the same table for Thanksgiving. And this is the moment we need to remember that we all love our parents and we all love our children. And I can rest easy knowing that both of my young nieces at home will never see themselves less than equal. Anything other than equal. So remember, today is not just a finish line, it also marks the beginning of all the work we must come together to do. We need everyone. Gay, straight, black, white, brown, spray tanned. People of faith and people that just love. So let's sing a song of unity. Let's be one nation, indivisible, with a kick-ass president. And in victory, let's focus on unity. Let's make history again, and let's make hate history. Let's make bigotry history. Let's make inequality history. We have, as Americans, the most wonderful opportunity to rewrite our narrative. And you know what? Let's all come together as a nation so that we can make a future that is something all Americans can be a part of. Because now and forever, we are stronger together. And we've always been in this together. So let's do it tonight for Hillary! Thank you!
I don't think we've announced it yet, but Trump with Missouri.
Can't happen in America. Barriers can come down. Justice and equality can win. Our history has moved in that direction, slowly at times, but unmistakably, thanks to generations of Americans who refuse to give up or back down. Now you are writing a new chapter of that story.
And here's a live look inside of Donald Trump's headquarters in New York, and I'm going to give you a peek at some additional results. Well, I shouldn't say results. I should say some numbers that we have coming in. Early voting numbers. I mean, really, Rudy, where are we getting? Is this early voting? Where are these statistics coming from?
Oh, they're coming from it looks like just from, this is from the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. So these are votes that were cast a week ago, or up to a couple weeks ago.
All right, and this is one that's nationally,
Yes,
everyone is looking at
this. This is amazing to see this gap with early votes, because early votes typically tend to break for conservatives, Republicans, older, wider voters. And to see this much support for Penzone bodes really well for him, bodes really poorly for Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
And again, one thing that you specifically said earlier is the early voters tend to be white Republicans. So this is unsettling for Sheriff Joe's campaign.
Well, it's also a sign that there's been organizations on the ground that have been really effective in getting poor Hispanic, liberal, Democratic voters out and mobilized.
But you don't think that perhaps the older white Republicans are just tired of the headlines and the controversy? And
to a certain extent, yes.
Okay.
And that's what Penzone's campaign has been messaging.
Right.
But they've also been really effective in going out and doing door-to-door campaigning, which is really effective in getting that Democratic vote out for Penzone.
To come so close in the last election like he did, does that, when you are a candidate, do you see that really can make or break somebody to come that close and then fail? Do you see a lot of people go, I can't do this again, this is emotionally too much?
For certain candidates, but there's been stories of candidates that are able to rebound based on certain events. And Sheriff Joe I think it's just, given these early voting results, it seems this is the end of Sheriff Joe for Maricopa County.
All right, and quick look at us. Hey, we are going to take you back to Phoenix, their Democratic headquarters. A lot of activity I'm seeing happening on the screen there, so we're going to take you back there, and we will see you on the other side.
You predicted Donald Trump.
Arizona, right? This moment is the passage of Prop 206, the Arizona Healthy Working Families Campaign. which secures a raise for 800,000 people here in the state of Arizona. On top of that, paid earned sick leave for over 1 million people here. Make some noise on that. That's incredible. 1 million people. So before I continue, as you see, we brought a lot of people very, very valuable to this cause, but we have a lot of people to thank, and so I'll go through my list as quick as possible. Both for Proposition 206 and Lucha, our families, everyone who participated and worked to get this to become a reality is family. So thank you to One Arizona, Arizona Wins, Arizona Education Association, National Education Association, UFCW, ASME, CASE, the Plumbers Union, Teamsters, Planned Parenthood, Jane Dowling, the Carpenters, AFL-CIO, and way too many organizations, volunteers to name out. Thank you all so much, and give yourselves, the voters, a round of applause. A special thank you to Javelina and Bill Shield. Bill, thank you so much for your mentorship and your guidance throughout this campaign and throughout this victory. Prop 206 will prove, just as many other pro-worker initiatives have, that when you take care of your workers, you take care of your state. Not only for our families, but for business. Can you imagine? $1 billion in economic mobility will flow through our states because our families will have money to spend. Not only do I have to remember that it's good for families, but it's good for business. Thanks to the incredibly brave small business owners like Stephanie Vasquez from Fairtrade Coffee, and the 350 small businesses that endorse this campaign, thank you so much for your bravery. Give yourselves.
Looks like Trump is the projected winner of Ohio.
No way.
And that's Rudy.
Holy
You know,
moly.
they say that whoever wins Ohio is going to win the election. It's been how many years since since a Democrat?
Ohio's been wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. At least 30, right?
Holy cow.
All right, should I turn the mic off so you can really express yourself?
I'm surprised by that result.
I know. Rudy, it's fun to see you this way.
I'm sorry.
No, I love it. All right, we're going to head into a cut-in, a local cut-in in just 1 minute or less. I'm going to get Rudy a drink. Just kidding. But we're going to head into a local cut-in, and then you're going to see Steve and Katie are going to take us around the valley, giving us updates throughout polling venues. We're going to see if there's still those long lines. If you stepped in that line after 7, unfortunately you were turned away, but if you got in line before 7, you can continue to wait to vote in the great state of Arizona. So we'll see how long those lines are, and we'll get updates from parties like McCain's. I'm sure that they're getting ready to throw a good party this evening, and hopefully we will have that shot of Steve in just 1 second, and that's where I'm going to take you.
Election results just starting to pour in right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at a few of them just coming in. First of all, for president at this point, Donald Trump with 49% of the vote, Hillary Clinton with 47%, but just 5% of those precincts reporting at this point.
Yeah, just a 24,000 vote difference there, so still too close to call in the presidential race in Arizona. Let's get to the U.S. Senate race now, and John McCain with a hefty lead over Ann Kirkpatrick. Let's go ahead and take that Senate race graphic right now.
And we're having trouble advancing through some of those, the sheriff's office as well. Very close.
Anytime we get to the sheriff's race, yes.
Paul Penzone with 55% of the vote. Joe Arpaio with 45%. Again, 11% of those votes counted already. Those numbers just coming in.
Now to the Senate race, and John McCain with a hefty lead over Ann Kirkpatrick there. Pretty commanding lead so far, but just 13% of precincts reporting, so still not enough reporting to actually call this one.
Yeah, and in CD1, you're taking a look at it here. Tom O'Halloran with 50% of the vote. Paul Babu lagging behind at 44% at this point.
And again, that's just just what 13% of the precincts report. Early on in the battle over Prop 205 to legalize recreational marijuana, so far the no votes have it, 54 to 46%, but still a lot of votes to be counted.
And the other one to watch, of course, Prop 206. So many people talking about that. Yes votes at 60%, no votes at 40%. Again, 13% reporting. So it is still early on. Let's also take a look at the presidential elections results map. Hillary Clinton has 109 electoral votes. Donald Trump 168. Also, Trump did just win Nebraska as well, even though it is not showing up red on our map, and just taking Ohio seconds ago as our network coverage just wrapped up. Now, as we watch the clock, it has been nearly 90 minutes since the polls closed, and yet some people, some voters, barely finishing.
Yeah, let's check in with Joe Bartel's live in Maryville right now at the Church of the Nazarene. Joe, this is one of those places where people were lined up well after the polls closed.
Yeah, Steve, they were, and we were told that upwards of 2 hours people were waiting in line. In fact, we could see the end of the line now. People still there. There's a woman in a burgundy shirt. She is the last person to cast her vote at this location, but we did see a number of people in line here, upwards of 100 or so. Again, upwards of 2 hours. We talked to one voter who just cast his vote. Take a listen.
I said that's not going to stop me whatsoever. I had a good time in line. I waited patiently.
How long?
It's an honor for me and all of us to vote.
And again, we did talk to a lot of people here who showed up after the polls closed. They were not able to vote. Some upset, but still some understanding that there had to be a cutoff at some point tonight. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Joe. Meantime, we are faced with the prospect of hundreds of thousands of ballots which haven't been counted and won't be counted for days in Maricopa County. More than 200,000 early ballots still sitting in boxes in the recorder's office, and that's not counting the ballots which were cast just today. Let's get you caught up now on how both parties are doing tonight.
ABC15's Stephanie Hockridge is live at the GOP party in Phoenix tonight for us. Stephanie, what's the mood out there?
Well, I got to be honest with you, this could be a stark reality that we are facing tonight with hundreds of thousands of ballots that might not be counted. It's shocking. So I invited Robert Graham to come talk to us. He's the chairman of the Republican Party here in Arizona. But first, before we get to the ballots, I wanted to talk about Ohio being called apparently for Donald Trump. That's a big deal. We're talking about 168 electoral votes
to 131. So they just checked the box and he's off. He's up by about 11 points. And so when you see that kind of margin, it's really hard, especially this late in the day, back in Ohio, to catch up for Hillary Clinton. So it's looking very good for Donald Trump at this point nationally.
But it is not looking good for us here in Arizona. There are a lot of people here that are saying that this feels a little bit like Florida in 2000 with this race or many races in our state not being able to be called. For how long are you predicting?
You know, it's interesting when you start looking at Maricopa specifically. They have 724 polling stations today. They had multiple early ballot stations. So many ballots came in somewhat later. So you had people voting early, and then today you had people that were taking their mail-in ballots and dropping them at the polls in the hundreds of thousands. And so what that does is it bogs the whole system up in the process of counting. So where there are elections now that may show to have a large margin of victory, it's not over until it's over. So it may take us into tomorrow evening before they call some of these elections.
Pretty significant. Let's head it over to Faye Fredericks right now with the Democratic Watch Party out there. Faye, what are you hearing and what do you know?
Incredible job. Can we get one more answer?
Stephanie, well, one bright point right now is the minimum wage fight here in Arizona. That seems to have the crowd very excited around here, but otherwise they are biting their nails. Let me give you a quick look around as I step out of the way for you. We heard the early returns on the presidential race come back, and a huge boo went out in this room. Democrats are very worried right now about that. Two other bright spots for them, the sheriff's race in Maricopa County and also the county recorder's race. We will stay on top of it and bring you the latest details on ABC15.
Yeah, we didn't show you the results from the county recorder's race, but with all the problems that Helen Purcell has had so far, it looks like Adrian Fontes does have the lead there.
Yeah, and of course, you can find the very latest numbers on our Facebook page right now.
And We are back. Election 2016, 10:30 here in the East Coast. You see it right there, Donald Trump. We called it just before the break. Donald Trump projected to win the state of Ohio, and it's 18 electoral votes there. And David Muir, you see a big gender gap in that state.
Wow, let's dive into these demographics, George, because this is really fascinating in Ohio, which of course was a must-win for Donald Trump, and he's now pulled that off tonight. No Republican wins the White House without Ohio. The breakdown, 53% women voters, 47% men. But look when we break it out. Who did they vote for? Look at the men. 54% were with Donald Trump, 39% with Clinton. That's 15 points right there, the gap there. And then look at women. She carries women, but only by 9 points. And one more thing I wanted to show you is...
I'm taking you to Cuomo in New York. This is at Hillary Clinton's headquarters.
We are as a people. That's what this election is really about. And there were always two clear choices. And Donald Trump sensed the fear and he sensed an anxiety among people. And he fanned the flames of that negativity and that division. He thought he was going to be able to drive us apart and find an enemy. And he came in with a campaign that said, you're feeling pain, you're feeling anxiety, I'll tell you who to blame. You blame the people who are different. You know, the different people. The people who have a different skin color, come from a different country, speak a different language, have a different religion. He tried to make the differences the enemy. And he tried to sell that in New York. And when he tried to sell it in New York, we said, are you kidding us? You are going to sell us? You are going to tell us that differences are bad? You're in New York, my friend. You're going to tell us immigrants are bad? We are all immigrants in New York. Unless you are a Native American, my friend, you are an immigrant. And we say in New York, you come and try to sell us hate, and we give you back love.
All right, I'm actually going to take you to the Heard Museum. You see Lindsey Graham there. He, as you know, is of Doug Ducey. Very good, Lieberman, very good friends with John McCain, and we are expecting them to take the stage. So let me raise the volume here.
Mrs. Cindy McCain and Senator John McCain.
Thank you, Arizona. Thank you so much. I stand before you tonight with our family at our side here and so many elected officials that have been so helpful. And I'm so humbled and I'm so honored, and quite frankly, I'm a little teary tonight. For your belief in my husband and your strength and your honor in him. In your honor in giving him your vote and believing in what he does for this state. I cannot thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. You have given us the greatest honor of all. You have decided to give my husband your vote. He'll get it straight. I'm sorry, I'm rattled. You decided to give him your vote and send him back to the United States Senate. Thank you. In John, you have a true hero. You have a warrior. Someone who has the experience, the leadership, and the dignity to serve the way he serves. And most importantly, he is a cut above everyone. He believes in what is... He lives by the code of conduct: duty, honor, country. By allowing me to stand here with him and giving me the humble honor of being a very, very microscopic part of Arizona history, I can't thank you enough. This beautiful state of mine has meant so much to me, and in giving my husband the opportunity to join me in the state 36 years ago, we have loved and lived here with all of our hearts. So please welcome your maverick, your friend, and the next U.S. Senator, John McCain.
Thank you for that introduction. And here we are together on another election night, my friends. And I'm humbled again by the privilege extended me, and so grateful. I have so many people to thank, so many debts to acknowledge. Let me begin by saying thank you to my employers, the people of Arizona, those of you who voted for me and those who voted for my opponent. I've never been more honored by anything than the privilege of representing you in the United States Senate. I've never taken it for granted, and I never will. I'm as grateful to you tonight as I was when you first elected me. Every life has its ups and downs, and I've had a few of my own. But no setback has ever mattered anywhere near as much in the balance of my life as the public trust that you've granted me. So thank you, Arizona, again, from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank, too, Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick for running a spirited and honorable campaign. This office is worth a good fight, and she sure gave me one. I commend her and wish her well. And I commend her supporters for investing their hope and labor in her campaign. I've been on the losing side of elections before, and it's no fun. But you gave yourselves to a cause greater than yourselves, and that brings a satisfaction that outlasts temporary disappointments. I want to assure you that while we may not agree on all the issues, you have my respect and my service. You're my bosses too, and your interests are my responsibility to represent. To my supporters, those who have stood with me in all my campaigns and those who did so for the first time in this campaign, all Arizonans who gave me their encouragement, their trust, their efforts, and their most powerful civic possession, their vote, so that I would have another opportunity to be the best senator I can be for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will get up every day, determined to work harder for you than the day before to deserve your trust. This has been a difficult national election and not always an uplifting one. But Americans have done their duty as citizens and chosen a new president. For too long, Washington has schemed and fought and maneuvered to gain political advantage at the cost of delivering for the American people. We've made too little, if any, progress meeting the great challenges of our time, which are many and difficult. The one message that came through loud and clear in this election is that Americans want progress now. They want progress now to secure their families and America's interests from the dangerous threats we face overseas. They want progress now on solving national problems that threaten their ability to prosper and make a better life for their families. They want progress now on growing the economy and increasing their opportunities to live purposeful and satisfying lives. They want progress now on making sure we do what every previous American generation has done, and that is to ensure America's future is even better than our storied past. I promise you, I will work as hard as I ever have, use all my knowledge and experience and relationships, and extend an open hand to our new president and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to solve our problems together as fellow Americans who have more in common than we have differences. Most of all, we have our citizenship in common, and that is a blessing we should honor by treating each other with respect. I want to thank my amazing campaign team who have done such a fantastic job. And even taught an old dog like me a few new campaign tricks. All our incredible interns, who are here. All of our interns and volunteers who sacrificed so much and made so many calls. And there's so many people here I'd like to thank, but there is also a very, very special group, and that is our Iranian American friends who are here. If you happen to have seen a horse-drawn carriage around the valley, that's our guys over here who did that, so thank you. And a special shout out to our Vietnamese American friends who are here tonight. Thank you, Kevin, thank you. These are the people, or the children of the people who came to this country from a war-torn land that had been taken over by the communists with very little besides the shirt on their backs, and made the shirts on their backs, and made this a greater and better nation for their presence. So I thank you for your support, and God bless. All of them did so much. Your belief in me and your labor honors me, and I thank you for it. And thank you, of course, to all my long-time trusted friends and advisors and my Senate staff in Washington and Arizona. There they are. As always, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere in this business without your trusted counsel and generous support and your friendship. Thank you to everyone who committed any amount of money to this campaign. From the smallest to the largest donation, it fueled our campaign, and I thank you. I especially want to recognize two people who have been incredibly helpful throughout this journey. Governor Doug Ducey and my good friend and colleague, Senator Jeff Flake. There's also a couple of people I'd like to recognize tonight. As you know, it was Harry Truman that said, if you want a friend in Washington, go out and buy a dog. Well, I have many special friends who are here tonight, but two of them I'd like to point out. That it was about 10 years ago, we were in Kabul, Afghanistan, and General David Petraeus named us, gave us the name of the Three Amigos, because we always traveled together and spent time together in Iraq and Afghanistan. with the men and women who are serving our nation in uniform. The most uplifting and honorable experiences of my life was the ability to be in the company of heroes. And that's my dear friend, Senator Joe Lieberman and Senator Lindsey. I'd also like to thank a fellow who's been with me since we were together in the Coolidge administration, my dear friend Rick Davis, who has done so much along with our team. You know, one of the great experiences to go to Prescott, Arizona on the night before the election as Barry Goldwater started that tradition back in 1952. And it's always been really one of the great and wonderful experiences that I had in my political life. And I mentioned last night I never had, as you know, a hometown growing up. The Navy was my home and my parents' home until I got married and I got Arizona. This magnificent place I love so much as a home. My family and children, it's the greatest gift I've ever received. Campaigns are harder on the campaign's family than the candidate, and I put my family through quite a few. I think this might be the last. Thank you for your love and support. Thank you for everything. And that, my friends, with a full heart and ready to get back to work for you, I'll say good night and thank you one last time for making me the luckiest guy I know. God bless.
Rudy and I are back. That was John McCain, who, well, we've been saying McCain's had it in the bag all night long now, so he was probably pretty confident that he was going to be making that speech if he did even prepare the other type of speech, which I heard is like bad luck and you don't want to prepare the other type of speech. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about what's going on nationally quickly before we jump into some additional local results, some new numbers that we have coming in. Again, nothing is set in stone in Arizona, and it's probably not going to be for a few more days.
Correct.
All right, so tell me, looking at this map, what are you seeing? What is of interest to you?
Well, on the East Coast, what we want to keep an eye on, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida.
Okay.
Those are going to be tight races that will keep us up way into the midnight hour. And then moving to the west, I want to keep an eye on Michigan. That's going to be a tight state.
Okay.
And what's also going to be a tight state, it might be Arizona. Just because there's so
well, aren't we fancy?
Right. Well, just looking at the early vote numbers that are coming in, it looks like Hillary is polling better than expected.
Mm-hmm. And then all of the people that are coming in underneath.
There's still people in line right now.
Yeah.
And also there are a ton of uncounted ballots here in Maricopa County.
All right, and allow me to edit this lower third quickly. And tell our audience why you were so surprised by Ohio.
Well, Ohio, I was surprised by how early, we knew it was going to, well, early polling suggested it was going to be a tight state and it was leaning Trump. But for it to be called so early compared to states like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida is shocking to me. That Trump did as well as he did. That does not bode well for Hillary capturing another Rust Belt state such as Michigan or Pennsylvania.
All right, and we're hearing from ABC News in Florida with 95% of precincts reporting Trump holds a lead of about 134,000 votes over Clinton, and that was 95% of the precincts reporting 4 minutes ago out of Florida. Donald Trump leading Hillary Clinton in electoral votes 168 to 131 as of 10:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Hillary Clinton won Colorado based on exit polls and vote analysis. That's projected. That was 9 minutes ago that was reported when we were listening to John McCain speaking. So in case you weren't aware, Hillary Clinton winning Colorado and Virginia. ABC News suggests that that the Clinton campaign will win Virginia. Any other exciting additions happening during McCain? No. Do you mind if we jump into the local?
Sure.
All right. Okay, here we are. And actually, I'm going to refresh this quickly. And again, if you like looking at these statistics yourself, you can do so at abc15.com/results. We have all this content up there for you as well. So Donald Trump currently with, again, I don't know what the percentages of these numbers, where they're coming from, but Donald Trump 49.13. Clinton in the state of Arizona 46.12. These are not the final numbers. These are early predictions. McCain has been called not a good night for Paul Babu.
No. And for Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Well, there's a good segue right there.
Right, so two of the infamous sheriffs here in Arizona, Sheriff Babu and Sheriff Arpaio, have just not been performing well, perhaps because people have just been frustrated with all the controversy that each of these individuals have brought into their elected offices.
All right, and let's just scroll down here. Do you want to try to regurgitate what Steve Irwin was telling us? Because I don't.
Okay.
I don't even know where to begin.
Okay, so it's been a while since Democrats have ever had control of either the state Senate or the state House. And it looks like Democrats could potentially get control of the state Senate. If you look at races of District 6, District 8, so it looks like Sylvia Allen is behind right now. Also, too, we're looking at District number 8 with...
that's very tight.
That's very tight.
Right.
And then you look at the race with
Schmuck.
Schmuck, look very far behind in District 18. And all you need to have for Democrats to gain control of the Senate are just 3 elected offices. So Democrats should be really excited that they have the potential to gain control of the state Senate.
All right, now we're going to jump to some of the major issues on the ballot right now. Proposition 205. This number's not changing much. Leaning pretty heavily towards no.
Yeah, it looks like Prop 205 is going to lose. This is the proposition that would make recreational marijuana legal. That looks like that's going to lose, but Prop 206 looks like it's going to win, which would raise the minimum wage here in Arizona.
All right, so that is a look at some of our local numbers that we have kind of funneling in early. You can see registered voters, ballots cast, voter turnouts. I wonder how accurate these numbers are in regards to currently, because we still have people in line.
There's still people in line, and again, in Maricopa County, where the majority of Arizona voters reside, there are a lot of uncounted early ballots.
Right.
Which is shocking, given that we knew that there was going to...
We did see that number too. Where did we see that number?
Oh, I forget right now. But
yeah.
but
it's not looking good for Helen Purcell
Yeah, Helen Purcell. And also, too, there's just the fact that...
Oh, actually, wasn't it pretty tight? I take it back. It was a tight race.
For the recorder's office?
For the recorder's office.
But Helen Purcell is behind.
Yeah. So. All right, this is reloading. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and she's been a controversial character.
So, It's for the Democrat 50.66 currently. Helen Purcell 49.34. So you know, we were talking about still so many issues after.
Well, and she's been controversial with putting out incorrect information, and also shutting down precinct locations, despite the fact that Maricopa County has increased in population size. You would expect that a county that's increasing in population size would also have more precincts.
Right. I'm going to take a look right now.
And also, too, we want to pay attention to the sheriff's race.
Okay.
So the sheriff's race, we're seeing that of approximately 25% of precincts that are in, Penzone is outperforming Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Wow.
And with a significant gap of almost well over almost 10%. And that gap, I anticipate, will increase over time as more of these ballots get counted,
and
especially election day ballots.
Yeah, you and I were talking about how it is typically the Republicans with the early votes, so
Yes.
that is why this is so shocking. And that number could probably increase dramatically.
It will increase.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm showing you on the screen is a sea of red hats. You'll see it when it pulls away, a sea of red hats, because we are at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters at the Hilton in New York City. A lot of activity there. Although Hillary Clinton has a much more produced venue and event. We have seen Katy Perry take the stage, Mr. Khan, who was one of the absolute breakout stars of the Democratic National Convention. He's already spoken for Hillary Clinton, Governor Cuomo, Bill de Blasio. So Hillary Clinton has had a full-on production in New York, and as I'm telling you this, I can show you that venue as well.
Yeah. What I find ironic is that these two venues are only just a couple miles apart. They're really close.
Right.
But politically, these two camps are so far apart.
Do you think that Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are somewhere together right now?
No,
like
not
maybe
at all.
not even on the same street, going to their parties.
No, I don't think that they will even shake hands tonight. Or
ever again.
Ever again.
Yeah.
This is the nature of American politics today. We are in a highly polarized environment.
Trump wins Florida.
Oh, goodness. Wow.
Donald Trump is the projected winner of Florida.
This bodes well for Trump.
Everybody said he had to win Florida.
He had to win Florida. Now,
except for Ann Coulter. She was the one that said he did not necessarily have
Clinton's
to win Florida.
camp is going to get on their hands and knees and pray that they can
Oh, look, it's Spitz
win.
from Scandal. That's the president from Scandal at the Hillary Clinton event.
Yeah, so Clinton's camp is on their hands and knees praying that they're going to get Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
Okay.
Because if they don't get one of those states, Trump can feasibly be the next president of the United States.
I cut to you because as you were saying praying, you were in the prayer position.
Yes.
So everyone saw. And look at the sea of red hats in New York. So what is the objective here? And we've heard from Kellyanne earlier. She talked to NBC National, but really the Trump campaign is very quiet right now. Actually, I'm going to jump into this.
The proposition to raise the state's minimum wage, very popular. Yes votes 60%, no votes 40%. It looks like this is well on its way to passage.
Yeah, we're prepared to call that. Arizonans will see a $12 an hour minimum wage by 2020. You'll see the incremental increases over the years. Meantime, let's go to Proposition 205 and the numbers where they stand in Arizona right now for legalizing marijuana. 53% of you so far saying no, the law should stay the same. It should not be legalized at this point in our state.
Still 24% of the precincts reporting there. Meantime, the presidential race and Donald Trump gaining on Hillary Clinton right now with more than 50,000 vote lead here. Keep in mind, we've still got quite a few precincts to report in at this point, but Trump with a pretty commanding lead so far.
And we're hearing lots of people, lots of these numbers coming in. First of all, Paul Penzone, 55% of the vote. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, 45% of the vote. We understand that some of the places people are already cheering. We have a new sheriff in town, but this is only 11% reporting.
We showed you earlier John McCain accepting his victory over in Kirkpatrick here with a commanding lead, 53 to 42%.
From the Senate race on to CD1 for you now. Tom O'Halloran with 51% of the vote, 35% reporting at this point. We'll keep you updated on all the numbers right here. Now back to the national update.
BC.
It is 11 o'clock here in the East, election night 2016, and it is in keeping with what this year has been: unusual, unpredictable. Could we have one of the biggest upsets in presidential history in the making right now? Well, let's take a look at the map. Right now, Donald Trump is in the lead. Those are the two campaign headquarters here in New York. Right now, Javits Center for the Clinton campaign, New York Hilton for the Trump campaign. But let's put up that board right now, see where things stand. 190 electoral votes for Clinton, 172 for Trump. That's because a lot of states have just come in. Polls have closed in 5 more states, 82 electoral votes. Let's go through those. California, that's the big one. 55 electoral votes going to Hillary Clinton. That was expected. She wins it, the biggest Democratic prize of the night. Out west, Hawaii, 4 electoral votes. They haven't voted for Republican since Ronald Reagan's landslide in 1984. That is going for Hillary Clinton as well. The state of Idaho, also 4 electoral votes. That's going for Donald Trump. Solid Republican state. Not enough data yet in to project the state of Washington. That's expected to go to Clinton, but not enough data in yet, or the state of Oregon. We're going to wait for those, but we're paying so much attention now to those battleground states. We started out the night with 12 battleground states. We are down to 9 right now, and what we have seen over the course of this evening is many more electoral paths opening up for Donald Trump to get to the 270 he needs. John Carl, you've been following it all night long. Let's start with that state of Florida.
It looks like he's running the table on these remaining states. Florida, 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of well over 100,000 votes. There's just not enough votes out there, I believe, for Hillary Clinton to recapture the lead, but still haven't called it. But that is trending very solidly for Donald Trump. Move up north to North Carolina, another state that was, toss-up right at the end. He's got a 5-point lead with 92% of the vote in. Go up a little bit further. He's trailing in the state of Pennsylvania with about 70% in, but look how close Pennsylvania is. This is a state that hasn't gone Republican since 1988. Keep going up north. New Hampshire, 59%, a state where Trump has been the underdog for months, George, and he is 49% to 46% for Hillary Clinton. But the real story here may be in the industrial Midwest, the states of Michigan, where he still has a lead with about half the vote in, and the state of Wisconsin, where he is the ultimate underdog. He is up 3 points with 57%.
Cecilia Vega.
This message shift that we saw from Hillary Clinton in the last 5 to 7 days. You don't just vote against something, you vote for something. And a lot of observers, I think, would say that perhaps that message came too late for Hillary Clinton. The obituary, of course, is not written on either side at this point, but when we look back at the message that she cast over the last few days of this race, she said, don't just vote for something, don't vote against something, vote for something. And I think it came a little late.
And of course, so much of her message was drowned out in those final 10 days by that news from James Comey, the FBI director.
Absolutely. Again, to go back to the campaign's quick change in positioning, they were virtually gloating on her campaign plane just a few days ago about the status of this race, talking about their powerful ground game, this Clinton coalition they built up all around the country. And then this news broke and you saw this deflated sense about them, this roller coaster of emotions and projections. But it really has been a campaign of emails, and trustworthiness and likability, an issue that she has not been able to get past.
Okay.
Voters actually were voting for something. They were voting for change. And if we look at this in state after state that is close, about 39% of the voters, 40%, said that the change was the most important thing, more important than temperament or judgment or any of that. And those voters went for Trump in each of those states by about 85%.
And I want to bring that to Charlie Gibson, because Charlie, you go back to the year 1980. There's been a Bush or a Clinton in the White House.
Right.
Every year since 1980, except for 8 years, the last 8 years of Barack Obama, and then you had Secretary of State Hillary Clinton as well. We saw what Donald Trump was able to do to Jeb Bush in the primaries, and maybe there's some reaction just to people who've been in far too long.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that, despite the Donald Trump characterization of Jeb Bush, he was a formidable candidate going in, and indeed had an incredible fundraising operation at the beginning. But people basically didn't want a third Bush in the White House, and they made the second Clinton.
You heard those chimes right there. We have another state to project it as the state of North Carolina, big battleground state. It's going to Donald Trump. 15 electoral votes right there, one of his core 4 states. So Matthew Dowd, he is filling in that map the way he needs to fill it in.
Yeah, as we've talked about, she had all the paths in the world when the night began. Now he has multiple paths to the Electoral College to get to 270 at this point. She, at this point, I wouldn't say has to run the table, but she has to come close to winning all the big prizes out there.
Yeah, she has to win the state of Nevada that is still out there. She has to win the state of Minnesota that is still out there. She has to win the state of Wisconsin, the state of Michigan, the state of Pennsylvania, and the state of New Hampshire.
Yeah, she's got to now run the table. And we've been talking for weeks. Republicans privately had been saying this is a very narrow path for Donald Trump. But now suddenly here, tonight, we see a narrow path for Hillary Clinton.
Can I just point out one key number that's coming in, and this is emerging as the storyline of the night out of the national exit polls. Trump's margin among non-college voters is the highest going back, 30 years. Look at this. 39-point gap between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton when it comes to non-college whites. That's better than Ronald Reagan did in 1984.
Amy Robach, I can only imagine the cheers that went up in the New York Hilton when you heard that North Carolina call.
Oh, you can imagine. It was surreal. There was so much screaming and so much excitement in this room. And then right after they finished celebrating, they started chanting, Florida, 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 and call it, call it, call it. And so everyone is anxiously awaiting for that state to be called, but they are certainly celebrating tonight. You can see the sea of red hats behind me. Earlier this evening, no one had those hats on, those Make America Great Again hats. You can see behind me, everyone is proudly wearing them right now and very excited to be here and waiting for Trump to show up later this evening.
Robin Roberts at the Javits Center.
Yes, I am here at the Javits Center. We are up on the big screen right now, and it is, as you'll... Yeah. They are intently watching the coverage. It keeps switching from network to network, and they're watching very closely. They're doing their best to stay upbeat, and they are... the mood has changed off and on, as you would imagine, but they, as you hear them right now, they are not going anywhere, and they know it is a very small margin, but they still feel that victory is within the grasp for Hillary Clinton.
Okay, Robin Roberts, thanks very much. John, let's pull up your battleground possibilities again right now. Now that we've given North Carolina to Donald Trump, let's pull up, see what we show there, and show his various paths now.
Yeah, he's got various paths. So solidly already called Ohio and North Carolina. He's got that solid lead still in the state of Florida. And he's Arizona, let's give him Arizona, 254. So how does he get to 270? How does he get the remaining 16? He's got multiple paths. The first thing he could do is win the state of Michigan. It gets him to exactly 50. If he doesn't do Michigan, he could take Iowa, a place that he has led all along, although now it looks tight in the vote that's come in so far. Win Iowa.
All right, I'm just going to mute this for just a second to let you know that the AP is calling it for Paul Penzone in regards to our sheriff's race. This is huge news. Sheriff Joe has been notorious, infamous throughout the country. Depending on who you're talking to, it's a good and bad, or it's a good and or bad thing. So this is a rough night for Sheriff Joe, who has spent the majority of his life as the sheriff of Maricopa County. So AP calling it for Paul Penzone, which is it's a new day in the state of Arizona. I'm going to have a new guest with you in just a moment. But while I have your attention, let's take a live look at Donald Trump's headquarters. This is in New York City. That venue, now that we have this different angle, a lot larger, and you can see the sea of Make America Great hats, those red hats on everybody's heads. And I'm going to give you a quick peek into Hillary Clinton's headquarters in New York, and everybody talking about how these are just miles apart. All right, it looks like Hillary Clinton leading Donald Trump in electoral votes, 190 to 187. Donald Trump is expected to win North Carolina, according to ABC News, based on exit polls and voter analysis. And let's see here, anything that we might have skipped over. Donald Trump will win Idaho, Hillary Clinton, California, which you saw. And let me refresh my map and see if they've actually added Florida. Now, the AP has called Florida for Donald Trump, but ABC News has yet to add it to their map. Let's check ABC News Twitter feed as well. Let me jump back to the map. Let's check ABC News and see if there are any additions. Clinton, Oregon. Trump, Idaho, which we just mentioned. Clinton, California. Now let me scroll down and see if the AP still has their expectation for Trump to win Florida, because perhaps somebody clicked go too early and they deleted the tweet, which would explain why ABC News hasn't called Florida yet for Trump. Clinton winning Hawaii. But no, AP 18 minutes ago breaking Trump wins Florida. AP race calls it at 10:50 p.m. Eastern time. And it just has yet to be called by ABC News, but AP saying Trump wins Florida. And we are waiting to see ABC News turn that state red on their map. All right, let me go here to ABC's Twitter feed. It looks like there's a new tweet. Democrat Pat Murray will win the Washington Senate race. All right, and sorry that that's taking a second to load. In the meantime, I'm going to show you inside Arizona's GOP headquarters. You can see Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson on the screen. They are obviously getting their sources from, let's see, Democrat Ron Wyden will win the Oregon Senate race, according to ABC, and let's see. All right. Live look into the GOP Arizona, back to Clinton in New York. Then I can show you Trump in New York. Oh, there's Sarah Palin. You can see she's taking pictures with Silk and Diamond, the viral video stars that are for Trump. Diamond and Silk, I should say. And Sarah Palin at Trump headquarters in New York. That's interesting. Hopefully we'll have some audio on these. Hopefully, oh, and Mike Ditka. I think that's Mike Ditka on the left. All right, and back to Hillary Clinton. Latinos with Trump Pence. Here is a local shot of the GOP headquarters. Somebody holding a Latinos for Donald Trump sign. Looks like we're about to get a live shot from Navita, so maybe I'll take you there. Oh, here we go.
National returns to come back in the race for the presidency. That is not as exciting for the Democrats here in the room. Very, very nervous about that, but certainly the big win for the night here at Democratic Party headquarters is the race for Maricopa County Sheriff. That electrified this room when we heard that. And again, we are waiting for Paul Penzone to come up and speak. And as soon as we have that, we will certainly bring that on to you.
Has to be the end of an era in Arizona when you really think about it. The sheriff, for 24 years in office, he was seeking an unprecedented 7th term, but facing criminal charges and facing
just 2 weeks ago.
A surging Hispanic vote as well in Maricopa County. Goes down to defeat, and pretty handily, too.
Yes, I'd say so. We're going to continue tracking everything as it comes in. We wanted to break in to get you that update. Once again, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, no longer the sheriff. Paul Penzone will be taking over. We're going to send it back to network programming, and we'll dip in as needed.
to say that about them. You know, the only
They wore it on their T-shirts. And all I'm saying is there's a lot of people who are...
All right, again, we're looking at Sarah Palin live at Donald Trump's headquarters in New York. I am waiting to, well, I've got a couple things going on. We might hear from Paul Penzone in the next few minutes. I'll give you a live look at the Democratic headquarters in Phoenix, and you might see some familiar faces coming up here pretty soon. I'm going to have some more guests, so give me a moment and I will see you on the other side of this video.
We just received a report from one of our local reporters that the Associated Press here in Arizona has called the Maricopa County Sheriff's race for Paul Penzone. Are you excited? Do you like that news? Well, we understand that Paul, or the sheriff-elect, you like that, huh? The sheriff-elect is on his way here, and he will come down here and address you as soon as he gets here. So just hang loose. I just thought you'd want to know that we have a new sheriff in town. And we will be back in just a few minutes.
Look at the people lined up down the street. He said the same thing as Tommy Amos over and over again. Donald Trump was confident that what he was feeling and sensing in those crowds was something that people were not registering in these polls.
Let's go back. Go ahead. There's one other thing we should raise, and I'm certainly getting emails about it, which is there probably is a strong sentiment about not having a woman president. And that is something that we've never had a woman president. And we've talked about excitement among women to have a woman president, but there's always in these situations at least equal amounts of hostility to that kind of thing. And the fact that we're seeing this, particularly among non-college educated white men, is not surprising. And I think some of it has to be attributed to the fact that Trump is running against the woman.
The vote is still coming in. What are we seeing in Michigan?
Michigan, we still have, I'm sorry, I'm back on the 12 map. Michigan, Donald Trump, 49%, 46 for Hillary Clinton, more than half the vote counted. So Michigan, we're still looking for Wayne County, it's Detroit, but look, 60% of Wayne County is in.
They are still working hard, getting the numbers in from all 15 counties.
All right, we're now at GOP headquarters.
And they keep coming in, which we love to see. And the numbers keep moving, and I think you're watching them here tonight. We plan on being there all night.
This is
the
Michelle
very
Reagan,
last
Secretary
county
of State, Arizona GOP
report.
headquarters.
But we want to thank each and every one of you that worked so hard over the past several months. You know, we had record voter registration numbers. We had record permanent early voter numbers. And it looks like we may even have record ballot numbers cast today, too. So we'll keep you posted on that. We want to especially thank our good chairman, Chairman Graham, and all of our friends here today who are in constant support in fighting our ballot harvesting fight. Want to make sure we keep that ban in place. And finally, the huge success and turnout that we've had is all because of you, all of you in this room tonight. We cannot do it without you. We love you. And before I head back to work, just looking at a few final numbers that were coming in on my phone before we got up here. And
Just going to break in to let you know, Trump wins North Carolina. Trump wins North Carolina.
That as your Secretary of State, it's very, very likely that Donald Trump will win your beautiful, great state of Arizona. Thank you for all that you do, and we're going to go and get back to work. Love you, Arizona.
Be surprised tonight because he always exceeded expectations. He called this Brexit plus this week. He may be 100% right. And I'm thinking, as I was looking at Amy Robach's live shot inside his, victory watch party, he is such a master at branding that he not only motivated all these white voters, but he also gave them a uniform. They're all wearing that Trump Make America Great Again hat. And to me, I think the big story right now, if he ends up winning tonight, is that he motivated the white vote so much. He gave them a shot of espresso and a Red Bull chaser, and they ran to the polls for him more than the non-white vote, which was not the conventional wisdom.
The Trump camp says it is happening. We'll be right back.
I'm going to give you a live look inside of Trump's headquarters in New York. There's a different Trump hat. We haven't seen that one before. Perhaps you have. I haven't. His podium. We're going to hear from him either way tonight from behind that podium. At the Hilton in New York, just down the street from Hillary Clinton. His venue is packed, and as they continue to announce the states that he has won, you see cheers, arms in the air, and that sea of Make America Great hats. Just to give you kind of a recap, Hillary Clinton is leading Donald Trump in electoral votes 197 to 187 as of 3 minutes ago. Colorado has voted in favor of raising minimum wage, and we are expected to do so as well in Arizona. In Michigan, with 49% of precincts reporting Trump holds a lead of roughly 46,000 votes over Clinton. And just to recap some of these states, because I know we just kind of went over these, Clinton winning Oregon. Oh, are we? Okay. We are going to take you live to Paul Penzone when he takes the stage. Actually, let me get that
And was a big thorn in the side of now former sheriff.
All right. We're going to, is he about to introduce Paul Penzone? It looks like he is, so I'm going to take you.
First, we got rid of
Paul Penzone, expected to speak in
Russell
a second
Pierce,
now.
and now, a few years later, we have finally gotten rid
of Joe Arpaio. Okay. Somebody might too. So this is such a huge event that the end of the tyranny of Andy Thomas and Joe Arpaio. Judge Rodriguez Mandel touched upon it a little earlier, and many of you know or have experienced firsthand the damage that has been done to law enforcement and the damage that has been done to people because of well, yeah, you put it very well, the racist agenda of the county, of the then county attorney Andrew Thomas and Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Steve, is Paul here? He's trying to get in right now. Okay, did some of the reporters grab him or? Okay. Let's open up the Red Sea then. Let's get him in here. Is he in the?
Right now, it is the state of Utah.
Penzone.
Six electoral votes. Last voted Democrat in 1964. Looked like it had been in play for a while because Donald Trump, not popular among the Mormon community. There was a Mormon native son running, Evan McMullen, but not enough. Donald Trump is going to win the state of Utah. It stays solid red right there. He is continuing to fill in that map. Right now, you see 197 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 193 for Donald Trump right now. But as John Carl was just showing you, he has many, many more paths to that 270 right now, John.
Yeah, if we go back and do the paths, excuse me. So here it is. Hillary Clinton, she's got Colorado, she's got Virginia, he already has North Carolina, Ohio, but if you give him Florida, where he's got a commanding lead, if you give him New Hampshire, where he is leading, if you look at now he's at 247. We have multiple ways for him to get to 270. One way to get there, George, is he wins the state of Michigan, takes Arizona, which has been solidly Republican. He's at 274. So take Michigan back out. He can win the state of Wisconsin and Iowa, where he is leading and has led for some time in the polls. Take Wisconsin back out. He can win the state of Pennsylvania. That puts him over the top. Take Pennsylvania back out. Win the state of Nevada, and he's at 270. He's got multiple paths, plausible paths to 270 electoral votes.
So many paths for Donald Trump right now, coming up on 11:30 in the East. The votes still being counted in those all-important battleground states. We are going to stay here right till the end. So much drama here tonight. Could the biggest upset in presidential history be in the making? We'll be right back.
All right, we're waiting for Paul Penzone to take the stage. He is in the venue. They say he's just trying to make his way up to the stage. You can see them kind of looking towards the back of the venue. But really a kind of a shakeup in the valley as Sheriff Joe, it appears, has lost to Paul Penzone, who he came very close to losing to last go-round. So we are waiting for Paul Penzone to take that podium. And again, this is at Democratic National Headquarters. And hey, I'm going to take this local.
But we're just learning he cannot even come into his own victory party just yet because the room is too full. So party leaders are actually talking to the fire marshal to get this situation worked out. Steve, we've never seen something like this.
Yeah, Penzone declared the winner in the Maricopa County Sheriff's race in a historic victory over Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We're going to continue to bring you results throughout the evening and look for a full report tonight at 10.
Have you reached the point in your investment strategy where you need to secure the wealth you've built? The experienced advisors at Scott's
High school graduation 4 years later, my mom was like, yeah, Hillary's coming. I'm like, she didn't remember that, because I didn't remember it. And, she remembered that promise that she made to a little girl. I'm just a regular girl from the Bronx. We didn't think that, someone who is that well-known would...
One who makes me look good, my lovely wife, Holly.
All right, temporarily, I just saw these people take the podium. We are at the GOP headquarters in Phoenix. I have no idea who this is, but I didn't want you to miss a minute. And when Paul Penzone takes the stage, we're going back to the Democratic headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, GOP headquarters right now, though.
And we got to keep our fingers crossed here. It looks like we're going to have a Republican state Senate as well. And that means this party... We're getting closer, guys. Just a few more votes. Maybe Arizona will put them over the top.
For the last month, the Clinton folks said if we win Florida, it's all over. Donald Trump absolutely needed it. He got it. And now, as we've talked about, he has many different ways to get to the 270 votes he needs to be the next president of the United States.
Cecilia Vega, the Clinton team counting on a surge of Latino voters in the state of Florida. It looks like they actually probably did get an increase in Latino turnout. It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, and radio silence from Brooklyn right now. We know that Hillary Clinton is not too far away from here in Times Square in a hotel with Bill Clinton and Chelsea. And George, just a couple of hours ago, we were getting details from inside the Clinton campaign down to what their granddaughter Charlotte was wearing, that she had an H on her T-shirt, and what the catering was. And I think the fact that how silent they are right now speaks volumes to how absolutely nervous they must be at this stage of the night.
Amy Robach, exuberance in the Trump camp.
Yeah, no one is quiet over here at Trump headquarters. In fact, I said people were smiling and laughing. Now they're jumping up and down, screaming, high-fiving, and we're hearing those chants that were once Florida, Florida, Florida. Now they're saying President Trump, President Trump. And there is massive celebration going on here, shouting, smiling, people taking pictures. I think there's even a group singing right now. This is a very unexpected turn, and now this crowd won't stop cheering for the man they came here to support. The night started out somber. It is anything but right now, George.
Okay, Amy Robach, thanks very much. Another state is coming in right now. This one for Hillary Clinton is the state of Washington, 12 electoral votes. Last voted Republican in 1984. It is going to Hillary Clinton. So now she's got 209 electoral votes to his 222. She's built up the blue states on the coast. Donald Trump doing very well across the middle of the country. Hillary Clinton on the East Coast. John Carl.
So here's what Hillary Clinton now has to do. She now has to run the table on states. She has to win all these states in the industrial Midwest, and she has to hang on to Nevada.
You heard it there. Hillary Clinton has to run the table to become president. Donald Trump in the lead. We'll be right back.
All right, and taking you to GOP headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. This is a live look at GOP headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Not exactly Trump headquarters in New York, which is this view, but the theme at both venues is the red hats. So take a look. Phoenix, Arizona versus New York, and both Trump headquarters, GOP headquarters for the evening. And why don't I give you a live look at Hillary's venue in New York as well. Take a look at this. Old photos in the corner, kind of giving you a recap of some of Hillary's highs and back to GOP headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, we are trying to give you a live look inside of the Democratic headquarters where Paul Penzone is expected to speak. There were so many people in the Democratic headquarters that he was having trouble actually getting in the venue. So we're going to hear from him soon as well. But GOP headquarters in Phoenix you're looking at, and then this is Trump's New York City headquarters. A lively group indeed. To give you some updates, Clinton wins Washington. That was 4 minutes ago that the AP called Clinton winning Washington. Johnson reelected to U.S. Senate in Wisconsin. Let's head over to ABC. Donald Trump will win Florida. Now, we've been saying this for the last 20 to 40 minutes, but ABC News now finally calling Trump for Florida within the last 2 minutes. And Trump 4 minutes ago expected to win Utah.
Right there you see tears of the Clinton campaign.
People, they're
now
saying
let's take a look at the pictures at the Trump
at the
headquarters right now. You hear those cheers, you see those
headquarters.
hats. Donald Trump now has 222 electoral votes to 209 for Hillary Clinton. Tom Yamas, he's getting close.
Excitement you see in that victory watch party, multiply that times 10 inside of Trump Tower right now in the war room. I'm being told by sources they are very excited. They are triumphant for several reasons. You know, we said conventional wisdom was completely wrong in this election, and so was political science. Donald Trump's on his third campaign management team. Everyone said they weren't ready for prime time. Even they themselves at time weren't sure how they would do in this race. And yet they made the call to go to Minnesota. People criticize him for that. Seems to be a smart play tonight. His last stop on this campaign was in Michigan. Seems like it was a smart play. And for this very small core group of supporters and people he worked with that are still there, they put up with a lot, and now they're here.
We've got another big state. It's an important one. Actually, it's a small state, but it's a very important one. It's the state of Iowa. 6 electoral votes. Last voted Republican for George W. Bush in 2004. It has gone to Donald Trump. And John Carl, I got to bring this to you right now because now basically Hillary Clinton has one path.
She basically has one path. I'll show it to you 2 ways. First of all, on the map, she needs to win all of those states we just mentioned in that industrial Midwest, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and she needs to hang on to the state of Nevada. If she does that, she narrowly wins. Let's look at it on our possibilities board. So here's where we are. If she wins Michigan, New Hampshire,
get excited!
Taking you to Penzone. This is a huge night for Paul Penzone. There's a new sheriff in town, is how they introed him earlier.
He really is here. He really is. He's going back through the kitchen. I don't know if you can go in through there and go to the back and come out this way. That's why the cameras are over there, because they want to get a shot of him. He is here. Okay, the lights are coming on. Can you believe it? The toughest sheriff in America is no more. Here we go. Come on.
All right, and just to break in here for a second while we wait for Paul Penzone to take the stage. Donald Trump winning Georgia.
No more raids. Okay, is it 2 minutes now? 2 minutes. Are you sure?
Personal endeavor. And one thing struck me while these results were coming in, a quote from his sister, Marianne Trump Berry, who's a judge on the New York State Supreme Court. She said, "I knew better even as a child than to even attempt to compete with Donald, because he always wins."
Martha Raddatz, I wonder what Vladimir Putin is thinking right now.
I think Vladimir Putin's probably very excited right now, and I think other world leaders are a little fearful of what would happen under a Trump presidency. I think some members of the senior officers in the military are probably a little nervous about this too. I mean, he's basically said the generals have been reduced to rubble. Let's remember what the Trump supporters are voting for. He asked for a ban on Muslims, build a wall. He offended Mexicans, the disabled, lashed out at a Gold Star family, the military fighting in Mosul, around there. He said they shouldn't tell people what's happening, and the Access Hollywood tape. That Access Hollywood tape we haven't talked a lot about this evening, but the white working class men I spoke to after that Access Hollywood tape was released didn't care. I mean, really didn't care.
White evangelical votes than we have ever seen in our exit polling, 80-some%. And it might not have been a campaign for Donald Trump in the traditional sense, but there was definitely a campaign in the churches. There were videos that went out on Sunday of Mike Pence talking in the churches, buses that went out, and that turnout is the highest we've ever seen for a presidential candidate.
George, last
Use the word fear in talking about how foreign leaders are responding to this. I've got a number of emails from friends of mine of color across the country, and there's also a level of fear growing in brown America. Because just if you look at the optics of the Trump rally, to many people that looks like 1950 America. You don't see many brown people walking around that room. And so I think there is a sense with some of the rhetoric we've heard throughout their campaign that this, if Trump goes on to win, this may be a wonderful opportunity for him to now pivot back to people of color and say, don't be nervous, because many people are nervous this evening.
Another piece of good news for Republicans coming in right now, it is from the state of Wisconsin, and that is the incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson has defeated former Senator Russ Feingold right there, 52-45. So, Bill Kristol, that means if this continues to go the way we see it going right now, you will have that Republican Senate.
Looks that way, or at least 50-50 with Republican maybe Vice President breaking the tie. And incidentally, another state, I mean, Pennsylvania, I mean, which Secretary Clinton's ahead in, most, I mean, again, just eyeballing it, most of the vote looks to me like it's Republican vote that's outstanding. That blue wall that everyone, this always happens in politics, right? When I came to Washington, it was the electoral lock.
Hi, Penzone arriving.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Slagaki. I am the chairman of the Maricopa County Democratic Party. Tonight, change has come to Maricopa County. Please welcome our next sheriff, Paul Penzone.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it so very much. I just wanted to say, I know all of you have been waiting for this for a long time. And I wanted to say the next 6 words, there's a new sheriff in town.
How's everybody feeling tonight? I can't tell you what an honor it is to be here with you. I am a blessed man, I have a beautiful family, and I'm surrounded by people who care about this community and fought for this community. So for that, I thank you. After the 2012 election, I can't tell you how many times I was approached and asked, are you going to run again? And I'd say the same thing over and over. I don't think so, but I never say never. And then when I announced to run, some of my opponent's supporters came to me and said, Sheriff can't be beaten. You know what I said? Never say never. I want to thank you all for what you've done, because we've made a statement across the nation. Arizona stands for something greater, that no matter where we come from or what we look like or what our beliefs are, we're all entitled to respect. And in that same vein, I want you to understand that I came from a law enforcement background, and I pursued this because I want to restore that respect, that transparency, and that confidence to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, because the men and women in the uniforms there deserve it, and this community deserves it. We will no longer stand for the things that we've seen, where the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has been identified because of the notoriety of one. You will now know a sheriff's office who is appreciated because of the sacrifices of many. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with those men and women, because I've heard from many of them for quite some time now. They want a chance to show you who they really are, what they really believe in, and that we are all collectively part of one community. And I'll be honored to work with them, and I'm going to call on them to have the patience and understanding to move in a new direction with new leadership, where you'll see the best of what law enforcement can represent. And as a community, I'm going to call on you to work with us, to work through these times that we've seen, not looking back, but where we're going forward. How collectively, the only division we should ever see in a community is those that commit the crime and those of us who are willing to hold them accountable. And no one is above the law. So tonight, many have said, is a historic moment. But history will be defined by what we do collectively moving forward to make Maricopa County the safest county in the nation, where we come together on behalf of our families and our children, seeing each other through eyes where we all have respect, where we look at the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line for us, and because we trust and have confidence in them, we appreciate it. At the same time, they understand they serve a grateful community. You know, tonight, to my understanding, that a Sholo officer lost his life. That's the dark and difficult times in law enforcement. And those are the moments that we must recognize the sacrifice that comes with it and appreciate the men and women who do the job. And at the same time, those men and women, will show appreciation for this community that stands with them. So I look forward to serving as your new sheriff. It is an honor beyond words that I can express tonight. I want to thank you again. I want to thank Stephen and John from the party who worked tirelessly with their staff and the volunteers and the many throughout the community. I want to thank my staff, who from day one, you could see the glimmer in their eyes. They knew we were going to accomplish it. There was never a doubt in their mind. And I'm so grateful for them. And our two boys here who are grown men. My wife and I talked about this, and I want you to hear these words, please. When I became an officer, I saw a man who I felt defined integrity and ethics and professionalism, and that's what inspired me. And my wife and I spoke about the difference right now because of the challenges we face. We want our sons to see law enforcement through those same eyes, where they know that law enforcement is there to care for them while holding them accountable, and that collectively we are one and the same. That's why I took on this fight. But let me tell you, I'm a blessed man because of the family that I have and because of my strong wife, Veronica. For those of you who don't know, my wife is a big fan of the Rocky movies. And we were at home one night before this race started, and she said, "Honey, you got to finish what you started." And then she shared these wise words with me. She said, "Don't forget, in Rocky 2, the good guy wins." So I have to say it, just like Rocky did. Veronica, I did it. We did it. Thank you.
We have you covered here with everything that's happening locally. We'll get to that in just a matter of moments. Meantime, while you were gone, ABC News calling Trump for Georgia. We're going to keep you updated on the very latest. Let's send it back to network where they are right now.
Stall and go seating. Look at all this room. You connect theater. More screens means never.
All right, so that was Paul Penzone out of the Democratic National Headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, and his wife spoke. They said there's a new sheriff in town. Right now I'm giving you a live look at Trump headquarters in New York City, and then I'm going to give you a look at Hillary Clinton headquarters in New York City as well, which is just actually right down the street from Trump headquarters, which everyone says is historically pretty strange, their locations, how close they are to one another. What we're going to do is take you pretty soon into our 10 p.m. broadcast, and we're going to give you a rundown of all of the latest numbers. Actually, I'm going to take you now to Adrian Fonte. Is it Fontes? Adrian Fontes of pretty heated battle for the county recorder, and he is going to be talking to you right now from the Democratic from the Democratic headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona.
One of the things that my guys told me to say. Sorry. So we are in a nice tight race against Helen Purcell, and I want to talk a little bit about one or two things here. First of all, I want to thank all of these folks up here. Every single one of them helped, except Steve. No, I'm kidding. You guys know Steve Slagaki? He's the chairman of the Maricopa County Party. Give him a round of applause. And of course, John Ryder back there, right? And no candidate in the world who is grounded without family is going to do any good. And so I want you all to give a nice round of applause to my wife, Mona, and my three little girls, Olivia, Adriana, and Isabel, and my mom, Linda. Folks, we've got a tight race going on here. This is going to end up down to the wire. We are up just a little bit. But here's the thing, those are the early voters. Those aren't the persons who Helen Purcell blamed for standing in long lines. She blamed them. And I want to thank all of the volunteers out there who've been doing such a great job. We got some over here. There's a bunch in the back. Oh, look. Hey, you guys, there are some Republicans here cheering us on tonight. Let's hear it for them. Because you know what? The county recorder's office, and I'm going to take a second here, the county recorder's office is the most fundamentally important office in our body politic, because through that office, your voice goes out to the government. Through that office, your representatives are selected. Through that office, our democracy lives. And that's why I ran this race, to protect our democracy. And how do we protect our democracy? The way we do it is by changing the attitude in that office. We respect the voters. Just like Paul was talking about respecting all of the folks out there. We respect the voters, whether their ballot is printed in English, whether their ballot is printed in Spanish or in Braille or Tohono O'odham. We respect all of the voters right here in Maricopa County. And that's why we're running this race. You never thought you'd get excited about the county recorder's race, did you? I didn't either. But I'll tell you what, my time in the United States Marine Corps as a classified materials controller taught me about security. And we've got some question marks that are out there in the clouds. From foreign shores, we know we have threats coming. I am equipped to make sure to protect your information from those threats. We're not only going to change the attitude in the office, but we are going to rebuild a robust kids voting program in all of Maricopa County so we can pass this democracy down to our children. And we need this. We need this more than ever. And if you are a Democrat or a Republican or a Libertarian or a Green or whatever, our democracy is bigger than your party. Our democracy is bigger than your ideology. And if we make sure that we can push forward with a neutral, clean, and accountable county recorder's office, bring trust and integrity back, we can push away the cynicism, we can push away the negativity, and we can bring hope and the promise of a real democracy where lots more people participate, where lots more people have access to the right information, and where lots more people are represented, because that's what we need.
Was the worst investment you ever could have made.
All right, we're heading to the GOP headquarters in Phoenix. This is Bill Montgomery.
We'll keep Maricopa County safe. I want to thank everybody for all of your support. This is going to be a great night for the country. It's going to be a great night for the Republican Party, and I look forward to serving all of you. Thank you very much.
All right, pretty soon here we're going to head into our live local coverage. We're going to continue to bring you that national coverage as well. But on the left side of your screen, you're going to see Steve Irvin and Katie Rammel any minute now. In the meantime, I'm not going to play that commercial for you, but I can take you to Donald Trump headquarters in New York City, and I can also take you to Hillary Clinton headquarters in just a second here. A live look there. I think that person is wearing two Make America Great Again hats. Here is Hillary Clinton's campaign event in New York. A beautiful venue, a beautiful setup. She's had several speakers throughout the night. Trump has not had any speakers that we have seen so far. Katy Perry has been there, Bill de Blasio, Governor Cuomo, Mr. Khan, who kind of stole the show at the Democratic National Convention. So several speakers for Hillary Clinton throughout the night. Obviously a highly produced, beautiful venue and show. But the Trump campaign has been pretty much silent throughout the evening. Here they are at the Hilton in New York City. Both venues have cable news outlets on the screens so people can continue to stay involved as new numbers come in, and they are reacting as they come in as well. Every once in a while you'll see hands go up in the air and people yelling, excited. So we're going to continue to look at these venues. Donald Trump currently transitioning right now. There we go into Hillary Clinton in New York. And in a minute, we're going to jump into our 10 o'clock news broadcast where we are going to have all the latest local numbers for you and some national updates. Trump winning Utah 5 minutes ago. The AP called that. Republican Phil Scott will win the Vermont governor's race, according to ABC News. GOP projected to retain control of the U.S. House, but Democrats projected to gain between 5 and 9 seats. So right now, looking at Hillary Clinton out of New York, her venue, back to Donald Trump in New York. Again, these are just miles apart. It is buzzing in New York City right now. And I actually think sometimes we have a view from Times Square, which is fascinating. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you that again soon. But in the meantime, here's a live look of Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, and we are going to bring you the latest with Steve Irvin and Katie Rammel, and we've got wall-to-wall coverage. Stephanie's out in the field. Faye's out in the field. I see Faye getting ready for her live shot. So our entire team is breaking it down across the valley. We're at GOP headquarters, Democratic headquarters, and we're also going to be at polling venues. Is anybody still in line? We're about to find out if anybody's still in line. We're going to hear how many ballots haven't been counted yet. They are saying that we are actually, the state of Arizona, days away from having those results, which is shocking to some people. But we are going to have these updates for you and more right here on ABC 15 as we head into our 10 p.m. broadcast.
Break it down on a simple level. You know, Matt Dowd and Karl Rove, they had this amazing operation with the Bush campaign where they were crunching numbers, and the Obama campaign had this amazing digital operation that Terry covered, you know, micro-targeting different people. And when I think about Donald Trump, he essentially won this race by labeling people. He labeled Jeb Bush low energy. You know, he had an important message, but this is how he killed his opponents. Lying Ted, Lil Marco, and of course, Crooked Hillary. And as I think about labels right now, I'm also thinking about a title we haven't said yet, and the night's not over. But think about this, President Trump.
President Trump will be the 45th if he indeed does win. Now, we're paying attention to 3 key states right now, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at them one by one. John Carl, let's start out with the state of Michigan.
All right, so as we wait for numbers there, the world holding its breath as we wait for that big answer. Who will be our next president? Already too many twists and turns to count tonight.
A live look right now from the Electoral College map. The magic number to become president, 270, and the results so far. So Donald Trump very, very close at 244 electoral votes.
Yeah, so let's look specifically at the presidential race right here in Arizona. You are looking at the very latest tally coming in. 49% for Trump, 46% for Clinton. That's with 56% reporting at this point.
An unfortunate issue rearing its ugly head again tonight, though. Reports of voting lines lasting up to 3 hours. Even a failed last-minute attempt by Democrats to keep the polls open in Maricopa County for an extra 2 hours. Also, thousands of votes that won't be able to be counted for days. Governor Doug Ducey addressing that issue with ABC 15.
If it takes us all night to count them, I think that's good for democracy. I wish we'd have them all counted by 10 o'clock tonight, but we want to make sure that we're accurate and thorough and that every vote that was turned in today, like mine, is counted.
We're going to take a closer look at the voting count issue coming up just minutes away. And thanks for choosing us on this pivotal moment in our nation's history.
Yep, ABC 15, your place to be on this election night. Our team with unparalleled experience here covering all the big races for you as we get you caught up locally on all of this from every corner of our state. We're also watching ABC News on the corner of your screen. We're going to keep that up. You see that in the smaller box there. The very latest on the presidential race. We'll dip back in. We'll let you know. In the meantime, we're at state headquarters for both the Democrats and Republicans, really each party with something to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, a lot of local races going the Democrats' way, even if the presidential race is not. And Faye Fredericks anchors our coverage from the Democrats. One historic surprise there tonight. Faye?
Nationally.
Yeah, absolutely. The chant around the room here at Democratic Party headquarters in downtown Phoenix has been, there is a new sheriff in town. Let's bring him in. He is Paul Penzone. Paul, congratulations, first of all. This is really historic.
Thank you, Faye. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate this and just thankful for all the support.
Yeah, so you had the crowd very excited here. This means a lot to a lot of supporters here in Arizona. What does it mean to you?
It means the opportunity to have the blessing and the privilege of going back into law enforcement, working with good men and women of all different races, of all different ethnicities, of all different backgrounds to serve a community that reflects that. So to have this privilege to work with chiefs around the valley and others to bring it back together in a more cohesive fashion. To me, it's just a great honor.
What was the message that you think really resonated with voters?
There's no place for politics and policing. We have to get away from that, and we have to become, especially in this community where the cities and municipalities and the county are so intertwined, we have to be on the same page and working collectively to serve the needs of the community on law enforcement issues and never politics.
Yeah. What's your first thing you're going to do?
Well, the most important thing is to get to know the men and women within that organization and make sure that we're properly structured to make changes in a culture to move forward in a way that we can restore trust, transparency, and confidence.
Yeah. Now, some of the calls that have gone out, I heard as you were stepping up to the microphone there, were to disband, get rid of Tent City. Any plans along those lines?
Every aspect of the organization, I have to be a responsible leader and evaluate them on the benefit for this community, if they're necessary, if they're efficient, if they're safe, and why it is in the best interest of everyone that we have here. So those decisions won't be made until I can fairly and objectively evaluate everything and make solid decisions on it.
Yeah, you were up there.
Forgive me, it's so loud, I'm losing my own thoughts.
No,
so
that's okay.
me.
You were thanking your wife, Veronica, and you talked a little bit about the 2012 race, and after your unsuccessful attempt to unseat Sheriff Joe Arpaio then, what made you come back? You told a great story about Rocky. Tell that again.
Yeah, my wife's a big Rocky fan, and first of all, she said, this is unfinished business, because we care about this community, and this is what I do, like many other good men and women. We serve in the manner of law enforcement, where that's our skill set. So to see what I felt was a void and a disappointment where it wasn't really cohesive with those in need, my wife's like, you got to finish what you started. And she said, listen, honey, it's like Rocky 2. In the first one, he lost a close one. The second one, he comes back and he wins. So you got to get back out there and keep fighting. And she's much wiser than I am, so you see how it turned out.
Last question for you, Paul. Did Sheriff Arpaio call you, and what did he say?
We haven't spoken yet.
You haven't spoken yet. All right, do you anticipate hearing from him?
You know what? I don't worry about that. I worry about just having the chance to enjoy this moment that I'm in with my family. You know, our boys are both here from out of town, and it's just a very special time, so that's where my focus is.
Paul, thank you very much. Congratulations again on the win tonight.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll send it back into studio, guys.
Say thanks.
Just down the street from the Democrats, the GOP with plenty to celebrate as well.
Yeah, Stephanie Hockridge anchors our coverage over there. Stephanie, Sheriff Arpaio defeated.
Yes, he was. Meantime, you guys, real quickly, Secretary of State Michelle Reagan just took the stage moments ago and said that she believes it is likely that Trump will win Arizona. Secretary of State, of course, in charge of our elections here in Arizona. However, those results are not official yet. So seconds ago, I asked her when she walked by, I said, when will these results be official? And she said it could be days because of the outstanding ballots that have not been counted in Maricopa County. Meantime, going back to Sheriff Joe Arpaio, that one is quite a surprise in this particular race. Voters decided not to elect him for a seventh term. Dave, I know you've been following this race closely. What do you think about what's happening now, and what's the feeling here?
Well, you know, it's hard to tell what the feeling is here because we haven't seen Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and while it may be believable that he lost, polls have indicated that for about the last month or two. The real question is, will he show up tonight? Will we get to ask him how he feels about it? Does he accept the results? What happens now? What are his plans? We don't know. I'm going to read you just the latest numbers that have come in to show how much voters have rejected him this time around. As of the most recent numbers come in, 60% of the vote in, he's down 100,000 votes, 55% to 45%. That's a pretty overwhelming majority. And the interesting thing about that is, it's not like Sheriff Joe hasn't been able to get his message out. He had $12 million in his campaign war chest, spent $3 million on TV ads alone. So people got to hear from him, got to hear his defense of the criminal charges that were brought against him, and yet voters still rejected him by a pretty overwhelming fashion. I'm a little surprised that it got to be about 10 points and it sits at 10 points.
You were able to go through your research and see the trends in his past re-elections, and you saw that he was downtrending as far as his support among Arizona voters.
Well, you know what's funny is you look at him from 2004 to 2008 to 2012 to now, his leads went from 20% wins in 2004 down to about 13% in 2008, down to 6% in 2012. Maybe it's just his time came for the voters to move on from him. So I think it's surprising that we saw such a dramatic shift down 10% right now, where the races stayed all night.
Sure. Okay, Stephen, Katie, back to you.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. And ABC15's Joe Bartels is live in a downtown Phoenix Park right now where people were waiting for this call. Boy, listen to them there celebrating.
Yeah, Joe, this gathering just announced and marchers just left Grant Park, headed toward the sheriff's headquarters. Tell us what's happening there.
Yeah, Steve, they walked from that park, they marched down 4th
jail, and now they're here at the headquarters for the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. You can hear them probably shouting in the background. They've got a big sign on the front door here of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office saying eviction notice, Sheriff Joe Arpaio with Sheriff scratched out in the middle. Obviously a lot of folks here celebrating Sheriff Joe Arpaio's defeats in this, but they're chanting right now, they're celebrating, worked very hard for this outcome tonight, but you can see the signs there, bye-bye Arpaio, and a lot of folks documenting this really historic night. Sheriff Joe Arpaio not going to be the sheriff of Maricopa County any longer, and these folks very, very excited, shouting. It's about probably 200 to 300 people, I would say, out here with signs and literature. They're going to be shouting and chanting a very long time here, very excited about the outcome of tonight's election. Guys?
Yeah, it's one of the most emotional races probably that we've covered in quite some time. Meantime, one of the biggest races of the night doesn't involve a candidate. It's Prop 205, the battle over legalizing recreational marijuana, and the results right now, it appears voters are well on their way to rejecting legal recreational marijuana in Arizona.
ABC 15's Angie Cayley following both sides of this issue for us ever since Prop 205 was even proposed out there. Angie, other states all across the country are paying attention to this vote right here in Arizona as well.
They are, and that's because Arizona is traditionally a red state, so it's kind of a litmus test for other people who are thinking about introducing a similar initiative in their own state. Now, the Crescent Ballroom packed tonight with supporters of the initiative. Many of the people in there are currently own or involved with medical marijuana dispensaries. Now, if this passes, they would then have the opportunity to retool their business and sell to any Arizonan 21 or older. However, they say they believe it is really early, too early to tell which way this will go. The no camp at this point is about 6 points ahead.
At this point, the early ballots have gone the way that we expected them to. So at this point in time, we're still waiting on the day of voters, which we fully expect to go our direction.
We've done our best to really, again, educate the voters on the facts. In fact, that's been one of our mottos: is know the facts, do your own research. We have all of our stuff cited, sourced.
California.
Now, this was on the ballot, a similar initiative in 4 other states, and 4 other states plus D.C. already have legal recreational marijuana. We will, of course, continue to follow this. Back to you.
Angie, thank you. Prop 206, the other prop on the ballot, and it would increase the minimum wage to $10 per hour starting on the first of the year, and then, Steve, it would be up to $12 by 2020.
And it appears Arizona voters want to approve that as well. 60 to 40%. This one appears well on its way to passage here. Obviously, this was a huge Democratic concern as well, and a big concern, especially in places like Pima County and Maricopa County with large numbers of minimum wage workers.
Yeah, it was one we were able to call early. In fact, let's hear from some of the supporters tonight.
Extremely ecstatic. It's been hard work for the last 3 years, really creating a momentum through economic justice and being able to find a way to raise the money to do this initiative. We're ecstatic. Our youth work hard, and we're just so happy that we bearing the fruits of our labor.
Okay, let's get to Pinal County Sheriff Paul Babu running for a second time for Congress. And you see it's against Democratic challenger Tom O'Halloran there. The numbers just coming in. This is always a well-contested district here, but O'Halloran really running away with it in District 1, apparently beating Paul Babu 51 to 44%. Yeah, and Senator John McCain winning a 6th term against Democratic challenger Ann Kirkpatrick. We want to show you the numbers. He already gave an acceptance speech. We showed you that here on ABC 15 earlier tonight, and shortly after she just conceded. ABC 15's Navita Fragani following the Senate race closely tonight. She joins us live, and Navita, 6 in a row for the senator.
6 years in a row for the senator. It's one of his toughest campaigns so far. He won by about 12%. You can see all of his supporters still lingering here tonight. They actually saw his race pop up on the television screen, so they're pretty happy about that. But, you know, the crowds were cheering as he walked in. So happy for his win. Senator John McCain and his wife, Cindy, addressed the crowd for about 15 minutes. And in his speech, he thanked his opponent for running an honorable campaign. They both had very similar strategies. She ran an anti-Trump campaign, and he distanced himself from Trump. McCain also thanking all of his supporters.
Let me begin by saying thank you to my employers, the people of Arizona, those of you who voted for me, and those who voted for my opponent. I've never been more honored by anything than the privilege of representing you in the United States Senate. I've never taken it for granted, and I never will.
Coming up in 30 minutes, I'll tell you McCain's direct message to the voters who did not support him. Back to you guys.
McCain's opponent, Ann Kirkpatrick, conceding moments ago, and here's some of what she said.
I love Arizona. I really believe in Arizona. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. All right, let's do it. Thank you.
We want to show you this live look right now. This is from the county recorder's office. We've been showing you this several times tonight. This is where they tabulate your votes. Obviously high security there, making sure the results are legit, but very empty at this hour. And we do have a crew there. We'll be checking in with them later in this newscast.
It's with a very heavy heart and very stressful, obviously, that I come to you today to tell you that we did have an officer-involved shooting.
We will get back to the election in just a moment, but first, this breaking news update that we've been following closely for you tonight. Show Low police have a suspected cop killer surrounded at this very moment, and they are trying to talk him into surrendering. The officer killed, identified as Darren Reed, shot to death earlier today. The shooting happened at an Arby's right near the Days Inn Motel in Show Low. The officer was in critical condition in the fight of his life, but police revealed to us that he died at the hospital. His accused killer, Daniel Erickson, who's been known to use the alias of Scott Richardson. We're told there's a police standoff with him right now at a cabin in Pine Top. We'll keep the updates coming for you on this one.
An absolute inferno erupting tonight in Phoenix. Air 15 over the scene near 26th Street in Thomas. We know many of you saw this, or at least the very least smelled the smoke. And as we bring in another view from the ground, we can tell you a number of things fueled this, including propane tanks and oleanders. As many as 5 structures catching fire in addition to power lines. SRP now working on repairs. Back to Democracy 2016 with what's expected to be record turnout at the polls here in our state. It hasn't been met without challenges. These the long lines across the valley at voting precincts tonight, including roughly 3 hours long near 51st Avenue and Osborne. And you at home have been telling us about the issues you've seen, starting with computer glitches with those e-books.
They're just kind of speculating, really. They don't know what happened, and they don't want to place any kind of specific blame until they can further investigate.
County Recorder Helen Purcell says all of those e-books were tested prior to Election Day.
So Purcell up for re-election herself against Adrian Fontes, and we want to show you where the numbers are right now. Adrian with 51% of the vote against Helen Purcell at 49%. Again, this is only with 11% reporting. We'll be watching this very closely, especially with tonight's developments. ABC15 Sonu Wasu has been out at the county recorder's office where all of these votes are being counted tonight. And Sonu, a lot of critical eyes watching them at this hour here and all across the country.
That's right, and what is upsetting and surprising so many people is that we may not have any final numbers from this office for at least 10 more days. A lot of votes out here remain uncounted. That is because hundreds of thousands of early ballots still have to be counted. A record-setting number of more than 1 million early ballots came in this year. County Recorder Helen Purcell tells me they have had up to about 100 people working around the clock to count those, but they are still not done. They stopped working at 4 o'clock today to start printing out numbers, which Purcell says can take hours to do. So we asked Purcell if her office was unprepared for this big turnout in early voting.
This is not unusual. This happens after every election, and I think if you look at jurisdictions around the country, it happens in all jurisdictions. They're not finished on election night.
So this means the numbers that you are seeing tonight, especially those races that are tight, could flip once all of those votes are in. We are seeing a few pretty tight races separated by just a few percentage points tonight, so we could be on the edge of our seats for a few more days here. Back to you.
Yeah, sounds like it, Sonu. Thank you.
Meantime, we want to get to some of the other congressional district races right now. Incumbent Martha McSally appears to be winning re-election for a second term, taking on challenger Matt Hines. In Congressional District 4, incumbent Paul Gosar, no surprise here over Michael Weiser. Congressional District 5, Andy Biggs, the Republican, narrowly beat out Christine Jones in the primary, but a heavily Republican district here. He easily beats Talia Fuentes. And a check right now of the results for Corporation Commission, a 5-member commission helping decide some of the utility rates you pay. 3 seats up for grabs, and how the candidates will regulate solar, one of the major issues here. Bob Burns, an incumbent, the leading vote getter there, followed by Andy Tobin. And we are continuing to watch these other races in the Corporation Commission race because it's still a very narrow margin there.
As well as the national coverage as well. Let's dip right back into ABC right now.
They were exuberant, they were exuding confidence. Is reality setting in?
Well, we're still not hearing from anyone directly inside the Clinton campaign. I am hearing from Democratic sources who, and donors to the Clinton campaign who say that they believe that this race is over for Hillary Clinton right now. We still, like I just said, I want to emphasize, no one from the Clinton campaign has spoken publicly yet. In fact, the last tweet we saw.
That's a sign in and of itself.
That is a sign in and of itself, George. Hillary Clinton is notoriously superstitious. We've been talking about this all day. She had 2 speeches prepped and ready to go, one for either outcome, and she's been working on those speeches along with her aides all day and all night, and I guess we will know soon which one she delivers.
Tom Yamas, the exuberance continuing to grow in the Trump camp.
I think we're beyond that point now, George. Rudy Giuliani just met with reporters, and he's talking about the future, that they're going to start working starting tomorrow on Wednesday, the day after Election Day. They're calling the polls before the election prejudice. The only irony of tonight, Donald Trump said the election is rigged. He may end up winning the rigged election.
Winning the rigged election, we'll see. We still have a lot of states out there. One of the things you're finding in these exit polls, David Miernan, it picks up on the point of how personal a victory is for Donald Trump. A lot of his supporters voting for him, even though they disagree with him on big issues.
Yeah, it's a stunning thing. It sort of flies in the face of the findings so far on this election night. But look at this. A key question we always ask, which candidate is qualified to be president? The majority of Americans say only Hillary Clinton there, 46%. Look at this. The border wall, one of his key issues, if not the most important issue. 54% of Americans say they oppose any idea of a border wall. And look at this, undocumented immigrants, a chance at legal status. 70% of Americans say they absolutely deserve that chance. Only 25% say they should be deported. But here's what it all boils down to. Look at this. The quality that matters most. 39% of Americans said the candidate who can bring change. And when we laser in on who that went to, 83% of American voters who wanted change went with Donald Trump.
That is the big vote right there. But Alex Ossianos, let me bring that to you right there. I mean, Mexico's made it very clear they're not going to pay for any wall, even if Donald Trump wins. How does he bring that to his supporters, or do they not even care?
So you've been listening into the presidential race, but we've got breaking news back here at home. We want to get you to the very latest on this march that's happening, Steve.
Yeah, obviously the race for sheriff stirring up a lot of emotions, and this march just called into action just a couple of hours ago, but you can see so many people now gathering outside the Sheriff's Department headquarters in a rally celebrating the defeat of Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Yeah, Paul Penzone beating out Sheriff Arpaio. He gave his speech about an hour ago now. We have yet to hear from Sheriff Arpaio himself, and Paul Penzone also saying he hasn't gotten a phone call or a message from Joe Arpaio yet either.
Yeah, it's got to be a bitter pill to swallow after 24 years and a guy who was politically popular for most of that period, obviously going down to a stunning defeat tonight.
All right, Joe Arpaio, we're just getting a statement in from him seconds ago, just handed to me, and I quote, I'm reading this right from him, "It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people as Sheriff of Maricopa County for the last 24 years. Tonight the people have spoken, and while Ava and I are disappointed with the results, we respect their decision. We want to congratulate Paul Penzone on his victory and look forward to working with him on a seamless transition. My thanks and appreciation to the people of Maricopa County for the faith and trust they have put in me over the years. I'm also tremendously grateful for the hard work and dedication of every employee of my office. Their selfless and tireless dedication in protecting and serving the people is to be greatly admired." That just coming in from Joe Arpaio right now.
All right, it was a near record election day here in the Valley as well. We made it up to 90 degrees in Phoenix, just 1 degree shy of today's record set back in 2007. Tonight, we're in the 70s across the Valley, and overnight lows will be dropping into the 60s across much of the Phoenix metro. Here's the breakdown hour by hour tomorrow. We start out in the 60s in Phoenix through 6, 7, and 8 a.m. 74 degrees at 10, 79 at noon, and then the 80s will carry us through the afternoon. So we will be cooler tomorrow by about 5 or 6 degrees, but we're still going to be above the
the average of 79, and we're going to feel more breezes like we did today. Gusts near 25 miles per hour in the late morning and early afternoon tomorrow. Lighter breezes on Thursday, and then lighter winds in general for Friday and the weekend ahead. Here's a look at your highs tomorrow across the valley. 84 in Tempe and Glendale, 83 in Scottsdale, Mesa and Gilbert, 80 in Cave Creek and Anthem, and 83 out in Surprise. Here's the next several days for you. We'll keep the 80s going through the end of the week. Another subtle cool down for Thursday and Friday, and we'll take you day by day through your 7-day forecast coming up in about 30 minutes.
And our ABC15 Election Night special rolls on as we get results from 4 more congressional races. We're also going to check back at the Arizona Party headquarters for Democrats and Republicans.
Tonight's coverage brought to you by Benjamin Franklin Plumbing.
This is Chris. He's a real-life plumber with Ben.
All right, and again, this is a live look in Phoenix at the, I don't want to say protesters, it's obviously a crowd gathering to celebrate Joe Arpaio's defeat. While I have you, I'm going to temporarily take you to the East Coast. Let's head over to New York and take a look inside Hillary Clinton's campaign venue. This beautiful venue has had speakers throughout the evening. It was a pretty early setup. Flooded. Oh, it looks like we might actually. Are these people just taking a seat or taking the stage? A pretty early setup for Hillary Clinton's event. It looks like a much larger venue compared to Donald Trump's, which is just down the street. Ironically, let me take you to Donald Trump's venue now in New York. That's a lot of red. That's a lot of Make America Great Again hats. This is the Hilton, ironically, not a Trump hotel or venue. I believe Trump said it was not available. Perhaps it was pre-booked by someone else. But this is the Hilton. Donald Trump apparently had 2 scheduled events for the evening, a private invite-only event with some donors and supporters. Oh, looks like something's happening at Hillary's event, so let me take you there, and let's see here. Clinton wins Nevada. Now, this was a very important state for Clinton to win, and Donald Trump earlier today filing that lawsuit alleging that they kept the polls open approximately 2 hours later than they were supposed to. They wanted them to hold some of the votes. And if it was a tight race, I really don't understand the logistics, but Trump's campaign was concerned about them, quote unquote, allowing people to vote for up to 2 hours later. It was apparently a very large Hispanic vote, but Nevada argued that those people were in line before the polls closed. So we'll see how close that was, how tight that was, and if Donald continues to fight that specific state. Back in Arizona, I can tell you that it looks like Clinton is still, and these again are only temporary numbers. Oh, and it looks like the voter turnout jumped 6%. We're now at 47% for voter turnout, but with Hillary Clinton at 45.66%, Donald Trump 49.45%, and this is only 60% in precinct reporting. And that number's, Josh is pointing at a number that's too big for me to say. I homeschooled. I'm kidding. And that was the first time I got Josh to laugh at me, so this is a moment. I'm having a moment. All right, we are looking at Hillary Clinton campaign headquarters, and actually I'm going to take you back to I'm seeing some activity.
Half hour ago, again, they did march all the way from
live,
a park near Grant
ABC15.
and 3rd Avenue, up 4th Avenue, past the jail, and now they're at the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office headquarters here, and they're going to be chanting and really celebrating this. Basta, Arpaio, and Puente, Arizona as the groups that are organizing this rally here. They're very excited about the outcome of tonight's election. They're very excited that this race has gone their direction, and they say this is a new beginning here, perhaps for Maricopa County and the Sheriff's Sheriff's Office here. Guys.
Joe, thank you.
Meantime, we want to take a look at the electoral map as Nevada has just been called for Hillary Clinton. As it now stands, Trump at 244, Clinton at 215. Keep in mind it takes 270 electoral votes to win. Many of those states where it's still up in the air, Wisconsin, Michigan in particular, even Pennsylvania and New Hampshire. Those are all states where Trump still has a lead, but still a lot of votes left to come in those states. But Trump is edging ever closer to winning the presidency, and certainly a lot more paths toward that 270 electoral vote map than anybody really thought. Most of the forecasters saying there was no way this would happen, and Trump really beating all of the odds tonight.
Yeah, and we'll continue tracking that and dip into national coverage as needed as more races are called. Meantime, the futures market has been halted. The financial market's in turmoil at this point. We'll continue tracking that part of the story as well.
Tonight's coverage brought to you by
All right, and just to jump in here, sorry, I'm trying to not take you to those commercials. Pelosi reelected to U.S. House in California. Nancy Pelosi, I don't think anybody would be surprised by that, but that is a huge win, obviously, for the Democrats. And she is just such a familiar face. We talk about legacy, we talk about name recognition, and Nancy Pelosi is somebody that everybody is familiar with. So reelected to the U.S. House in California. No surprise there. And we are waiting to get additional updates for local. Again, if you are looking at Proposition 205 or Proposition 206, Proposition 205, 47% say yes, but it's 42% that are saying no with Proposition 205. And then with Proposition 206, again, we are celebrating, Arizona celebrating a increase, inevitably, in hourly wages. Give me 2 seconds. It looks like we saw that Hillary Clinton will win Nevada. Is it a local or national story?
It's a local. Can you back to the EP real quick?
Yeah.
That right there. Oh.
All right, I don't know, I apologize. It looks like my sat feed took us elsewhere. I'm going to take you to GOP headquarters in Phoenix because we have some news that is going to disappoint the GOP here in Phoenix. Paul Babu, they are calling it that his competition, Tom O'Halloran, is going to be the one that's going to beat Paul Babu 50% to 43%.
It's the sheriff's race that everyone's been talking about. Paul Penzone beating out Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And of course, we have team coverage for you tonight from both parties' headquarters.
And let's start with the Democrats at ABC15's Faye Fredericks in downtown Phoenix and celebrating the sheriff's race, but watching a lot of other races very closely. Faye.
Yeah, absolutely. We are watching a lot of races, including the presidential race right now. But let's talk about the big one as far as people in this room are concerned right now when it comes to local races, and that is the race for the sheriff and the cheer that went up. There is a new sheriff in town. And I can tell you just about 15 minutes ago, current Sheriff Joe Arpaio called to concede and congratulate new incoming Sheriff Paul Penzone. When that race was announced, this room just absolutely erupted in cheers. This is a race that meant so much to so many people here. Paul Penzone speaking a few minutes later, thanking his supporters and talking about what's going to be different in his administration.
We will no longer stand for the things that we've seen, where the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has been identified because the notoriety of one. You will now know a sheriff's office who is appreciated because of the sacrifices of many.
Before,
Mr. Tom O'Halloran.
All right, and we're just getting ready to hear, I think, from Tom O'Halloran, who's going to be taking the stage very, very soon. His race looking very good for him as well, also a Democrat. I'm going to step out of the way for just a moment and let you take a look here as he takes the stage. He is in CD1, and he is leading right now Pinal County Sheriff Paul Babu. While we're waiting for him to speak, and we will, of course, bring that to you as well, I want to talk a little bit about the county recorder's race. This is Adrian Fontes, the Democrat, who is leading Republican Helen Purcell. Let's listen to Tom now.
So it doesn't matter, like I said, what language they speak, whether it's a Honoodum, whether they're reading in Braille or Spanish or English. It is important that this office pay attention to all of our voters, regardless of party.
For America that works together by addressing challenges. We are best when we are united. As I traveled our beautiful district over the last 15 months, I have met incredible people who have shared their stories and invited me into their homes and businesses. An example is a busy thrift shop in Springerville, where families looked for clothes to help stretch every dollar. I see that struggle and identify with it. I remember watching my father tally every dollar and cent in a little notebook growing up, making sure we could make ends meet. It made me the person I am today, and it's why I will fight to help the hardworking families of this district by assessing whether bills help families. Now it is time to transition from campaigning to governing, to come together to solve the real challenges Americans face. One of those challenges is for the elected leaders to earn back the trust of the people of Arizona and America. I want to lead the way in showing that we can elect people to Congress who are more...
Tom O'Halloran, former state senator, former House member as well, and former Republican just a couple of years ago, now declaring victory as a Democrat in Congressional District 1, always a very competitive district.
Yeah, he was running against Sheriff Paul Babu, and we want to check in with the Arizona Republican Party headquarters as well. Stephanie Hockridge joins us live out there. Stephanie?
Yeah, Stephen Katie, chairman of the Republican Party, just actually took the stage moments ago and said that Donald Trump is leading in Arizona by 5 points. So when I talked to Secretary of State Michelle Reagan about this, she said as long as there is a 5-point difference between Trump and Clinton, they will be able to call this race even with the hundreds of thousands of early ballots still uncounted. So as you can imagine, the crowd here very loud, very happy, very boisterous, and Kim Tobin has been in the middle of it all as all of those big moments have been happening as we've been seeing state by state, the states being called for Trump, a Trump win.
And those big states, obviously, Ohio State, Florida State, we were right in the middle of it where when people were jumping up and down, they were so excited and really they just went wild. I think we have some of that sound here on tape for you. You can just feel the energy there, people just screaming. Some people actually brought to tears, people hugging, people crying, saying that they really didn't know if they would be able to make it to this point. And we talked to a lot of people out there in the audience. One woman saying that she was confident she was going to make it here, but she had to talk to a lot of her friends, tell them that she believed this was going to happen. Another guy who said he believed it from the very start. He had no objection to the idea that Donald Trump would be president tonight. So they know there's a lot of work to still be done, but this is what those supporters told me out in the crowd.
I am feeling confident. I hope that there is a move towards good change in the world.
I've been talking to my friends now for 3 months, and I think Trump's going to win big.
And a lot of that reaction, too. We saw some of those people yelling, Trump, Trump, Trump tonight. They also were yelling, lock her up with Hillary Clinton. We saw kind of those rallies, those cheers starting throughout the evening, and people just going wild here. And it's not just the people really in this big, boisterous crowd. It's also our representatives here tonight. We have 2 new congressmen that I spoke to here. One of them, Andy Biggs from District 5, and he said he woke up this morning really saying, dare I believe that it's a possibility that we could have a Republican president in office. He said he hoped so. There's staying confident. They know there's a lot of work to still be done tonight, but they're hoping that it is going to be a possibility. Biggs saying that he would be so happy to work with Donald Trump in Washington. So we're going to watch for that this evening.
Okay, Kim, thank you. Meantime, Steve and Katie, really quickly, I know a lot of the talk has been about Sheriff Joe Arpaio and the fact that he was not elected to a seventh term. We do know that people here are disappointed by the news, but honestly, there hasn't been much chatter about it. All eyes have been focused on that big board behind me and the possibility of a Trump presidency. Back to you.
Slightly overshadowed there tonight. So let's get back to those numbers. Paul Penzone declared the winner earlier tonight and getting on stage talking about that, accepting, and Sheriff Joe Arpaio sending his concession speech in via email.
Meantime, Senator John McCain holding on to his seat tonight, beating out challenger Ann Kirkpatrick. ABC15's Davida Fragani is live at McCain's victory party tonight. Davida?
Well, Steve, I just looked around. Actually, there's more people from the media here than McCain supporters out here. They've all left, but take a look at our video from earlier. It was definitely a packed house, folks cheering him in. This now sixth-term U.S. Senator, he and his wife entered the room, and this was his toughest race by far. Now, Senator McCain won by 12%. He knows a lot of people supported his opponent, but he does have a message for those folks tonight.
But you gave yourselves to a cause greater than yourselves, and that brings a satisfaction that outlasts temporary disappointments. I want to assure you that while we may not agree on all the issues, you have my respect and my service. You're my bosses too, and your interests are my responsibility to represent.
Now, of course, McCain thanking his supporters, his family, even giving a shout out to Governor Doug Ducey and Senator Flake tonight. And we'll keep you posted on anything else. Back to you guys.
Davida, thank you. Meantime, Prop 205 would have legalized recreational marijuana in our state, would have allowed someone 21 and older to have up to an ounce of marijuana. ABC15's Angie Cayley joins us live as we look at those numbers. Angie?
Well, the Yes to 205 campaign said early in the night to expect most of those early ballots to go to the No campaign, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. The campaign to regulate marijuana like alcohol, last check, was trailing by about 5 points. Both camps, though, fought a hard fight. The No on Prop 205 side outspent the initiative backers. It raised $6 million to defeat this initiative. That's about double what the Yes camp spent. However, they say it is not even close to being over yet.
We never expected it to be tonight. We knew that this race was going to be so close that every vote was going to have to be counted. So we didn't expect to have an answer tonight. It's playing out basically as we expected.
This campaign has been an education campaign from the beginning. You know, we wanted to make sure that the voters are left with the facts. And you know, there's a lot of facts to really digest. We've seen it in, you know, again in Colorado. We don't have to look very far to see what the consequences are.
And I just got an email from the No campaign minutes ago. They said they are obviously very pleased with where the numbers are right now. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll keep watching that. And we're watching other states as well, which had to make a call on recreational pot. California just voting yes. And of course, we're still waiting on the other results. That is Nevada, Massachusetts, and Maine.
On to Prop 206, this would raise the minimum wage to $12 an hour by 2020 and give some employees paid sick time. Looks like Arizonans overwhelmingly are supporting this measure. It's ahead 59 to 41%, and that race has been called.
Yeah, called early. Meantime, the long lines, the story of the night for folks voting in Maryville. Some people waiting in line between 2 and 3 hours out there. We're told there were computer issues, and that caused a bottleneck. And then even after polls closed at 7, that line still stretched right out the door. Some voters, though, didn't make the deadline.
I saw a lot of people who were being turned away. Some were actually very distraught. They were angry, you know, disappointed. Some were complaining that they had come from a long way to come vote, and so it did bother me to see that.
Whatever the reason, had to be there by 7. Meantime, other voters say, despite the line, they actually enjoyed their time, Steve. They said it was a positive experience while they waited out there.
It was a nice day, and it's always nice to take part in the democratic process. Yes. Meantime, we've been watching the vote tally in Maricopa County very closely.
That's right. ABC15 Sonu Wasu joins us live. Sonu, what have you learned? What's the latest out there?
Well, it's been a tough start to the day here. We just showed you those long lines and those frustrated voters. Now, the numbers are coming in. They're being posted on these screens right here. But tonight we are learning that we may not know who won the election here in Maricopa County for more than a week, as many early ballots remain uncounted, more than 300,000 of them. This will affect races that are tight, and we're already seeing some of them within a few percentage points of each other. And one of those races, the county recorder's race, Helen Purcell still unsure if she will keep her own job, and staff will begin counting those early ballots again tomorrow. So we could be on the edge of our seat for a few more days, maybe 10 days, we're being told. Back to you.
Yeah, it should be interesting with hundreds of thousands of votes left to count. It could perhaps change the complexion of some of these races. Our camera's rolling tonight as former Congresswoman Gabby Gifford stopped by a polling location in Phoenix, and she was greeting voters at the Maravilla Care Center. Husband Mark Kelly at her side. And a live look from Donald Trump's watch party. More results right around the corner as we continue to watch the presidential race. Stay with us.
And this is a live look. These are aerials from downtown Phoenix where crowds march to celebrate Joe Arpaio's defeat. This is a huge win for Paul Penzone, and you can see that here in the effort people are making to take to the streets tonight. We are streaming live on the internet, and when we had some of those, actually, let me give you quickly, I am going to take you to our street view of this as well, so you can see both. We saw some inappropriate shirts that were not favorable towards Donald Trump by some of the protesters. Here's an interesting, well, we're also marching with them. You can't see anything right there, but I'll take you back when you can actually see something. But these are protesters, are polite protesters in downtown Phoenix, celebrating Sheriff Joe's removal. They said at the Democratic headquarters tonight there is a new sheriff in town, Paul Penzone. And we are going to, here's a live look. You can see some of those flashing police lights. Our crew on the ground keeping up with some of the people marching to celebrate Paul Penzone's win.
Really feeling disaffected and energized to turn out. So we have a case where we underestimated how many people would be energized for Trump and overestimated enthusiasm for Clinton, if you will.
When you look at the down-ticket races, and there was a lot of concern about the Trump effect on some of these down-ticket races, John McCain splits from Trump after the Access Hollywood tape, yet
Right.
he wins overwhelmingly here.
Right.
Joe Arpaio is one of the biggest Trump endorsers, and he gets defeated overwhelmingly here.
Right.
Does that mean there really wasn't much of an effect?
Yeah, this is a unique election that we usually don't see this much what we call split-ticket voting. Typically, Republicans down the ticket benefit when a Republican does really well. We did not see that in the case of Sheriff Joe Arpaio or Paul Babiou. I think voters, or even Helen Purcell here locally, I think voters had enough of the old and are ready to change. And maybe Trump was able to take advantage of that.
When we look at Prop 205 as well, it certainly looks like it's not good news for legalizing marijuana in our state, yet some of our neighboring states appear to be on the way to that. And we look just a few years back, and medical marijuana passes by a slim margin. Is this a case where maybe the public sentiment toward marijuana is beginning to wane a bit?
No, I don't think so. I just think here in Arizona, there's still enough of a conservative electorate that is opposed to recreational marijuana. I predict that, give it about a dozen years, and we'll probably see us becoming more like our neighboring states.
All right, thanks so much. Rudy Espino from ASU.
Thank you.
We've been watching the Electoral College map as well, watching that box down at the corner of your screen, the national coverage, but obviously it's the road to 270. Here are the results so far. Trump with 244, Clinton with 215. That means she needs 55 more. Donald Trump needs 26 more to make it the path to the White House. We'll continue tracking this, and we'll dip back in to network coverage as needed, but we'll be right here with you on ABC 15.
Introducing Me and My, the new way to achieve.
Hi, and we're back. Still that live look. These are aerials. Crowds taking the streets to celebrate Arpaio's defeat. I'm going to give you a live look at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters in New York now, though. Let's see here. And at 11, we'll go over everything again. And I'm going to have Steve Irvin sitting with me and Katie Rammel at some point, too. But I'm going to wrap up this Facebook feed by just kind of breaking down what's going on right now. If you lose me, refresh this Facebook page if you're watching on ABC15.com or YouTube. Don't make any changes, but we are going to reset this Facebook video at 11 p.m. So you're going to want to refresh your Facebook page. All right, so again, what you're looking at right now, Phoenix, people taking to the streets to celebrate Arpaio's defeat. Now we're going to jump to New York City. This is Donald Trump's campaign headquarters. Waiting kind of for them to give us some sort of movement on the camera or better glimpse inside his venue. But just in case, I will take you, there we go. There's one man. Next, I'm going to take you to Hillary Clinton's campaign headquarters, and this is just a mile or two down the street from Trump at the Hilton. Here you go. This is Hillary Clinton's campaign headquarters in New York. I mean, we actually have some sounds from there. And it actually looks like our own Joe Arpaio might be here. It's a well-lit area. Here is a better look at the crowd taking to the streets in regards to Arpaio. Looks like we're at a park.
Celebration at the defeat of Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Joe Bartels is in the midst of all of it.
Yeah, a changing scene out there right now, I understand, Joe.
Yeah, Katie, we just walked from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office headquarters in downtown Phoenix to Grant Park, which is off of 3rd Avenue in Grand. And here's the group right now. There's about 200 or 300 of them. They were chanting and screaming, chanting, "Arrest Arpaio, not the people." And then they were chanting in Spanish, more or less. And now they've kind of come here. Now they're kind of maybe disbanding a bit, but they're having signs and banners, cheering, celebrating this night here that they've been working for. I spoke to some people here. They say that they really just can't believe what's going on here. They kind of pinch themselves. They can't believe that this is the outcome of tonight's election, but really an excited group here. They're just kind of now milling about after walking from downtown Phoenix over here to Grant Park. But the celebration will be on pretty much all night here, guys.
Sounds like it, Joe. Thank you.
And we'll be back with more after this.
All right, and again, we are giving you a live look. That is Joe with some of those protesters in downtown Phoenix. He said 200 to 300 people that were walking around celebrating Joe Arpaio's defeat. I think this was kind of one of the elections that was up in the air. But we do know now that Paul Penzone defeated Joe Arpaio tonight. Joe Arpaio releasing a statement saying that he congratulated Paul Penzone and that there would be a peaceful transition of power, and that he thanked everyone for the opportunity to serve them for as long as he could. While I have your attention, Trump campaign headquarters in New York. We'll take a look at that. And then we're also going to take a look at Clinton campaign headquarters in New York too. A live look there into her campaign headquarters. We will, I think we might have one more hit with Steve and Katie, and then they're going to come spend some time with us back here as we get additional election results.
I just can't, the historical, unprecedented, we've said that word unprecedented from the very beginning, right? And I actually thought Donald Trump would win the Republican primary based upon data. And then I said Donald Trump would lose the general election based upon data. Well, the data was wrong in the second half of that equation so far. And even if Hillary Clinton pulls out a close victory in the final hours of this and all of this, something went majorly off in all of the expectations everybody on both sides had.
And I think it had to be more than secret Trump voters, people who wouldn't say they were voting for Trump. I didn't find very much of that. I didn't find really anybody who wouldn't say, I'm voting for Trump. There were a couple of people who didn't tell me who they were voting for.
But at the same time, you got the Trump in the national election that we don't know. He's so close to winning that it's kind of bittersweet. That's the only way I could describe this night, man. But I'm really happy about the results with the sheriff race.
We were with you when you walked from the headquarters down here. What was that like to be marching in the streets of Phoenix at the steps of Sheriff Joe's office, more or less, with a big eviction notice on his door? That must have felt pretty. I don't know. You fill in the words for me.
Yeah, I helped paint those banners, so it felt right. It felt like a feeling I've been wanting to feel for a long time. It just felt right.
Moving forward, what direction do you think this county now will go without Sheriff Joe at the helm of the law enforcement?
Well, I think it'll take a big weight off people's back as far as fear. I think the community is going to feel much safer, but there's still work that needs to be done, especially with Penzone. We got to make sure he's not going to be doing the same things that Sheriff Joe was doing, and whether that's reaching out to him and collaborating with him and or whatever it may be, but he's in a very good position because he the community doesn't love him or hate him yet, so
the jury's more or less still out.
Yeah.
Do you have a title with any organization or anything like that, or?
I'm with Puente Inc. So Puente is the main organization that one of the main organizations that was part of Basta, and they have a program called Puente Inc., and we do all the art and protest posters, banners, stuff like that. Yeah.
What's going to happen with the Sheriff Joe inflatable over there now? We've seen it so many times, now it's deflated.
I don't know, we might send it to him. I don't know, that's my idea, but who knows?
Great. John, anything?
So what would your message be to newly elected Sheriff Penzone?
Well, I actually worked in his campaign in 2012, so I think he's a pretty good guy with good intentions, but I think he should be open to the community and not the lobbyists or whoever else but the people that actually voted him in, and he should listen to them and see what the community wants.
One last question I just thought of. Who do you credit for this defeat of Sheriff Joe Arpaio?
Well, all the voters, but especially all the people that have been fighting for this for so long. It seems like every sheriff election, the gap got smaller and smaller. You know, last year I forgot how many votes it was, but you know, it was so close. Or not last year, in 2012, it was so close. You know, it felt like the next time around it was finally going to cross over where he was going to lose. And I think like earlier, Penzone was leading by 80,000 votes or so, and I think Arpaio was leading by that many in 2012 around the same time. So it was great to see that turnaround.
Was there any?
All right, Kinsey here with ABC15. Give me a second. I'm about to give you a side-by-side view of both campaign events in New York. And then after that, we are going to sit down with Katie at some point and Steve as we continue to get results throughout the evening, or at least projections from the AP and ABC News. All right, give me 2 seconds to get this double box ready from New York and from New York.
Now, the polls just closed in Alaska. We don't have enough vote in to call that one yet, to project that one. 3 electoral votes in Alaska, but the most consequential states out there right now. And let's just go through them one by one and see exactly where the vote is right now, starting with the state of New Hampshire. Let's take a look at the state of New Hampshire, put that up. And we're going to show where the votes are in the state of New Hampshire. Well, there's the state of Wisconsin. Donald Trump holding on to a 3-point lead there in the state of Wisconsin. In the state of Nevada, we've called that for Hillary Clinton. John Carl, let's bring up the other contested states right now: Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Let's look at every single one of them. First of all, if you're at New Hampshire, Donald Trump has Hillary Clinton now has a slight lead in the state of New Hampshire. So, Glimmer, only 4 electoral votes. She has a slight lead. That's the first lead of the night we have seen in New Hampshire. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, with 96% now in, has a almost 50,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. The state of Michigan, Donald Trump continues to have a lead with 77% in, about 59,000 vote lead. The state of Wisconsin, Donald Trump continues to lead, 87% reporting he's got a 3-point lead. Out west in the state of Arizona, where
all right, Kinsey here with ABC15. Let's go over what we know. You are looking at the electoral map. Hillary Clinton 215, Trump 244. Let me see. And these are projections. We're getting our projections from the AP and from ABC News. And let's jump into some local content. Do we need this page, or can I close it?
This is for the county ones. This is for the county.
Okay. All right. So here are some projections from Arizona Secretary of State. Precincts reporting 69%. Now they're saying the voter turnout 48%. Trump projected to win Arizona so far with 49%. Hillary Clinton at 45%. But again, when we were talking to our expert, Rudy, he was saying that it is white Republicans that tend to do the early voting, which is a lot of these numbers so far. So that might not have been. Oh, thanks. Josh, you can talk. Do you want to mic up?
No.
So Josh is writing things down for me to help me give you a better understanding of what's going on. Obviously, the race has not been called in Arizona yet, which is why on this beautiful map we are still gray. So a lot of states are still up in the air. We were just hearing them talking about Alaska. I think it's only 3 electoral votes if you win Alaska, but a lot of states still up in the air, and Arizona being one of them. So let's jump back into some of these. These are just precinct reporting 69%. This is just some early numbers. We just heard Sonu on our local ABC15 television news broadcast telling us it could be 10 days before we have actual numbers here in the state of Arizona. But so far, you're looking at Donald Trump ahead in the state of Arizona. Hillary Clinton 45%, Trump 49%. They have called, or they have projected, both the AP and ABC News, that John McCain is or defeated Ann Kirkpatrick, which was a pretty heated debate, or pretty heated election here in the Valley. A lot of, commercials back to back to back between the two, and it felt like McCain kind of shut out the media for quite some time there. Paul Babu looking like he had a pretty tough night tonight as well. This was not a night for sheriffs, as Sheriff Joe Arpaio defeated as well. Now let's jump down to some of those propositions. Proposition 206 projected to pass. That's an increase in the minimum wage. And then Proposition 205 is projected to not pass. Again, Rudy, one of our experts tonight, talking about how this could be because of that strong conservative vote that comes in with the early voting. ABC News posting pictures 15 seconds ago, calling it standing room only, as Donald Trump supporters pack NYC's Midtown Hilton Ballroom, and I actually can give you a live look at that right here. And back to some of those, those propositions that we are focused on here in Arizona. Looking to pass, or projected to pass, was that Proposition 206 increases the minimum wage from $8.05 per hour in 2016 to $12 per hour in 2020, and establishes the right to earn paid sick time away from employment. So, live look inside of Donald Trump's election result venue, and here is Hillary Clinton's.
We debate between the 45-yard lines, right, left. Right, we have overheated debates about, the difference between justice and injustice is a 39.6% tax bracket or a 35% tax bracket. But politics now, the line is a lateral line. The people above the line are people who benefited from the technological revolution, have benefited from globalization.
All right, and I'm just going to... That's Hillary Clinton. So I'm going to show you kind of how this night has worked out at ABC 15. We have a wall of satellites, and perhaps I can show it to you. I probably can't. But we have a wall of satellites that we are choosing video from. Obviously, you're looking at Hillary Clinton, then we can jump to Donald Trump. We can jump to ABC National to kind of get a better understanding of the polls. I can take you here to our map that updates automatically. So we're looking at this wall of satellites, trying to give you the most up-to-date coverage of what's happening tonight, and we're going to continue to update you and take you to all of these venues locally. We're at with the Democratic Arizona headquarters locally, where you have the GOP set up as well, and we've got Stephanie, Kim Tobin, Faith Fredericks, all of them out in the field too. So when we see activity happening at those venues, we're going to take you there. But we are going to stay with you all night long to give you as much information as we can But we are hearing locally in Arizona that we're not going to have firm numbers for the next 10 days, up to 10 days, with all of the amount of people that sent in their early votes and everything. There are still thousands of votes to be counted.
And so a lot of Americans say, you've been making fun of us a long time. I think we're going to vote against you. And I think that's part of this. We'll see. There's going to be a lot of analysis, but I hope it's better polling than we've had so far. Because nobody predicted this thing.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think it's the pollsters in here sort of tar and feather them for a while. Let's get them in here. Let's talk about tarring and feathering.
While I show you this live look at Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, I am going to take you to John McCain's speech from earlier tonight, where he thanks not only the people that voted for him, but the people that didn't vote for him. Talks about what a strong campaign Ann Kirkpatrick had, and actually brings his wife to tears towards the end, so watch for that. Give me 2 seconds to set this up, but on the other side you're going to see John McCain and his wife speaking earlier tonight in Phoenix, Arizona.
Here's a couple of folks I met earlier, college students from Georgetown. Now you voted for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
How do you feel about what's happening tonight, and why do you think it's happening?
We're certainly disappointed about the results. I mean, we're still hopeful for something better to come, but we're not really sure how it's going to turn out. Definitely worried about the possibility of Trump being elected.
Have you given up hope? Do you still think there's a chance?
To me, what's the most concerning is how over the last 2 weeks it's been the very predominant sentiment of, oh, Hillary's going to win. All the polls were Hillary's going to win. So there was this like flow of information that was very inaccurate, and it sort of showed how, with exaggerated voter turnout, a lot of people have come forward who were sort of not saying they were voting for Trump, who were like, oh, you know.
But you think it was that? You don't think it was this whole idea that people just don't trust Hillary Clinton, and that there's that?
I don't think so, because, you know, if you look at even from today, 5 hours ago, the New York Times poll had Hillary Clinton had an 84% chance of winning. And then over the course of 4 hours, that was totally, you know, turned on its head just by people who, you know, due to the stigma attached to voting for Trump, maybe hadn't said they were voting for Trump, but then came out.
Well, there are a lot of pollsters who are wrong.
Looks like I'm having trouble with my audio, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to figure out what that's about, and I'm going to take you back to, actually I'm going to take you to Clinton headquarters in New York.
It will be fun,
seeing the White House behind that as the backdrop to those interviews that Ron was just doing. I mean, the Obama family, I don't know if they're all home tonight, but if you're Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, the kids, you're thinking about, you know, your 8 years coming to an end, and you've got your lame duck period ahead of you, and you're thinking about these results tonight, and you're thinking about what you thought you never would have to think about in terms of the future of the Democratic Party, in terms of the legacy of having been the first African-American president, and the impact that had on this country and the way the country responded to it. It's got to be a really profound, I mean, more than anybody, I sort of want to hear from President Obama right now. I don't know when that will be proper. I don't know what the we've never had in the modern era, we've never had a popular two-term outgoing president campaign with all his heart
for his would-be successor, let alone have that would-be successor then lose. I sort of want to hear from him more than I want to hear from anybody right now, because I don't know what happens next for Democratic politics.
Or Joe Biden, who, has to be wondering what might have been. I mean,
Clinton 215, Donald Trump 244. There is a live look at our map.
Spent so much time covering. There were tremendous bench of surrogates. Michelle Obama, President Obama. We just had this extraordinary, but nobody on her bench spoke to the mood of the country or her deficit with voters like Joe Biden. And Mike Barnicle was out with Joe Biden on Sunday and wrote an extraordinary piece in the Daily Beast about Joe Biden going home to Scranton and just his day on the trail and his relationship with his agents. And he sort of speaks street cop. He speaks working class voter. He speaks to all of the folks who have put all of these states that Steve's been showing us tonight over the line for Trump. And so I think I think the Obamas are probably having those conversations, but I bet the Bidens are having them too.
Yeah. But he knows it. If you talk to Joe Biden without quoting him out of context or off the record, he gets it. And he's surrounded by people that don't get it. And he'll talk to you as a guy who gets it. About what they did wrong this time.
Steve Kornacki, did they carry Scranton after all?
No, the answer is no, but the margin is 3 for the Democrats here. This was almost 30 points 4 years ago. We can tell you pretty much, you're looking at all the results from Pennsylvania. There are still some scatterings on here, but look at this margin for Donald Trump now. This thing has crept up. It is now north of 50,000 votes with what is left here. There's always the possibility of some absentees we've got to figure out. It is tough to see. It is very tough to see a 50,000 vote deficit being made up by anyone with what's left on here. We said pretty much right now, Hillary Clinton, to get to 270, for all intents and purposes, she's got to find a way to win Pennsylvania. I just showed you what's going on there. She's got to find a way to win Michigan. Check this out. Donald Trump's lead here right now, sitting just over 70,000. The good news here for Democrats, there is a real shot for Hillary Clinton when you look. A lot of votes still in Wayne County, a lot of votes still to come out of here where the University of Michigan is. She could still net a significant share of the vote there. There's still some in Macomb, too, a big suburban county, blue-collar county that Donald Trump is winning tonight. So Clinton does have a shot at Michigan, but again, it's not just Michigan she needs. This, though, look at the news for Democrats here in Wisconsin. Again, 1984, last time a Republican carried this state. Donald Trump's margin here is sitting at 85,000 votes. There are... Yep. I was hearing something in my ear there. I thought that was an urgent call. Quickly, I can just finish Milwaukee and Madison. The two that are left does not look like they are going to produce, the two big ones left for Democrats, doesn't look like they'll produce that kind of a plurality.
There's a problem with your board, and they say we can't touch it till we fix the bug. Step away. That's what they wanted me to tell you. That's a problem with the board. Step away from the board.
Steve is like, I'm happy to step away from the board. I'm worried that Steve's going to shoot the board at some point.
We're going to have a board meeting at some poor board, poor Steve. And we're going to take a break because that's what people do in this situation. 1:16 a.m., a lot still to cover, a very, very moving situation, a movable target here, let's put it that way. There is your political nation superimposed over the rink here outside our building. A vast area of red in the middle, stretching just about out to both coasts.
8 states still grayed out. That's what we're watching.
Say that this life's wearing you out. You need something to live for. I know what you're talking about. Screaming out loud, top of your lungs, and I bet you're not even listening. I know what you're talking about. So raise your fist and don't forget we were born to be fighters. raise your fears and don't forget we were born to be fighters. We we're survivors. They can knock you down and make you fall, but we'll get back up 'cause after all we're born to be fighters, and we're fighting for our lives. So raise your fears and don't forget. I'll raise your fears and don't forget. We were born to be fighters. We're strong. We're survivors. And they can knock you down and make you fall, but we'll get back up 'cause after all we're born to be fighters. We were born to be fighters.
All right, hi all, Kinsey here with Katie Rammel, and Katie, I'm going to take us full screen for 2 seconds, so, so they believe that you're with me.
Because I just waved before we were even on,
Oh, that's
so
why I
are we
said
on
you
now
were.
online?
We are on. All right, Katie and I are kind of going over some of the highlights throughout the night, and I have your Twitter page pulled up. Now we're going to look at it, and you're going to give a, you didn't realize there was so much activity happening on your Twitter page because you've been just so enthralled in.
Kinsey, you're better at multitasking than I am with this kind of stuff. So when we're on the set, I've actually got a computer up that's got kind of everything happening, and I'm trying to tweet and Facebook and do it all at the same time, and then that's in between updating everybody. But actually, like, just to start with one of the funniest things, let's just lighten the mood for a moment. One of my friends tweeting something so funny, and it's down a little bit, but he said, I'm so nervous, I just ate my I voted sticker. And that was early on. I mean, that was just as it was starting, and there were so many ups and downs throughout the election all night in all the races that so many people, I think, were experiencing.
Whoa, you have been tweeting like a maniac.
Yeah, and you know, everybody needs just a happy puppy on their page. So that was actually from yesterday.
That's my favorite tweet.
I knew you would like that one. But these races, man, just been so crazy tonight. So that's kind of where things stand. And then at the same time, and I even kind of said this earlier.
Here,
of
there
course
it is.
we'll
There's
have.
the gem.
Oh yeah, there's the seriously funniest tweet. Some people just get on Twitter in the night and just kind of read everything as it comes in. You need a little light moment when you're watching all of this stuff, especially when there's races that people are watching so closely. So.
All right, this is the one we were just talking about. 40 million tweets have been sent about the U.S. election globally so far, 9 million more than the total sent on Election Day in 2012. That is per Twitter.
Isn't that crazy?
And Katie Rammel's Twitter page.
It's just amazing how they can track these things. And then I don't know about people at home, but I also like to watch the pages that have the most tweeted words.
Mm-hmm.
So I keep it set up local so I can see just specifically what's happening in the Valley. And I pretty much look at this several times a day, but today it's been so interesting too. I think Paul Penzone was up there for a while. Maricopa County obviously trending up there for a while. That's within Maricopa County.
Right.
But it's just kind of interesting to see what pops up on there, what people are talking about. Obviously a lot of people talking about the sheriff's race, but it's interesting where that and when that translates into tweets. Like when people need to express themselves about what they're seeing happen as well. So Paul Penzone's name jumped up there right away. And I just wanted to ask him, Kinsey, does he know John Legend?
Oh, yeah,
John Legend did a commercial for him.
I heard
halfway
that.
through. I was like, Faye, ask this. It's just kind of interesting.
Yeah, I would like when we would transition to Faye and she was like, if you ask me anything, I can't hear you.
Can't hear. It's
and that is
so
a pro
loud.
though. That was a pro though, because she'd be like straight into it. I love Faye.
Because you just want to say, off top, let people know it's not that I'm ignoring you. Because everybody reads the situation differently. So as a reporter,
especially during this heated
yes,
election.
anything that happens, they read it strangely. So you just want to put things out there right away. I'm not ignoring you. I just am tending to other business, or I can't
It's
hear
chaos
you.
here.
It's so loud. And we provide them with those big
NASCAR
microphones too,
headphones,
and that's how loud it is out there. But still, it just is hard to differentiate between what you're hearing electronically and the roar of the crowd behind you. So it's kind of like just setting it up right away. Like, I can't hear you and I'm not ignoring you.
I have to ask, because I'm a little jealous watching everybody in the field. Are you ever watching them going, wow, there's an electricity in the air?
Oh yeah, when you can see the crowd start to change. It's a blessing and it's difficult because when you're out there in the field, you can sort of sense things starting to change, but you don't always have the best updates. You would think like everybody gets the most recent numbers, the most recent details on what's happening, but sometimes because there are so many people out there at one of those scenes, like the cell service is slightly diminished and you're not getting the updates as fast as people in other places are.
Right.
So you only have that vibe to feel.
You only have the crowd
through
to
the crowd.
yeah,
and you're relying on that producer that's back there in the newsroom or back there in front of the computer to kind of say, okay, here are the numbers that back up what you're experiencing out there. Or it takes one person to hear the tweet or get the message in the crowd, and then they sort of start spreading it fireside chat style, like old school style. I'm just gonna tell the next person next to me, and you see how that sort of spreads throughout the crowd, and that could change the tone in these rooms as well.
Well, it's interesting because I've got how many monitors in front of me, and sometimes I only know, like this has 30, like 30 videos on it, and I only know if Trump or Clinton has won something based on our live look at their campaign headquarters in New York. I have both of them. I will be able to read whether something good has happened based on their reactions, even though I have all of these screens in front of me because, like you said, we're multitasking. So on a typical, how many elections have you covered?
Oh my gosh.
Is this one of the most chaotic, you think, in regards to, we had Rudy Espinoza in here, our expert from ASU. He was gasping over wins like Ohio and Florida. Is this a surprising or chaotic election for you? Or are you kind of like, nothing surprises me anymore?
Surprising, yes. Chaotic, no. I think so much comes down to how much prep has been done before within the newsroom. So it's just kind of being ready for everything and having enough people on staff that evening to kind of say, okay, this is the way the story is changing. This is the way it's going. How do we adapt? How do we talk with our crews in the field to make sure they're asking the right questions? And like we were talking about earlier, they're getting the right information to be getting back and pushing for answers on certain issues. Like earlier tonight when we found out some of those ballots were going to be slow to be counted, and how is that going to look for Arizona if, kind of what we're seeing now, they're waiting on these last few states to give them the numbers so we can call this presidential election, and it's just not there yet, and Arizona's part of the group that doesn't have an answer nationally yet.
Let's look at that. Let's look at that map. Now that you say it, and now that you say it that way, it is kind of embarrassing that we are one of the few states that cannot be called.
Yeah, so some people are saying, why can't we give an answer? And the response basically from the county recorder's office in Helen Purcell is that this is not unusual. It's not unusual to have that number. Okay, that being said, if that's not unusual for Arizona, that's one thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
But why are other states able to give their numbers, able to already get there?
Bigger states.
Yeah, and we're not.
Right.
So it could be a wider margin in those states, but at the same time, how can we get to the point that we have the ability to get an answer on that map for everybody and not be one of the ones that's waiting at the end? That we're saying, we don't know, we don't have an answer for you.
And you were saying, oh, go ahead.
100,000 ballots counted a day is what they're saying. But we're looking inside this office, and it can be unsettling and frustrating for people when they're looking inside.
There's people like mopping and sweeping.
Yes, and nothing's going on. So whether that's to be expected is not the discussion here. It's why is that still the case? Why do we not have machines that are up to date enough that they can go and they don't have to be shut off for 4 hours? It feels to people watching it makes them feel uneasy, and it doesn't feel right to them. So
Right.
perception is everything here. And when you see this empty office and you see somebody sweeping, or you see one dude in there, which is what we saw for so long of the night, and we have 20 cameras, but they're all empty, and then one guy and one camera, people are like, hey, why can't I get an answer faster?
And it's also unsettling when we had chaos just a few months ago.
Right, with long lines
Yeah.
and not enough polling
You know,
places. and
when your butt is on the line, literally, people
the job.
for your job.
Yeah.
It's almost like you try to play catch up towards the end of the night.
Well, yeah, it's kind of one of the things.
The end of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the things we talked about. I mean, you're sitting there, and maybe you are saying, let's just say you're somebody that's saying, okay, I'm going to vote for Helen Purcell, and then you get there and you have to wait in line for 2 hours, or you have another voting mishap while you're in there. Does that then change your vote as you're waiting? And this is ending up to be a really close race. We're watching Adrian Fontes, and he's saying, you know what, I totally want to look differently at how we're doing these things. I want to have voting places at sporting events or other major events where it's going to be easier for people to take part in this process, faster for people to take part in this process, just more accessible all around.
Yeah, and I'm seeing on the screen here Fontes ahead 50.55, Purcell 49.45, but those, I thought it was 51. Maybe this is a little outdated.
It's been changing so much, so I can't even see the numbers from that side, but yeah, we're just continuing to update them as they come in. I don't even know how many percent of the people are reporting, or precincts are reporting. That's something to look at as well.
80% precincts.
Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting. I mean, pretty much everybody that has won in Arizona has said, I want to look at the system I'm taking over top to bottom and rethink things. So if Fontes were to win, he's saying, I totally want to look at where people are able to vote and how this voting process looks for Arizonans. And then on the flip side, Paul Penzone saying the same thing. People are already asking, are you going to close the outside jails? Are you going to close MASH? Are you going to, asking all these questions? And
What are you going to do with the pink underwear?
Yeah, exactly. And he's saying, too soon to answer on everything.
Good for
pink
him.
underwear, whatever. I'm going to go look at the numbers and try to make a responsible choice all around. So, yeah, not answering too early on any of this stuff.
I think that's the smart move. Giving everybody a chance to kind of digest, because this has been a tough election season. This is for everybody, from the
people running to the people voting.
Yeah, and the journalists telling the story. I mean, everybody, all the way through. So giving everybody kind of a chance to digest what has happened and what the results are going to be. You said whether you were working tonight or not, you're not going to sleep. Is that just you?
Well, I'm not going home, and I'm not going to sleep. I'm staying here. They're kind of looking at the staffing situation right now and going, okay, who's staying? Who has to work tomorrow? Who needs to be here? And I don't, as a journalist, I'm not going to sleep. I don't stop my shift when this ends. Like, they could say, Katie, it's fine. We've got it covered. You can go home. And I would be like, okay, I'll be here. Like, the girls are in bed. I'm not going home to see my kids right now. I told them when I left today, like, I'll see you girls tomorrow. It's just, this is part of my job and part of why I got into this. I'm here to see this through to the end. So it's, I don't know.
It's history.
Yeah, it is history. Either way, whether it's an upset or not, it's when we looked at this early in the night, it was like, okay, either we would have the first female president or we would have a massive upset. So it's really interesting, and a reminder and a lesson in all of this that the polls are just polls. They're just predictions. They're not necessarily accurate, and that margin of error, which I've said all along, you have to put plus or minus on both numbers that are coming in to look to see where things lie. And in most cases, most of the polls were saying too close to call.
All right, and we have been looking at a live look inside Hillary Clinton's campaign headquarters in New York. So I'm going to transition over to Trump headquarters, just so you have kind of a different view of what's going on over on that side of the country. They're just blocks away from each other.
I know, it's so wild, isn't it?
It is. But it's probably the most convenient thing ever for the media over there covering it.
Yeah, although they'd each be assigned to camps and be stuck there through the night, so it wouldn't be like you'd be traveling in between so much.
But you'd get to see your friends.
You would. Yeah, you might. I mean, it's always kind of interesting when you get out there. Like we were talking about earlier, to see what the crowd is like, to see who stays, who goes, how it changes. I'm trying to pull up questions. Are people asking questions online or
Well,
wanting
your
to know
Twitter was
things?
up there, so if they'd want to tweet you, they could tweet you at Katie Randall. You're probably it's probably gonna be easier for you to pull that up on your phone.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like hurry up and wait. We started this feed at 5. I felt like I had nothing. I was so stressed. And then I had everything. And now we have great visuals, but we have little information coming in.
Yeah, it slows for sure. And you're waiting for any number, and it's like you're just looking at these states going, when are we going to hear more? When is something else going to be called?
All right. Associated Press 17 minutes ago breaking: Republicans retain control of the Senate with victory in Pennsylvania. ABC News projecting in Michigan with 82% of precincts reporting about 70,000 votes separate Trump and Clinton. Trump being ahead so far in Michigan, but that is very close. So again, hurry up and wait as we continue to get additional results in our predictions in.
You know what's gonna? You know what? If we're able to talk about one of the props, and that being the recreational marijuana, it's been so interesting because it's, you know, we don't have a call here in Arizona yet for that at last check, but Nevada and California did approve it. So are people going to be traveling in and out of Arizona to go to California and to go to Vegas?
That is a bar we run.
Totally different rules.
Right.
Yeah. So it's really going to be interesting. That one, are the numbers up or the numbers updated on that? So many people were asking about it, but it just sort of changes the landscape. Steve was talking about this. You know, if it's approved all around us and then not approved here, what does that mean for people traveling in and out of the state?
This is Hillary Clinton's campaign headquarters. Just transition those shots. And actually, now I can give you that look that Katie was just talking to you about. You can see here that it still doesn't look like it's going to pass here in the state of Arizona.
You know, a lot of people were saying...
You had a pretty successful... There was a Facebook Live that everybody was engaged in. Was it last night when you guys were discussing
We were
that?
talking about it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people were saying that perhaps they were for passing recreational marijuana, but just not this time.
What?
Because some of the things they were seeing were issues that were happening in Colorado that just weren't worked out yet.
Okay.
And conversations and issues that come up because of it passing that just weren't worked out enough yet for
So
them.
voters are just waiting for somebody to come up with the right system, and then they're going to be willing to
That's what a lot of people were saying. You guys go ahead. You guys
Figure it
work out
out.
some of the issues.
Figure it out.
We'll sit back here. We'll wait till something's worked out and then say yes. So a lot of the people we were hearing from weren't saying no with their no vote. They were saying not yet with their no vote.
It's interesting because this is one of those, this is just one of those propositions to me that would instigate millennials to get up and get out the vote.
Right.
But I'm not, but this again, this could be early voting. This could be what Rudy was saying is the white Republican male.
Right.
But to me, I would feel like you would see a lot of millennials flooding to try to see this happening.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, in the same breath, you know, we also heard from so many people who were part of the medicinal marijuana and the older generation as well, that was interested in that. And once those rules sort of changed, they were like maybe a little more open to it changing for recreational marijuana as well. So maybe not necessarily such an age thing. So it's kind of interesting. It'll be interesting to see what, you know, when it ends up happening the next time if it doesn't pass this time. So kind of fascinating.
Can we talk about, I guess, just how elaborate. We've been looking at the stages all night, and really just how elaborate both the stages are.
Yeah.
We've kind of been getting these beauty shots, as we call them.
Yeah, it's so crazy because it's like, I'd be interested to hear how much money was spent on all of these as well.
It looks to me like Hillary is much more elaborate than Donald Trump's. We discussed that earlier, how she's had a complete program. Katy Perry spoke. Cuomo.
Earlier there tonight? Yeah.
She had a complete program. Trump has not had a single speaker take the stage yet. And, I mean, this is coming off of a complete concert last night in Philly with Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi. Earlier she had
Lady Gaga. And like a lot of people there.
Jay-Z, Beyonce. So it feels like Hillary had a much better budget and a very creative team. Look at her stage. It's shaped like the United States of America. So, and then Trump's is so typical to a regular Trump campaign event. If you have watched those throughout the campaign season on ABC15, that just looks like he actually comes out and hugs the flags. If you watch his speeches on a regular
Kinsey,
basis.
how many do you think that you've watched, put up online? I feel like because you watch so many of them here on both sides of the ticket, that I feel like more than anyone in the newsroom, you have the pulse of what's happening at these rallies. You're seeing them start to finish, catching the little side moments, the interesting moments as well, and the things that are happening, I guess the little nuances that are happening throughout all these different events.
I probably watched at least 25 a week.
Really?
Yeah. Trump is projected to win Pennsylvania. Speaker Ryan called Trump earlier and congratulated him on his big night. The two had a very good conversation per Ryan's office, and there's been animosity between the two of them, so that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
That
and that's
happened.
just coming out on
ABC News tweeted that a few minutes ago. And then 3 minutes ago, projected by the AP that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. Oh, AP and AP Politics have deleted a tweet about the GOP retaining Senate control because it was incomplete. A new tweet will move shortly. Wow. But then they tweeted a minute after that, Republicans will retain control of Senate. Wait.
So it's changing second by second
I
as
know.
we watch this stuff.
What, this one?
Yep.
Okay, so Republicans will retain control of Senate after winning Pennsylvania if they hold Louisiana and Alaska as expected.
That was the correction that they'll be sending out.
Thank you. So yeah, this is my first time covering an election. Usually I'm at home in my pajamas right now.
You could still be in your pajamas at this hour. I think everyone would forgive you.
Yeah.
I know I saw one of the shots on the set from ABC, and they were starting to all have coffee cups there. It's just, how the moments change, and it's like, okay, we're going to be here through the morning. Here we go. And
well, I'm seeing some of our morning team here, which
they're already here.
I know.
A lot of the producers are here. A few said they had come in early, but I suppose a lot of them trying to sleep or going to bed at 6 o'clock. I mean, so many of them go to bed at 6 or 4 or 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then they go to sleep 6 or 7 hours, and then they start at about 11 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night and start working on the morning newscast. So there's somebody here round the clock all the time watching the things that are happening. But it's just it's an incredible shift. I did it for several years. It can really it can wear you out,
right?
Especially the straight overnights.
All right, I'm going to refresh our national map as we see additional colors pop up on the map. But guess what, Katie? Arizona is still gray.
I mean, I just hope we're not the last to report.
So does Helen Purcell.
Probably a lot of other people as well.
Do you remember the number or near the number of how many ballots had not been counted?
Oh, okay. So there were some conflicting numbers on that.
I just imagined bags and bags and bags
Yeah.
and bags. Like when I heard the number, it just
100, yeah, I mean, more than 100,000.
Wow.
So a lot of people were checking in to see where their ballot was. So it's a really easy website. You type in a couple of things. You type in your birthday, your legal name. It's
I
going to
think your
ask for your
social
voter ID.
security,
Yeah,
yeah.
last 4 digits, things like that. So then that puts it into the system, pops up, you know, that your ballot has been counted and is done. It's in. But a lot of people were getting signature verification. I know some people at the station were getting that. People in my family were getting that, where it says, we got to kick it back for signature verification. So in a deeper dive into that, earlier in the day, they said about 7,000 people had received that notice. And then new numbers came in that it was about 5,000 people that they were verifying signatures on. So that's quite a few to try to work through things. So what they do is they look at, you know, how you've signed it on the card to make sure it matches up, make sure that this is legit. They said that they would be giving a call to those people, 7,000 or 5,000 people, by 7 p.m. that night. Well, a lot of people we spoke with didn't get the call.
Wow.
Didn't get the request for verification. Whether they called you over the phone and said, hey, let me make sure you is you, or let me make sure that this signature might have changed, or whatever we need to update, just so we can validate this. But 7 o'clock came, and everyone I'd heard from who had that situation happen said, I didn't hear back yet.
And are those employees that are making those calls, or are those volunteers?
I don't know if they're volunteers or employees.
Because you wonder, was there a need for volunteers that we didn't hear about? Were they was that something that they were quiet about because they were uncomfortable with it?
Well,
you know?
on the flip side, so those people then called in. Everyone that had asked me about it, I said, here's the number to call downtown and find out. Every single person that I followed up with, every single voter said that I got through in a moment's notice. So there wasn't a shortage of people to receive those calls.
But who
there
was
was something else happening
who
there.
wasn't
if they
making
didn't
them?
hear- Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, I also thought it was interesting because earlier tonight, I'm sure you get these emails too. When you're journalists, you get put on all sorts of email lists, and Team Trump Arizona sent this email, urgent, did your early ballot count?
Right.
And they sent that at 4:51 p.m. And Arizona, did you vote early? Was your ballot properly counted? Confirm your mail-in ballot was accepted and counted by clicking here. They provide the link. It's voter.azsos.gov/voterview/absentee-ballot-search.do. If you mailed your ballot, or if you voted at an early voting location and your ballot was not received according to the above website, please contact your county recorder. They provide a link. And then thank you for your efforts to help make America great again. And Rudy, who we were talking to earlier, said that's typically what Democrats do. That, oh, look, Mr. Khan, if you'll remember, he spoke at the Democratic National Convention. Donald Trump received a lot of criticism for how he reacted to his speech. He spoke for Hillary earlier. He was a part of the program with Katy Perry and Bill de Blasio and Governor Cuomo, some of the people that talked earlier. He was one of the speakers that spoke earlier tonight. But it's been quiet since. And like I said before, we haven't heard hide or hair from the Trump campaign.
Nothing.
Yeah. And again, with the amount of people he collected throughout this election, almost 2 years he's been on the campaign trail. I know I'm exaggerating a little bit, but with the amount of time he's been on the campaign trail, he's had Newt Gingrich, Rudy Giuliani, the mothers affected by Benghazi. He's had so many people that he's collected throughout the campaign trail that love him and want to be a voice for him. I'm surprised that they didn't put together some type of program, because these people are kind of just all sitting around watching Fox News and CNN in this room.
And then they're tweeting out pictures of the room.
Yeah.
There's been a few pictures that have come out.
Were these free hats, or did you guys still, was there a memo? Also, if you would like to watch some of these things develop with us, we are putting all of this content on abc15.com/results. Josh says you have to go.
I do.
I'm just kidding. He said nicely wrap Katie up. Katie, you were great.
You're gone. You're dismissed here.
Oh, so I'm kidding. Katie, I love you. I'm sad that you're leaving me. Angie's going to sit down here and talk Prop 205. Are you
I have
hearing
an echo
us?
somewhere.
Oh, I was like, why am I hearing
I
myself?
have a slight echo.
So you are going to leave me, but you'll still be in the building.
Yeah,
so
I'll be
come,
here.
I'll
I'll
come
be
find
here.
you in a little while. But we are gonna talk to Angie here pretty soon.
She's been out of the prop, so prop 205.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll take your mic. Oh, I'll miss you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you so
miss you
much.
too. Thank
And again, this is a live look at Hillary Clinton's campaign headquarters in New York. I'm going to dip into some sound from ABC.
It is a problem. It isn't working very well. It's time to get a lot of money and power out of Washington back into people's hands. If he can help the Republican Party or even the Democrat, because in the ages of change, he'll succeed.
You're talking about this globally. You know, in other countries, the Trump movement would have its own party, right? In France, you have Marine Le Pen's party. In Germany, you have Alternative for Germany. You have a separate populist party. Here, what Donald Trump's got to do, winning sure does heal a lot of wounds. We had been talking prior to tonight about how broken the Republican Party is into these fractures. Is there going to be a civil war? How much does winning heal some of those wounds? And how much is there still pressure from the center-right or the conservative, the ideological part of the party to go to Donald Trump and say, you've never won as a particularly ideologically conservative candidate, but now you're president.
Oh, thank you. CNN predicts Trump will win Alaska.
Republican Senate, and that's what it's looking like right now, and that is a Supreme Court pick. That'll be one of the first orders of business if and when he takes office. 26 electoral votes away right now. That's what Donald Trump needs to win the White House. All eyes on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We're live with the latest results when we come back.
Okay, Google, show me Korean restaurants in Boulder.
I found a few places.
The new Pixel, phone by Google, exclusively on Verizon, the only next-gen network that lets you get the most out of it.
How is this possible?
Because Verizon LTE Advanced delivers 50% faster peak speeds in 450 cities coast to coast. Buy a Pixel and get up to $400 back. And get 20 gigs of data with no surprise overages. And 4 lines for only $40 each. Why sell?
All right, you're looking at Trump headquarters in New York. Waving their flags. Now that woman, I believe, is one of the women that speaks regularly at Trump events. She participated in pageants, dealt with cancer. Trump was really supportive of her, and I'm sorry that I am not remembering her name, but a very familiar face throughout this election season on the Donald Trump team. And give me a second here. Hopefully I will have that national feedback so we can get some updates on numbers. In the meantime, take a look at this map. Arizona is very gray right now. They did project earlier that AP saying with win in Pennsylvania, Republican Donald Trump moves within 6 electoral votes of winning the White House. And Angie is going to be on in just a second with me to go over some of what she saw tonight in regards to Prop 205. We've talked a lot about that this evening, and I'm going to help her get mic'd up. One moment. All right, Angie Kaylee, do you mind if I show them us for 2 seconds?
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, this is our shot. So Angie Kaylee. Hello, Angie. Look at right there. Angie, you were on site tonight.
I was.
What was the expectation? Were there expectations, or was it just kind of everybody just, where was it going to go, up in the air?
They totally expected to be trailing in the beginning. Here was kind of their philosophy. They said, and this is the pro-marijuana campaign.
Yeah.
They said, we expect in the beginning we will be behind, because their philosophy is these early ballots that came in, they figure maybe the older conservative crowd is who turned in the earliest ballots, and then the people that they believe who would vote for the initiative were either voting today or turning their ballots in later, and then their ballots will be counted later. So they think that the gap is going to close. That they feel really confident about it. I mean, when we were there last check, I mean, they were in good spirits.
So if we are saying that it's projected to lose, we are way ahead of ourselves.
That's what they believe. That is what the pro camp believes. I also got an email from the the no on Prop 205 camp, and they're feeling pretty good.
All right, what is anti-205? What is their argument? And also, what is the pro argument? Do these sound like straight, legitimate plans, and are we looking at tax dollars and those kinds of things, or give me pro, give me con of this? Because this is a very conservative state, and I think a lot of people looked at it and just said, I don't think we need it,
Right. There's a ton of arguments for it and against it. I mean, starting with the pro argument, they're saying that our schools need funded. And they're saying this 15% tax that will be on all sales of marijuana, the schools will get a portion of that. So that's that's their main argument for it, is to get schools funding. Also, they're saying that adults should be able to make their own decisions. If adults want to smoke a joint, they're saying adults should be able to smoke a joint. Under where they have written up, adults can have an ounce on them, and they can grow up to 6 plants in their home. The anti-camp is pointing to Colorado, which that state has legal marijuana. And they're saying, look at Colorado, their traffic deaths are up, their teen use is up. Why don't we let this kind of play out in other states, before we decide to do this for ourselves? And plus, the anti-camp is also saying, well, all of this money came from out of state, from the marijuana project in D.C. So if we're going to have an initiative, let's have it organic, they say. Let's have it Arizonans totally funding this. So there's several arguments for and against it.
And do you think that this is one of those issues that is just simply going to evolve but inevitably pass? Because, I mean, we've got California, I believe, passed it, Nevada, it kind of feels inevitable.
I don't know. I mean, that's what the pro camp says. They said it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So they're saying that they definitely expect it at some time to pass.
All right, Angie, you have been amazing. We greatly appreciate you. Can you give, if our audience has any additional questions, what is your Twitter handle so people can continue to communicate with you about this and get updates as we get more results?
It's very complicated. My full name. It says Angie Koehle, ANGIE
Well, thank you so much for your time, and say bye to Angie. I'm going to take you back live to Trump headquarters in New York, and you will see more of Angie on Twitter. I'm sure she's going to have those results for you and additional details on tonight's election on all of her social media pages. And if you want to delve in further, abc15.com/results, and I will see you in a second on the other side of this video. Today we're looking at abc15.com/results. That map is a little outdated. We're using ABC News, their map, but we are hearing that Trump is just 6 points away from the 270 required electrical votes. So you're looking at this. Let me continue to refresh it. And again, with a win in Pennsylvania, Republican Donald Trump moves within 6 electoral votes of winning the White House. Some interesting information from ABC News. 9% of voters in preliminary exit polls were born as citizens of another country. They supported Clinton 64 to 31%. Just kind of scrolling down here and looking at some additional updates from ABC in Michigan, with 82% of the precinct reporting about 70,000 votes separate Trump and Clinton. Speaker Paul Ryan saying he called Trump earlier and congratulated him on his big night. The two had a very good conversation per Ryan's office.
More to say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
Clinton campaign chair John Podesta right there. You heard him. He said every vote deserves to be counted. They're not going to have anything more to say tonight. That is likely because they have nothing good to say tonight. Right now, Donald Trump has 244 electoral votes in Cecilia Vega. We see those people getting up, starting to leave. Cecilia Vega, can you hear me there? Okay, we lost you there. John Carls, you were just pointing out, reminiscent of John Kerry in 2004. Held on, was watching those votes in Ohio back in 2004, didn't concede until the next morning.
Yeah, and it's interesting here that for all the talk about whether or not Donald Trump would concede, it's now clear we will not have a Hillary Clinton concession speech no matter what happens. Now, it's not over. We haven't called the race, but George, looking at the way the vote is coming in, it is really hard to see how it is possible for Hillary Clinton to win this race. She is behind in all three of those big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Another state has come in right now. It's not the big one. It is the state of Maine. And that's going to be a split, as John has been talking about all night. 3 of the electoral votes in the state of Maine are going to go to Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump wins that 2nd congressional district, so he gets an electoral vote out of the state of Maine.
He gets electoral vote that now he may well not need, probably does not need, because all he needs is to win one of these 3 states where he currently has a lead, and there is a dwindling number of votes left to count.
And I think we have Cecilia Vega back now. People starting to pack up and leave that Javits Center. Not what they expected tonight.
Not at all what they expected tonight, George, but defiance tonight from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And let's just go back to one of the debates that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton had, where the one thing he complimented her on was the fact that she is a fighter. And you are seeing that tonight from the Hillary Clinton campaign. Not only are they not willing to go down tonight, they are going down swinging, and they're not giving up on this one.
Not giving up yet, but their back is up against a wall, as we've been saying all night long here. 244 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And Matthew Dodge, you know, Cecilia Vega just brought up the debates, and this was a point you made a while ago. When you look at if campaigns are supposed to matter, and maybe they just don't, Hillary Clinton won the conventions, clearly won the 3 debates according to the polls coming out afterwards, and seemed to gain strength after every single one of them.
And she won the organizational infrastructure game that we've all talked about. She had 40 offices in North Carolina, he had 3. She had 80 offices in Florida, he had 5 or whatever. So she won that whole game, she won the staff game and all that. But I think when you look at this race, and it's what happened in the primaries, this was a personality-driven race, a gut, on both sides in many ways, a gut-driven race. There was voters that loved Donald Trump and a part of his coalition, and voters that hated Hillary Clinton. And when you have that dynamic, that doesn't seem when we look at the map, that he needed an infrastructure in order to turn out voters either that loved him or hated her.
It was pretty clear. And Byron Pitts, let me bring this to you. As we've also been talking about, a lot of people upset by Donald Trump, a lot of people fearful of Donald Trump. How do they come to terms with the idea of him in the White House?
Well, George, not easily. And I have to say, because I just got an email from a person of note of color in the country who commented, who gave this great sports analogy that, like in sports, I think it was Paul Brown, the great coach, who said, winners say nothing, losers say less, but you do expect losers to be gracious. And so they were a bit surprised that part of the healing process, there's a lot been said about what Donald Trump may have to say or do to heal the gap. There's an expectation of what Hillary Clinton may have to say and do to heal the gap. People are anxious tonight, George. I mean, I think people are, as was reported earlier, I mean, there are a number of people, certainly Hispanics, who are fearful about being deported. There are people of color who are fearful that some of the tension we saw at some of the Trump rallies you may see on the streets of America, that people may feel emboldened to act a certain way. But George, I have to say, I mean, we talked about at the beginning of the night about history of our country. And we've always proven as a nation, no matter what, we survived a civil war, we survived 2 world wars, we survived the civil rights era, that whatever happens tomorrow, our history suggests that we always rise to the occasion. And so I have no doubt that we will rise in this time as well.
Well, we survived the Civil War, but almost 600,000 Americans were killed. So it's not a period that we want to replicate. And I think that there is certainly, thank God, no issue like slavery to separate us and send us to war. But there is a tremendous sense of disappointment. Keep in mind, there were people lining up at Susan B. Anthony, the great suffragist, grave today, by the hundreds. At Wellesley College, where Hillary Clinton went, 3,000 people came to watch the returns, assuming that she would be elected president. There are women who are in their 90s and hundreds who have been waiting for this day their whole life, thinking that they would die finally having seen a woman president. There are little girls all over the country who thought that this was going to be a day where they would see a woman president and they could aspire to that. So there's going to be a sense of enormous disappointment and really a sense of, really, again, we can't do it, even though the majority of voters said she was better qualified to be president, had a better temperament to be president. She still, even with that, couldn't be elected president.
Theo Thomas?
One of the things I think we have to think about is that the country has become much more diverse. And a lot of people of color tonight are sitting at home wondering, what just happened here? Also, I think, having grown up in a working class community, when I recently drove down through Virginia, in the area where I grew up in Central Virginia, a lot of Trump signs. A lot of working class, non-college educated white people believe that Trump spoke for them. And I think we may have to come up with a new term, Trump Democrats, that applies as well. But I think there are a lot of big issues that Trump will have to face if he becomes the president of the United States. Namely, race and policing. All these issues are out there. Also, what will his relationship be with the FBI director, who, recently just said that the emails, never mind on the emails, but he sharply criticized the FBI director. What will that relationship be? And he also said he would seek prosecution of Hillary Clinton.
Well, he did say during the debates he would bring up a special prosecutor to look at Hillary Clinton as well. Charlie Gibson?
George, Koki just showed me an email that the crowd at the Trump rally tonight began shouting, "Lock her up," when Podesta finished his statement. I don't know how you heal this. I don't know what he can say. I don't know what anybody can do to heal this.
Well, I'll tell you, I think a lot is riding on her speech here. I mean, she has gone out and she has told the country throughout the last weeks of this campaign that he is dangerous, that he is unfit, that he is temperamentally unsound. And now she has people that are sobbing, people that are crying, people that see somebody described that way, elected president of the United States. I think back to Al Gore, when Democrats felt that the presidency had been stolen from them by the Supreme Court. Al Gore came out and gave one of the greatest speech, maybe the greatest speech of his career, that tried to bring the country back together again.
Perhaps the toughest speech
maybe as important as his.
I think that's one point in Stephanie Cutter, President Obama as well. What does he say?
Bring this country together. Everybody has to do their part in talking about unity and unifying this country. But I do want to go back to something that John said. I think Trump's speech matters most here because he's the one that has used the divisive language and lodged threats against people, threatening a special prosecutor against his opponent, and threatening revenge against people that were against him. If he comes out at 270 electoral votes, he will be the president-elect. The president-elect has to be the big person and give a speech to bring this country together, and he bears the most of that responsibility.
He's also threatened his accusers, the women who accused him of sexual assault, threatened to sue them. I assume, Bill Kristol, that's going to be one of the first things he has to drop.
I would think so. He can drop the threats against the Weekly Standard, the magazine I edit. You know, it'd be nice if he dropped a lot of. I do seriously think he has a big burden, and he really does need to reach out in lots of symbolic ways. I mean, whether it's visiting certain communities, bringing certain people into the White House. I was not a fan of President Barack Obama when he was in the White House. He did keep Bob Gates as the defense secretary. He had a certain bipartisanship. He met with people from all who didn't vote for him. I mean, it's really important that Trump and his advisors, whichever ones he listens to, sit back and think seriously about what do we do for the next few days, few weeks, and the 2 months of being the president-elect period here is actually quite important, I think, for the country.
No question about that. You know, I want to bring in J.D. Vance. He's an author, the author of a book called Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and a culture in crisis. And you say, this is you begin your book, J.D., you say, I grew up poor in the Rust Belt in an Ohio steel town that has been hemorrhaging jobs and hope for as long as I can remember. Sure, that's the way a lot of voters tonight who voted for Donald Trump feel as well. And let me put the question to you that I've asked to others tonight. What are they looking for from Donald Trump? What do they want tangibly to come out of this election?
Well, I think that tangibly what they want is fundamentally a change of direction. Now, if you get into specific policies, I think like a lot of voters, they're not voting very much on specific policies as much as they just want to see something different from what they've been offered for the past 2 or 3 decades.
And then if that doesn't come or if it can't come?
Well, I definitely think there's going to be a medium or long-term period of reckoning if Donald Trump doesn't deliver on any of the promises. I mean, if the opioid crisis is still there, if the jobs crisis is still there, if everything that's been going in the wrong direction continues to go in the wrong direction, then yeah, people are going to wake up and they're going to be very frustrated. But I do think that folks feel very vindicated right now, right? They believed in their man. They felt like the media didn't believe in their man, and right now they're just pretty euphoric.
So the victory could be enough, yeah.
Well, I think it'll be enough for now. The question is whether it'll be enough 2 or 3 years from now.
Okay, let's go back to Trump headquarters right now. Amy Robach.
That's right, George. There was some angry reaction here to John Podesta telling those folks to go home from the Javits Center. And that anger continues as we're hearing chants, lock her up, comes in and out on this crowd. They're also yelling, call it, call it. So we've got a lot of people here who want a result tonight, and no one has left this ballroom as of yet. They are waiting to hear if Trump will come, if he will get to that 270, if a network will call it, and no one is leaving this room right now. But they're angry and they're shouting.
Tom, as you said before, the high command of the Trump campaign was getting pretty impatient.
That's right, and we now know that they're heading, from what we hear, and this could always change, they're heading down now for the motorcade. They're clearing out trucks near the Hilton, just blocks from Trump Tower. So we do expect Donald Trump to shortly reach that victory party where we saw Amy at. And, you know, there's a question tonight. What will Donald Trump say? What will his tone be? If history is a lesson, during the primaries, anytime he won a state and one of his competitors dropped out, whether it be Ted Cruz, and they had a bitter and ugly race in Indiana, he would thank Ted Cruz. He would say nice things about him. He was very generous to Marco Rubio after he won Florida and Senator Rubio came out. So I think if history has taught us anything, Donald Trump, we will see a different side of Donald Trump. We will see a gracious winner. And he will thank his staff, he will thank his supporters, and he will offer an optimistic look towards the future to unite the country. Now, whether he delivers on that, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the problem will not be the speech tonight, it'll be the actions in the days and weeks ahead. Terry Moran.
And this is the most pugilistic president, if he becomes president, we've had maybe since Harry Truman, maybe for a long, long time. He has a pretty thin skin, and one thing a president should probably have is a thick hide. And one of the tests for Donald Trump, as he represents all of the people, as he represents all their hopes, I mean, he is the vessel of the hopes of millions of people and the destinies of all of us. Does he rise to that occasion? Does he thicken his hide a bit and keep his eye on the good of the people who put him there? Or is he going to be Donald Trump that we've come to know so well?
Well, that leads to a question. I'll bring this out. I'll start it with Alex Castellanos. Others can chime in. How much can a 70-year-old man change?
Boy, that's a good question. We haven't seen that happen much, have we? But in terms of Hillary Clinton and this, the angry Donald Trump that's out there, let's remember why he got this avalanche of support tonight. And there is a sense in this country that the biggest inequality gap is not income but justice. That there are people at the top of the pyramid who get special breaks and treated differently and get away with things that regular folks don't get away with. And I think there's a sense that those people should not be able to get away with that. And I think when you hear Trump supporters chanting, lock her up, it's not about Hillary Clinton, it's about justice for everybody.
I mean, and I know this election was not about policy details. I realize that, I understand it. Clearly, that's not the case. But when they find out, wait a second, when they find out that Donald Trump's tax plan gives a tax break, a huge tax break to all these elites that Alex was just talking about, what are they going to think?
Well, they may not feel very positive about it, but you have to ask, what's the alternative, right? So for a very long time, the elites have been telling them that things are maybe going pretty well, but if they're not been going well, then what the elites have been saying is, trust us, because if you vote for Trump, then you're going to get a disaster. And they're saying, we've already had the disaster. We've lived it, so why are we going to trust you?
Can't be any worse.
It's going to get a lot worse.
It can't be any worse. And that gets to the point, Koki, everyone has been so wrong about this. All the elites tarnished by all this and coming out of this with almost zero credibility on any issue.
Well, that's absolutely right, and I suspect we'll be feeling it for a good while to come, because it's not just polls. It was well beyond that. As Matt says, it's the entire infrastructure of, TV ads. Think about it. The hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent. Starting with Jeb Bush spending $150 million and getting 2% of the vote, and then on to Hillary Clinton's vast treasure chest, and then apparently losing this election. So I think that all of that gets re-examined, and we start to say, wait, well, a lot of these people who think they're so smart aren't so smart, and let's see where we go from there.
Bill Kristol.
Happy to engage in elite self-flagellation as anyone else, but things can get a lot worse. And not at home. I'm not so much. Fine. The tax plan they won't love it. The tax plan will get changed. That's not going to fundamentally make a difference. In the world, things could really get a lot worse than they are. They're not in great shape right now. Very fast. And we haven't had a trade war for a long time. We haven't had. The degree to which I believe, if I were Donald Trump, if I were advising Donald Trump, I would urge him, do whatever you want. Domestic policy stuff, fine, you'll negotiate that with Congress. In terms of foreign policy, he needs to really step back, I think, and think about what he inherits, the challenges he inherits, and being serious and responsible about them. President Obama, with whom I disagreed a lot, who did he bring into his cabinet on foreign policy after what he viewed as very failed policies by George W. Bush? Bob Gates, Hillary Clinton.
But what you're really saying is Donald Trump should not do what he said he was going to do in foreign policy and national security.
Correct. He should at least go slow, because it would really, you could cause an unbelievable amount of damage in 3 months that you can't make up in years.
Look at Donald Trump on free trade. He says he's a free trader. The difference between Donald Trump and most Republicans is he's a free trader with teeth. He actually wants to fight for it. A couple of years from now, what are you going to see? Well, we've advanced free trade because somebody actually fought for it. You're going to see somebody on education. What's Republican policy, which is Trump policy? Open it up. So every parent can do the same thing Barack Obama does. Choose the best school for their kids. That's going to help. What's he going to do on the economy? It's sclerotic with regulation. The old economy is dying. A new one that has very little regulation is growing. he's going to reduce those regulations. These things actually have a real impact. There are real policy things in a Trump agenda that can actually open up this economy, education, all of this stuff.
But I don't know that Donald Trump is necessarily talking about devolving power back to the people. He's very focused on how he, sort of as a central leader, he alone can do these things, and I think that is going to be a big disconnect. I think you're right that where people want to go is power devolved to the people. Is Donald Trump actually about power to the people, or is he about power to Donald Trump?
That agenda has evolved during the campaign. He started off saying, look, the only thing that's wrong with Washington is that losers and morons are running it, and I'm going to do a better job. But look at the agenda he's developed through the course of the campaign. It is a Reagan-esque, open up the economy agenda that a lot of Republicans are actually comfortable with.
Matthew Dowd.
I think one of the things that he is going to have to come to terms with is, does he tell the truth to the American public? Right? We are in a global economy. The voters that just voted for him don't like that. Right? We're in a global economy that has lowered the standard of living in our country while raising the standard of living of the entire globe. You can argue about whether or not it's true. His message is, let's pull the drawbridges in, let's function on our own, let's improve our own thing. And the question, and it's somebody that has not operated like that in the world. Donald Trump has been a globalist until he ran for president. And so will he tell the American public the truth and his voters the truth? We have a choice. We're either part of a global economy or we're not.
You know, and you make up an important point there, and Tommy, I'm just going to bring this to you. We just heard a tweet from Sean Spicer, top strategist for the RNC, saying Donald Trump will take the stage soon. Donald Trump also runs pretty large business in dozens of countries all around the world, says he's going to have his children continue to run the business. Now, the president is not bound by conflict of interest rules, but he would be entangled, and his businesses would be entangled with a lot of foreign interests and foreign leaders who would seek to influence.
Yeah, and what are the laws on the books with that? I saw a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. today, and the tweet was 2 hours ago, and it was, this is so intense, this is so surreal. And I thought the same thing. Well, you just inherited his father's company. Now him and Eric Trump are going to be running this along with Ivanka, who has her own line. But is there a law that says that Donald Trump can't still have his hand in his businesses because he plays by his own rules? He's done it with his campaign. You know, there's a rule, and it's not on the books, it's not a law, but it's for transparency. The press travels with the candidate. Every presidential candidate does it. It's something very simple. We just sit on the plane so we can look at the candidate to make sure everything's okay and he doesn't flop over. Donald Trump said, forget that. I'm going to fly my big plane, you take the small plane. And many times he would start his events with us without us even being there. And so it's a small thing, but it shows he plays by his own rules, so we don't know what he'll do with his business.
Not just with the press, but look at the tax returns, the issue of the tax returns. I mean, this will be the first president-elect, if this happens this evening, to have not released their tax returns in many decades. And I think the message that millions of Americans sent tonight was, it's not the kind of issue that you all believe it is in the media and in the establishment. I mean, it was a question we asked during the debates. It's a question we asked when we sat down with Donald Trump. He said he will when the audit is complete, but we never did see the tax returns.
Glass ceiling shattered. Then it becomes a question: is Donald Trump's campaign and his apparent election, does it normalize a totally different standard of leadership and candidacies in this country? Does it normalize it?
And Charlie Gibson, I want to bring this question to you because I think we've seen both when individuals, all been men so far, enter the White House. We can see that the White House, the pressures of the White House can enhance the flaws of individuals, but can also ennoble them at times, and it's a big unanswered question with Donald Trump.
That's a $64 question, I think, in this case. Talking about the elites, Alex, you were talking about what the elites may be seen as having privileges that others don't, and that this has been a rebellion against that. I can't imagine that there aren't some concerns about elites who don't pay taxes and take $1 billion deduction and then don't pay taxes for 19, 20 years. Apparently that doesn't matter. I would hope, you hope, that this will ennoble the president. You would hope. The president-elect, you hope that we'll do it. But when I say we're in uncharted waters, I don't think we have a clue how this is going to affect us.
And I want to bring this because we were talking about this earlier, but we didn't have JD here. How does someone who's lived a life pretty far removed from the kind of voters he's got, and you know that you know the voters, what is the basis of that appeal? How come they say, even though he hasn't lived my life, even though he doesn't necessarily share my values, he's my guy?
I think it's two things. One is the substance, that he's actually talking about taking the country in a new direction, even if he isn't especially specific about it. But there's also this matter of tone and of the norms of political discourse. And what Donald Trump has done is effectively blow up every norm that we thought everybody had to follow. And for folks who didn't like those norms in the first place, didn't think they were in the service of their interests, it's a pretty good deal for them.
Is, for example, a president cannot appoint a special prosecutor on his own whim to go after the candidate he just defeated in the election, whether or not she has an impeccable record of honesty or ethics or not. So he needs to drop it, and he needs to visibly drop it quickly, I think, and he needs to visibly reach out to the groups whom he has insulted in a very unprecedented way, I would say, and personally and in a nasty way, and reassure them. Now, I'm not. We'll see what we'll see what he does over not just weeks, but months and years. But he needs at least to start with that, I think.
Like everybody running for office, he'll realize governing is a little harder than running for office. I want to read something from his last rally of the campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Midnight, 11/7. The corrupt politicians and their special interests have ruled over this country for a very long time. Today is our Independence Day. Today, the American working class is going to strike back finally. And I think that's one of the things they have to realize is that a lot of people don't understand the working class. When you talk about bringing the country together, the elites have to understand what they don't know as well. They have to, JD knows this well. I know it from walking around among them over the past year and seeing the voters and what they want. So while some people are very disappointed tonight, and young women, eventually that glass ceiling will be broken. Eventually it will. But there are a lot of voters tonight, you see them right there, who are celebrating this, who look at it as a victory for regular Americans.
But now the question is whether or not Trump can deliver on this. He's going to be working against economic headwinds of his own creation. I mean, we had Rebecca Jarvis on talking about what's going on with the markets around the world. We have, his talk on trade could lead to a trade war. He has to now deliver. It's no longer talk and railing against elites in Washington. He has to deliver, and he's going to be going against an economy that is reacting against the very things he's proposing.
An economy that is reacting against the things he's proposing, perhaps, but also, Terry Moran, an economy that is, the growth has continued over the last 4 or 5 years. Job growth has continued over the last 4 to 5 years. But a lot of people believe, a lot of economists believe, that the recovery is sort of on its last legs anyway.
It's been the longest sustained period of job growth in American history, and at some point that gives out by the nature of the business cycle. So he's already complained that the Fed has been rigging the interest rates in order to help the Democrats and prop up the economy. But he's a wild card on all these questions. We're assuming that he will govern as a normal president. He's been a bull in the china shop of this campaign, of political correctness, of how to conduct a campaign. He will be a bull in the china shop of the White House. And as I say, there are powers lying all around the presidency, including the power to get some lackey attorney general to appoint your special prosecutor.
The Senate has to confirm that, luckily.
And Tom Yamas, you have seen at times, you talked about the speeches that he gave after victories, more conciliatory speeches. We certainly saw in this last 10 or 12 days of the campaign, he was a little more disciplined than he had been in the past. So let me ask you that question that I asked Alex before. How much do you believe, from watching him close up, he is capable of changing the way he does daily business? Just because the White House, it's really hard for the White House to accommodate the way he's done business up till now.
I don't think he'll change at all. I agree with people who say, like you, he's 70 years old. How much can he change? He didn't really change at all from the moment he came down that escalator to tonight. It was very hard for him to hire and fire people at times. He did go through 3 campaign staffs, but in the very beginning, he wanted to do this by himself. He didn't want to hire people. He didn't want to have a lot of people. When he becomes president, he's going to have to hire hundreds of people to run this country. I don't want to be that chief of staff who has to go through those names to vet these people, because that's not the way he works.
A name we'll probably be talking about later, we haven't talked about yet this evening. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, also an unspoken, quiet force inside this campaign, could play a major role in the White House as well. We are standing by, expected to hear from Donald Trump very soon. As we said right now, he is closing in on the 270 electoral votes he needs to take the White House. Just 25 votes away right now. We'll be back. We'll show you Donald Trump when he takes the stage.
All right, and that is the podium. We are hearing that Donald Trump is in the building. This is from his New York campaign election night headquarters at the Hilton. We are expecting him to take the stage at any moment now. Let's see. I was going to show you Hillary Clinton's venue as it slowly emptied out. Donald Trump projected to win Wisconsin via AP. And the AP projecting that Donald Trump will be president. And that was an ABC15 push alert. You should subscribe to those. We have all of this information and more at abc15.com/results. But AP saying 1 minute ago, Donald Trump is elected president of the United States. Again, that's a AP projection. Donald Trump projected to be the next president of the United States of America. So we are waiting to hear from Trump at the Hilton. We know he is somewhere inside this venue. So we are going to take you there live as soon as we have him. We will have sound. Actually, yeah, I need to punch that in, so give me a second. I'm going to put my live shot in there so I make sure that I give you the cleanest feed possible. And so we are going to give you the cleanest feed possible when Donald Trump comes up. Do I have sound? I do have sound. So this is sound within the venue right now. Sounds just like crowd noise. I'll keep that up so we can hear when we have a speaker take the stage. And we'll be dipping in and out of that ABC national coverage for you as well. If we see them on the screen before Trump, we'll dip back in and see if they announce Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America.
They have him to thank in part for their re-election. If Trump had lost, Missouri, one would have lost as well. But the real person that Oregon needs to thank for this is Barack Obama, because this was the most unusual Senate race in the country because it was effectively nationalized. This was all about the fact that Jason Campbell was Hillary Clinton's co-chairman, national campaign co-chairman, supported and enthusiastically backed Obamacare and called for the imposition of a national energy tax. He was a national Democrat in a state where you can't be a national Democrat. But unlike the rest of these races, which became idiosyncratic, aimed around the personality and the local issues of the individual candidates, this was all about three big things: Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Obamacare. So, now what? Does Trump go in? Does Trump go in? Let's assume that he secures the victory and he comes out and says, whatever he says tonight, then the victory speech is tomorrow. Does he go in there with a mandate? I mean, if this number continues to climb, what if he wins Pennsylvania and he wins Michigan and he's helped the Republicans keep the Senate and he has undivided government? He's helped the first time since 1928, you're saying, the Republicans to control the House, the Senate, and the White House. And after everything, the predictions were she's either going to win by a landslide or Trump will eke out a victory. Instead, he goes in there with this solid, big win, and all the rest of it. Does he have a mandate, and what does it look like? I think absolutely he would be right to claim one, and I would expect that he would say, okay, well, border security, number one issue, immigration, we're going to have to deal with that. We're going to replace Obamacare. We might say, all right, can I get that plan of yours? Let's stick it in there, let's see what we can make. And also, this is the other thing I think about him. He wrote the Art of the Deal. And I don't think that he's going to be one that will believe that purity is so important that he can't make a deal with people in Congress. So then you have him be able to say, maybe, look what I've done. I came here, I was able to break the gridlock, I had a mandate, and here are the 7 things that I said I could do for you, and I delivered on all of those. that's the good part of Trump. That, he is, I think he will compromise, right? I mean, he's very suggestive. And will not let the media bash him over the head for compromising. And the partisan stripes won't stop him from compromising. I'm not going to get that point. But the question is whether one's criticisms of Trump, one's challenges of Trump, some congressional member who's viciously critical of him, as we've seen the Republicans do to Barack Obama. This is what they do. Whether that puts you on the outside in a way where no compromise can be reached, whether members of the press are still going to be invited to the White House press corps. I mean, there's no lot of hiring and to have press briefings at all.
How about, for example, Ben Sasse? There has been no more absolute critic of Donald Trump and the Republican Party than Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska. Of course, there's also nobody smarter about health care in the Republican Party than Ben Sasse. He's the smartest brain on that subject in the Republican Party, bar none. Here's the kind of threshold questions that determine whether presidents are successful or not. Can Donald Trump look past the fact that Ben Sasse thinks he's a pig and say, did you read the tweets? You can tell what Sasse thought about him, and it was pretty clear that he found him a moral odium. And if he can look past what Sasse thought of him and say, but you are the smartest man in the room when it comes to fixing the healthcare system, so I'm going to listen to your plan even though you don't like me and I don't like you.
How much does he hand the keys, Margaret, over to Congress to take care of some of the inner workings of this legislation and that take up?
I think it's interesting because I think what you might see in the first 2, maybe 4 years is a mirror image of what we saw with President Obama in his first 2 years when he had huge majorities in both houses of Congress and was able to get whatever he wanted through. Remember his first meeting after being sworn in as president with the Republican leadership in the White House. He looked at them and he said, I won. Elections have consequences, and a lot of the folks who were opposed to him were willing to work with him or at least hear him out. And I think in this case, this is why I was opposed to what Donald Trump was doing in waging war against Paul Ryan and some of the Republican leadership. I understood why he did it. But I thought that he should have extended an olive branch because should he be elected president, he's going to need them to get his legislative agenda through. But I also think if he wins tonight and he emerges with that map and a mandate...
There is a real feeling of anticipation. They've stopped the shouting, and now they're just waiting breathlessly, truly, for Donald Trump to take to that stage.
And Cecilia Vega, there will be a lot of waiting to also see what Hillary Clinton will do. We heard John Podesta come out and say they still want to see all the votes counted. But at some point, if this continues to go the way it seems right now, she will have to make the hardest phone call of her life.
Exactly, George, and I've been making hard phone calls throughout the night, and I can't get anybody from the campaign to answer my phone calls. They're literally going to voicemail at this point. I just want to show you the scene here behind me, if you can see it. We just saw them pack up the confetti machines that they were planning to blow out here. This hall is completely empty. It's just the media left in here, a handful of staffers, if you will, people still scratching their head. But again, that tone of defiance that we heard from John Podesta seems to be the message from on high within the Clinton campaign right now.
Against 16 Republican candidates will start as impossible is reality. He said he was always a winner. This did not come without controversy. The billionaire, TV reality star, has defeated the candidate once figured to be undefeated. Yesterday, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in an electoral college victory that virtually 100% coming a year ago. A few months ago, even a month ago, even yesterday, had a path to victory that was unlike anything we've ever seen. It did not come without controversy. It did not come without splitting this country in some of the most divisive language. It does come now at a time where his supporters say this is the evidence that Washington is not working. They wanted to kick over the table and do something different.
He told me once that he had a conversation with Melania when he was considering running about whether he should do it. And she looked at him and said, do
just Ross, this will go down as probably as the greatest political upset we've ever seen.
Certainly the opposite in my lifetime, and I have to say, it seemed like it was inevitable all night as I looked around studio back there, and I sort of eyed Donald's back and say, I just can't believe it. It just is stunning to me that he has won the presidency. It's extraordinary.
Look at the crowd outside that has waited here for hours and hours.
2:43 a.m. to get this done.
There's the right. They're clearly feeling. Look at the enthusiasm, which is something we saw from the beginning. And what we outsides they don't necessarily translate to voters. We saw that with Romney. But in this election, no doubt about it, they did.
We do have word that Hillary Clinton called Donald Trump to receive.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President-elect of the United States, Governor Pence.
Come both this side. Come both sides.
This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your Vice President of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for His amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife Karen, our son Michael and his fiancée Sarah, our daughter Audrey, far away, and our daughter Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our President-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory, and I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They were great. And also my late brother Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Eric, and Tiffany, and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Who's unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. And see that Rudy never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who was that? Is that the mayor that showed up? that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign, and they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said, Reince, and I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar, but I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bus at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My God. Well, say a few words. No, come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next President of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event, but to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you worked so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you will be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. President.
the reception. A glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. And her feet was buttons man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, you might find you get what you need. I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse. Saying we're gonna be frustration. If we don't, we're gonna go 50 FUs. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. Try sometime. Will you just stop by? You get what you need. I went down to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. I was standing in line with Mr. Jimmy. A man didn't look pretty ill. We decided that we would have a smoke. My fever flavor cherry. I sung my song to Mr. Jimmy.
And a complete total shift from what we heard from this group earlier on in the night. And certainly we're seeing people hugging, wiping away tears, and it's just a very joyous moment as we're crowding Donald Trump. He's getting some help getting out of this ballroom, as many people there just wanting to shake his hand and wanting to take that picture with him, and he's certainly enjoying the moment and taking time to be with this crowd here who was here supporting him even in those early hours when many people did not believe that this would be the ending we would see this evening, George.
What a roller coaster we have ridden this night. The campaigns have ridden this night. The country has ridden this night. And boy, Cecilia Vega with the Clinton campaign, just blindsided.
That is the only word right now, George. I mean, blindsided, befuddled, shell-shocked. I just can't emphasize to you enough what a complete shock this was. Can you see this room here behind me? This was supposed to be the party. It's completely empty right now. And I've got to tell you, after covering Hillary Clinton for a year and a half, the question I have right now is, what next? What is Hillary Clinton going to do tomorrow and the next day? And, you know, we're talking about a woman who is a former senator, a former first lady, and now a two-time presidential candidate who has lost these races. I don't know what she does tomorrow. I don't know what her husband does tomorrow. And I don't know what happens to the Clinton dynasty, if you will, after a night like this.
Big question. One thing we know for sure, Tom Yamas, you've been with Donald Trump's campaign from the start. Voters tonight voted for change. They are going to get it.
George, so many thoughts. I look down now at this map of the United States, and I just see so much red on that map, and the only person who can take credit for that is Donald Trump. He started the speech coming down to Air Force One. Literally, the theme music from the movie Air Force One, a reminder that a little bit of show business will be moving into Pennsylvania Avenue. We are going to be covering and following a very different type of president. He loves those rallies. He loves giving those speeches. He doesn't love the prompter, and you know, I think it was a good sign that he followed the prompter a little bit. Someone wrote that speech for him tonight, and then he waved off and he went back to ad-libbing, which he really likes. I think Donald Trump will take the show on the road when in his first 100 days, and he loves the media so much. He loves being out there in front of the cameras. I wonder if we'll see a new type of fireside chat. with Donald Trump, but in front of the cameras. There won't be a need for Trump TV because he is the president. But I wonder if that's the way he explains his policies, similar to what FDR did so many years ago.
Terry Moran, Europe, Asia, the rest of the world have woken up to this news.
They have, and they are already kind of reeling, but also beginning to come to grips with the fact that this is a new era, not just in the United States, but around the world. The people of the United States and other countries are sending a message to their leaders. And when I look at Donald Trump, bold leaders break the rules, and what the American people have done is elected a bold leader who broke the rules of how to run a political campaign, broke the rules of political correctness. He's going to come to Washington, he's going to be America in the world, and he's going to break some rules. We just have to find out which ones.
And Charlie Gibson, he promised to rebuild. In that speech, he has broken everything. He broke the rules. In some ways, he broke the Republican Party. He broke the Democratic Party. He is going to the White House. Can he start to build up a platform in a country as well?
I think everybody hopes that that's the case. He is now the president. He's now our president. Will be our president as of January 20th, and I think everybody has to invest those hopes in him. But we don't know. You know, George, I think we all have seminal moments in this last few months when something happened and I was in a locker room. No banter going on in the locker room, but there were two guys in the locker room, and one was extolling Donald Trump, and the other guy said to him, "Yeah, but do you listen to what he says?" And the first guy said, "Doesn't matter what he says. He's not one of them." And I shook my head, and I think we saw an expression of that on a mass scale tonight.
We know that the divisions have been revealed. Donald Trump, Cookie, said it's time to bind them together.
And what he said tonight was entirely graceful and gracious, and talking about the nation owing a debt of gratitude to Hillary Clinton for her service. So now I think the Democrats also have to now show some graciousness and some generosity and be willing to give him a chance. He is, as Charlie just said, which of course is obviously true, he's our president. And now it is up to everybody to come together, not just him and his people.
And JD, he did promise something tangible, said he was going to rebuild the country, make us have a kind of infrastructure second to none.
Yeah, and it reminds me of a debate that a lot of us in the Republican Party had in 2015 about whether the party was ready to move beyond the ideological commitments of Reaganism. That sounded a lot like what Barack Obama promised in 2008, and that was his only policy commitment in his speech.
Okay, and Bill Kristol, you're part of the Never Trump movement. As you said, he took on your magazine. He is now our next president of the United States. What's your biggest hope, your biggest fear?
And I thought he shouldn't be president. I hope I'm proven wrong. My hope is that he's a good president, and I very much agree that everyone, Republican and Democrat alike, has to try to help him as president-elect. You can oppose someone as a candidate and oppose him very strongly. It's a different thing when someone's elected or is the president-elect of the United States.
Alex Castellanos.
I thought that was a generous speech, a kind speech, looking out for the little guy, the Secret Service guys who protect you. I mean, using this forum where you're standing in front of the world to thank the little guy. I hope that characterizes the administration. And I also saw somebody tonight who was self-aware. The show's over. We have some serious work to do to make any of this matter. So a lot of promise tonight, a lot of uncertainty, but hey, that's how the future always works.
And so the future works. And Kristen Saltis Anderson, a victory for the Republican Party tonight, despite the fact that Donald Trump did almost exactly the opposite of what the Republican Party said they needed to do after the loss 4 years ago.
Exactly. This is short-term and long-term political realities coming to a head, and there's a lot of change that's happening in America, but a lot of folks that either aren't excited about that change or that change hasn't fully come in terms of the demographics and acceptance of globalism and technology and all of that. And so I really feel like right now for the Republican Party, the coalition has changed. Instead of the things that the Republican autopsy said they should do in 2012, Donald Trump has rewritten that playbook and has rewritten the Republican Party with it.
But can the Republican Party continue in the vein that he went on in the campaign, or does he need now to find a way to bring in Latinos, to bring in African Americans?
I absolutely think he needs to bring in more people, and I think what he said tonight, for it to be historic, we have to do a great job. I think success is the sort of thing that can bring people in, even if they don't like the words you've been using. If your administration grows the economy, if you create jobs, if you actually do repair our infrastructure. I mean, if you think about it, if Hillary Clinton had given an acceptance speech where she said, we're going to rebuild our nation's infrastructure, she would have run into a buzzsaw of the Republican Congress with disagreements over how much to spend and how to do it. With Donald Trump coming in, less constrained, I think, by the normal ideological boundaries, a President Trump can go to a Republican Congress and say, I want you to spend X amount of money on rebuilding our nation's infrastructure, and they'll be much more willing to hear it from him. So if he's actually able to accomplish things that have not been able to be accomplished in a Washington stuck in gridlock, that may be the sort of thing that can bring in folks that have found his rhetoric to be quite hostile.
And Stephanie Cutter, despite a high approval rating, President Obama now joins the list of presidents in the modern era who couldn't elect their successor. A real day of reckoning for the Democrats.
Well, George, as you know, electing someone in the same party as a two-term president is very difficult. In the modern era, it's only happened once. So we have to take history into account there. I think the president, if he hasn't already, will probably invite Trump down to the White House this week and start the discussion, start to figure out how we build this transition over. I was heartened to hear that Donald Trump said he was going to be the president for everybody, for all the people. I hope he can back that up through deeds and actions. And a campaign largely not run on issues can start to be about issues that will make a difference in people's lives.
And Stephanie Rawlings-Brake, the mayor of Baltimore, Democrats have to rebuild now as well.
We have to, but one thing I can say is that leadership, assuming the leadership position is very sobering. And what I saw was a very sober Donald Trump, who clearly understands, from what I could see, the gravity and the importance of the position that he's going to take. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors across the country, Republican and Democrats, have been screaming for the need to fix our D+ or D- infrastructure. And we wanted to, to make sure that the next president focused on our infrastructure investment. And he seems to understand that as well. So I'm optimistic that the tone that he struck this evening is the right tone, and the Democrats, we will go home and lick our wounds, and many of us are we're hoping that this is all just a strange fantasy. We'll wake up tomorrow, it'll be all different, but we know that we do have a lot of work to do in our party.
A lot of work to do, but this is the night for Donald Trump. This is the night. This is his triumph. He is now going to be the 45th president of the United States. He has pulled off something that no one believed he could do. It certainly looked like it wasn't possible. Perhaps only he believed it was possible. There you see it on the board right there. 278 electoral votes already, more than enough to win the presidency of the United States. He has received a phone call from Hillary Clinton. He will be the next president, the most stunning upset in American political history. Stay tuned for a special edition of Nightline. We'll have full coverage on Good Morning America. Thanks for watching, and have a great
like this. It's finally the day after, and the question everyone is asking is, where do we go from here? That's why this morning we're pushing for answers with the Powerhouse Political Team, live from ABC Election Headquarters on a special edition of Good Morning.